being there. It's been the Litecoin.
Küstenwächter. Das Gerät und das Gerät.
I want it.
Welcome. Yeah. Day 2 of the Litecoin Summit, live from Amsterdam, Netherlands. How are we doing this morning? Woo! People on X, we're shouting out to you guys. We apologize for the little bit of a late start, something about the time zone difference. It's called jet lag, they're saying. I'm not exactly sure exactly how that went on. But we are very excited to kick off day 2 of the 2026 Litecoin Summit. And we want to start off by thanking LitVM for being a great sponsor for us and putting together all sorts of new and exciting things, the future of Litecoin. And we're going to be mentioning our sponsors a lot more today. And so we would encourage you here live to make sure you visit the halls here and get your swag and get your stuff visited. They're giving away free things. And without our sponsors like LitVM, we wouldn't be able to do this event. Last night, we had a great DJ party here. There's nothing like seeing a bunch of guys that are interested in blockchain stand around during a DJ playing house music. That was a lot of fun to watch while people stood like a middle school dance. It was very awkward. It actually was a great time. It was awesome, but I could tell the DJ was like, ooh, I thought this might be a different gig when I signed up for this. But the party downstairs was fantastic. The food has been great. Check out Tobacco Theater. If you have never been around here, if you're local, it's very cool. It's a very awesome environment. And I don't know if in America the stairways would meet any kind of building code, but other than that, it's been great. The whole town has been very welcoming to me. It's been awesome. I have loved Amsterdam, give or take, having to turn sideways to sit on my toilet in my home, in my hotel. The rooms are tiny. I'm not going to say the hotel rooms are smaller than in America, but when I checked into my hotel, I did try to hang my nice clothes in the shower. Just the instinct of the door that I pulled to hang my clothes in, I thought was the closet. Nope, that was the shower. So every morning I shower like this, and that has been exciting for me. So this is fun. You guys are great. I just finished my book. I'm very excited. My book is going to come out this fall. It's called Foreplay at 50. I mean, it's really more of a pamphlet, but I still finished it. It's really more like 3 bullet points, actually. It's like 3 bullet points. Number 1, do the dishes. Been married 32 years. I've never seen my wife get more excited than when I'm doing the dishes. And I'll spend the rest of the day sharing the other points with you. So let's get this kicked off with a video. Zane Kalyan from Luxfolio couldn't be here, and he really wanted to be here. Luxfolio sponsored the awesome party. I know on X, I'm a little sassy, and I was making fun of the party. The party was awesome. The food was great. The music was great. The fellowship was great. You should come to the Litecoin Summit. We're going to be talking all day about when next year's is, and you'll hear about that later. But our Luxfolio, Zane Kalyan is a seasoned entrepreneur and capital markets executive, has been in the driving force in the company's strategic evolution toward becoming the preeminent institutional grade player in the Litecoin ecosystem. Known for his forward-thinking approach to blockchain infrastructure, treasury management, and decentralized financial systems, here is a video that Zane filmed for us.
Good morning. My name is Zane Kalyan, Executive Chairman of Luxfolio Holdings. First off, let me apologize in advance for not being able to attend the Litecoin Summit 2026 in person. Really regret my not being there. It's The Litecoin Summits have been a fundamental part of Luxfolio's DNA, and I always enjoy going to the conferences. I think that the Litecoin Foundation does a great job of really bringing the community together. And unfortunately, due to extenuating circumstances, I was unable to attend in person. That said, some of our team members and partners are there today, and I do hope that you do get a chance to meet with them. I think everyone had a little bit of fun last night at our mixer, and ultimately, again, I do apologize for not being there in person. Today, I do want to talk about where Luxfolio is as a company. We are immensely excited as to where the company is going. We've had a lot of developments over the last year. It's been an exciting time for the company for sure. And I do believe that we have a very strong 2026 ahead of us. And beyond, we are going to continue to work through the growth of the company alongside the growth of the Litecoin ecosystem. We have a fundamental belief that Litecoin still remains significantly undervalued. Our beliefs in Litecoin as a digital asset remain steadfast as they always have. As the first Litecoin treasury company, we stand out as being pioneers in the space. We firmly believe, and that pioneering vision is something that we're bringing through to our growth strategy over the next year and beyond. So I'd like to share a couple slides today discussing where Luxfolio is going as a company. I'll discuss the pillars of our business, and then ultimately what our growth strategy looks like into the rest of 2026 and then beyond that into 2027. I will be making some forward-looking statements. Just as a public company, we do have to share these, and I do encourage you to read these in your own time. So at the outset, Litecoin is one of the most underbuilt, undervalued primary chains out there today. As one of the original proof of work blockchains out there in the market today, it has a very good reputation, is very well respected by the digital asset space and the crypto community at large. But at the same time, it is still undervalued. There's still so much value to be built. I think Litecoin has really defined itself by the fact that it is used as money, and that definition of it being used as money on a consistent basis is really one of the things that make it special. We have time and time again heard this comparison of Litecoin as silver to Bitcoin's gold, and I don't think we can talk about that enough, because really in a world where you're seeing consistent devaluations of currencies, the need for a digital asset that can actually be used as a day-to-day currency just remains so much more salient and so much more important in where we are as a society. Digital assets to this day still, and we've talked about this a lot, digital assets to this day still remain very focused on speculation, and this lack of focusing on the true utility of using cryptocurrency for transactions, using it as actual money, is something that I still think we still have not achieved. Last year I talked a lot about the value of stablecoins when I was on the stage, and I talked about how Litecoin has this potential to stand alongside fiat stablecoins as true digital assets, on-chain money that's being used on a day-to-day basis. And I think with the kind of pullback in the market, we've seen a little bit of this lack of true mainstream adoption of stablecoins. But ultimately, I think we're still in the early innings. I think the market is still moving forward at a rapid pace. And realistically, we will continue to see large-scale adoption be driven over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, and decade and beyond. And Litecoin really is in a very unique position in that it delivers some of the very key requirements that are needed for a digital asset to be used as true money. And prime among those, and one of the things that I think the cryptocurrency market and cryptocurrency space is really not really focused on, is the use of is privacy. And MWeb has proven its durability. MWeb is a very unique characteristic of what Litecoin has as a project. And ultimately, I think once the general market realizes the value of MWeb and what MWeb can provide, alongside obviously the baseline characteristics of being proof of work, the baseline characteristics of being very efficient, and the baseline characteristics of already having adoption and being used as true currency, will make Litecoin stand out. And I think that's what will really drive value appreciation over the next 12 months, and then ultimately beyond that as well. So Luxfolio today is very focused on executing across the core 3 pillars of our business. Evidently, we started as a Litecoin treasury company. We were pioneers in the Litecoin treasury space. We were pioneers in the digital asset space, for that matter. We really did see a huge amount of opportunity to provide a vehicle that trades on the public markets that gives the individual or individual retail shareholder or mainstream retail shareholder exposure to Litecoin as an asset class. Ultimately, that strategy, that focus on that being the core piece of our business has evolved as digital assets have evolved. Digital asset treasuries have evolved in themselves. We've seen an opportunity to really iterate on that, and core amongst that iteration is being as accretive and additive and providing as much foundational support as we possibly can to the Litecoin network, the Litecoin community, and from an infrastructure basis, as well as obviously a financial basis. The best way for us to do that, and the best way for us to grow our business, we identified as Litecoin mining. And today we are very active in Litecoin mining. We currently have a very modest mine active. We're actively mining blocks on a day-to-day basis, and we're at the early innings of being able to scale that operation significantly over the next 6 months and then ultimately into 2027. We see a huge opportunity in the Litecoin mining space. Script mining is a very unique and open landscape today. There's so much potential to build a lot of value in script mining today, and we really want to be at the forefront of securing the Litecoin network, one, but then ultimately growing and being a foundational support of the network in the years to come. Our current mining operations today consist of 60 Bitmain L9s that are active at our site in British Columbia, Canada today. We are actively mining blocks on a day-to-day basis. Ultimately, it is our goal to scale that 60 miner operation to 300 miners by the end of this year. We just recently announced a financing last week. The proceeds of that financing will go to placing an order for the next set of miners, which will scale us up to that 300. And ultimately, it is our goal that going into 2027, we'll be in a position where we can scale even well beyond that into the thousands of miners. We want to be a fundamental part of the Litecoin infrastructure and the mining community that's out there today. And at the end of the day, our goal is to continue to build our treasury. That was really the initial the initial goal of Luxfolio as a business. And we want to be unique in that front. We're not mining Litecoin to sell it and make a profit. We are mining Litecoin to continue to build our position in Litecoin. We think that Litecoin as an asset class has so much accretive potential. We believe that the price is obviously significantly undervalued today. And the strategy of continuing to build our treasury, continuing to build a robust vehicle where individuals can get exposure to Litecoin as an asset class is significant. And then beyond that, being able to provide shareholder value by building a profitable mining business that grows and has a lot of, can be competitive amongst the other miners out there is really key to that. Finally, Lux Pool is something I'll be talking a little bit more about today as well. Lux Pool we're very excited about, has so much potential to be a very accretive part of our business, but also contribute to the Litecoin community in a lot of fundamental ways. I'm happy to announce today that we are making the commitment that a significant percentage of all of the proceeds that come from the Lux Pool will be donated to the Litecoin Foundation. We would not exist without the Litecoin Foundation. Charlie, David, the rest of the team at Litecoin have been immensely helpful, supportive to Luxfolio from our early days as a company and through to today. We need the Litecoin Foundation, and Litecoin needs the Litecoin Foundation. And however we can give back to the community will ultimately benefit us as a company. So with the rollout of Lux Pool in the coming months, we're very excited to make that commitment to the community, to the foundation, and ultimately we believe that will not only benefit the community at large, but also our shareholders in many, many ways. So building on those mining operations, building on the high margins that we're able to generate with that low carbon, net zero carbon mining infrastructure, and ultimately the growth of that business is Lux Pool. Lux Pool is a high margin opportunity for Luxfolio. It's supported with our relationship with the Litecoin Foundation, our commitment to donate a significant percentage of the proceeds of the Lux Pool, of the fees generated by the Lux Pool, to the foundation itself. And ultimately, we'll work to support the decentralized Litecoin network. With the development of the pool, we're working with a team that has had a ton of experience in the digital asset space over the last 10 years. They've built numerous pools on multiple chains, and really bringing them to the script mining business and partnering with them on building a pool on Litecoin is incredibly exciting. Script has so much potential and so much opportunity to be creative in how pools are operated. The fact that you have so many digital assets that are generated from running the algorithm and securing the network is very unique, and being able to be creative in how we leverage and how we optimize to create profit for the pool at large, while also maintaining our true goal of increasing our Litecoin position, is very unique. We're able to generate other digital assets, sell those digital assets to cover our costs, which are competitively low, and then ultimately leverage that into maintaining our Litecoin position, maintaining the growth of our Litecoin position. Turning to our roadmap, how we're going to execute the strategy, let's take a look at where we started this year. Q1 of this year, we launched our mining operations. We were very successful in that initial rollout. The ability to get access to that cheap power with our partners and the ability to get access to cheap power on a long-term basis was really fundamental to that. Moving into the second quarter, we're almost ending that. We've continued to scale up that business. We scaled from the initial 20 miners that we had to 60 that we're mining today. And ultimately, we've just recently announced this financing that will continue to grow into Q3. And as I said, our goal is by the end of this year to be at 300 miners. We'll likely be at least that by the end of this summer. Ultimately, moving into Q4, continue to expand that platform. We want to continue to build out our access to power, continue to build out our infrastructure, and then ultimately that will result in us building out further mining infrastructure operations. Our goal is to have Lux Pool live by the end of Q3. We're working, as I said, we're working with a very experienced team. They work at a very rapid pace. They have a lot of tools and technology that we can leverage. It's already built. And really, it'll be exciting. It'll be exciting going to Q4 to be able to actively be launching the pool, be actively contributing, giving back to the community, and ultimately being able to optimize our growth, our treasury growth. Our goals have remained steadfast. We want to be the largest Litecoin treasury company, and we believe that we can do that through acquiring Litecoin through mining operations very economically and very competitively. So yeah, that's where Luxfolio sits today. That's where we're ultimately going. Again, I really want to thank everyone for their time. Thank everyone for attending the conference and the Litecoin Summit. It's very unfortunate that I was unable to be there in person, but I do hope that you'll get a chance to connect with some of our team members who are there, our shareholders. Again, the Litecoin Summit is just such a great opportunity for the community to get together. I really do regret not being there this year. Hopefully next year we'll be there with an even bigger presence, and we'll be able to continue to share what we're working on with Luxfolio. I want to thank Charlie, I want to thank David, I want to thank the rest of the Litecoin Foundation, Alan. You guys do a great job, and really at the end of the day, Litecoin has so much potential. We're at a point, an inflection point, I believe, ultimately in the digital assets position in the market. I think that we are at the precipice of significant growth as a company with Luxfolio, and really, again, I just want to thank everyone for their time today, and hope you guys have a great rest of the conference. Thank you.
I want to take a second here and recognize John. John, remind me of your last name? Stokes. So John, 2 years ago, if I'm getting this right, in Nashville was your first Litecoin Summit, right? And you came to this summit just like this, just a guy, didn't have any involvement in the business aspect of Litecoin or anything like that, then got so inspired by the comedian that was there, I'm kidding, by the presentations that were there and the fellowship that was there, that you left that saying, I want to be on the business side, I want to structure a business around Litecoin and figure out how to do it. And then you got with Zane somehow, and that all had worked, and so that literally now is a publicly traded company within 18 months later is Luxfolio, right? Am I saying that? It's fantastic. Let's give John a round of applause. He's here. Zane, It's awesome in the video. And so I just want to let you know, if you're out there watching on X or on YouTube and you're like, what could I do to get involved in that? It's probably already too late. But no, I'm totally kidding. You could come to this summit or contact somebody from online here and ask how to get involved, or what could your business do, or how could you take a more position, a bit bigger position in Litecoin, and you could be a success story like Luxfolio was, right? And that also gave me an idea. If they asked me to come back and MC in the future, sponsors could sponsor my hat. Your Luxfolio hat on Zane gave me the idea that if any sponsors next year want to help out the comedian, sponsor the hat, I'll like have the hat on the whole time, and we could do a fake tattoo on my head also, so when I take it off, it'd be less, because that shows less often. But anyway, that's what we're doing there. So now let's move on. We have Loshan. This is going to be awesome. The Nexus wallet updates, and if you haven't used the Nexus app, it's super easy. I was the idiot from South Carolina that didn't even know how to do Litecoin, and I have the Litecoin that they gave me last year in my Nexus wallet still, and so it's a very easy app, and they're going to give us all the updates. So Dr. Cap and Loesch, come on up here and give us this presentation.
Thank you.
I didn't mean.
Ooh. Wow. I can see my current slide and my next slide. So amazing. So I was thinking, maybe instead of doing all of this presentation that I have up here, I can just talk shit about people on X comments and whoever's talking to me live on whatever platforms. Fuck you, people. I hate you. What are you going to do? I'm on stage. But then I realized I might just get fired from my job, so I should probably continue with these slides. I made this last night at 1 a.m. You could probably tell because I'm half awake. But why did you guys come to watch my presentation that I wrote last night like this, without any preparation? I think I'm someone who likes to work very, very, very last minute. I like to deliver things last minute. I put lots of effort into it last minute. But for whatever reason, this presentation, I don't know if I did very well. So hopefully it's good. Hopefully you all enjoy it. Let's see. Hopefully this is not a disaster. All right. So this presentation is all about Nexus Wallet. How do I change slides? Oh, cool. I'm awake now. Okay. So what is Nexus? If you don't know, this is Nexus Wallet. Let's see if the video plays. Is there? Okay. I made this last night. It's very cool. Look at this nice animation. It's the self-custody mobile wallet that supports only Litecoin, that's created by the Litecoin Foundation, by the Nexus team. Very small team, but we work very hard, and this is an app that has lots of Litecoin-related features. So why did we build this app? Why should you use Nexus over whatever else other wallet that exists? Why should you use Nexus over Coinbase? Or why should you use Nexus over Cake? Or what? No offense to Cake. Why should you use Nexus over Trust or any of the other wallets? Because I wanted to build an ecosystem around Litecoin. So the app is quite new. We launched it last year in Las Vegas at the Litecoin Summit. So I think it's only been around for like 9-10 months, something like that. And we're just getting started, basically. So before we even continue talking about these special marketing words and ecosystem, whatever, let's talk about why this app is Litecoin only and will always be Litecoin only or Litecoin focused. So I think when you use, if you're someone who's familiar with Litecoin and you're inviting your friends over to Litecoin, how do you even get them to buy Litecoin or use Litecoin or touch Litecoin? It's going to be through usually an exchange like Coinbase or Kraken or whatever. But if you open these exchanges and platforms up, it's just full of, nowadays, just crap. they try to funnel you into prediction markets, which is basically just gambling. I just don't know what else it is. Sometimes they try to sell you whatever shitcoin is like popular at the moment. So there's thousands and thousands and thousands of coins. So what's the point of like introducing a friend to a crappy exchange when you can just use Nexus wallet? With Nexus, it's just so easy. It's only Litecoin. You and your friends, your family, they don't get confused by anything, and hopefully we made it easy enough for everyone to use. Unlike other wallets, there's no BS. It's just Litecoin. And I'm trying to spread propaganda on all of you. I have like a manifesto written up somewhere. One day I'll find it and I'll send it to you. But I have like 1 million files on my computer, so I can't find it right now. I have like an actual manifesto written about this. So this is something that someone actually sent me on Discord. So they bought Litecoin on Coinbase, and they were trying to move it to their Nexus wallet. And they were confused, why does it say that they're not able to send their Litecoin to Nexus wallet? They thought there was something wrong with Nexus. That's not true. What they had unknowingly purchased was CBLTC, a wrapped version of Litecoin. Because apparently, according to Coinbase, that is what you should be buying by default. So this is not the Coinbase Pro exchange. This is just the general platform. You just end up buying some wrapped or confusing token that runs on their network. And this is what they ended up saying. This is absolutely false advertising. So to me, this is crazy. Why would Coinbase default to CBLTC? We don't really know how these wrapped tokens, most people don't know what these wrapped tokens are. They can't use Litecoin for what it is with wrapped tokens. They can use it for whatever else, for holding maybe, but they can't use it to make payments. And with Litecoin, payments are kind of the point. You want to spend your Litecoin at places. Well, no one accepts CBLTC. Actual Litecoin is actually one of the most accepted cryptocurrencies that exist. So this is absolutely crazy. So firstly, if you're a Nexus user, I want to thank you. We have around 50,000 unique wallets. And, oh, thanks. So you can see the users moving. This doesn't have all of the users, this graph. This is like an internal dashboard. We weren't tracking the numbers since launch. It took us a few months to start working on this stuff. And you can see that since we launched gift cards like last month, there's been an increase in downloads of the app or new wallets being created. So again, if you're one of our first 50K users, thank you so much. I wish we had more stats to share with you, but unfortunately we don't. Unlike most other wallets, we don't put our app full of crap like analytics software. We don't track you. We don't do all this other crap. So we just don't know too much information. We only get to see the information about what the app stores and Google Play stores give to us. So we roughly know the age ranges. We roughly know the location of users. Most users are US-based, and there's a lot of Eurozone-based users. Also, lots of Russian, Ukrainian, and Chinese users. So we have users basically everywhere. Nexus supports lots and lots and lots of countries. Of course, you can send and receive your Litecoin everywhere you are, but buying and selling in most other apps for Litecoin just doesn't work so well. So with our partnership with OnRamper, we support lots of countries in Africa and lots of countries in Latin America, which is one of the regions that or two of the regions that we often just don't think so much about because, the developers don't usually live in these countries. But you can actually buy and sell Litecoin in these countries. So the point of this presentation is just to talk about what we've done since launching and what we're planning to do. So it's like a roadmap presentation. So the main reason is because No one knows what I've been doing, and my bosses yesterday, Alan and Charlie, they took me to a room downstairs in the basement, and they were scaring me. They really, really scared me. I felt really threatened, so I knew I had to do this presentation, otherwise I might get fired for not doing any work since launching. Okay, one of the things that we added since launch was coin selection, manual coin selection. If you don't know what that is, your wallet has different transactions it's received to different addresses, basically UTXOs, and you can choose to spend which coins from which address you want to spend with. Pretty basic stuff. I think we're one of the very first to do it for MWeb, and it looks kind of like this. It's not exactly like this because I recreated this in Sketch last night because this is not an iPhone. This is a keynote. This is like a presentation software. So yes, I did spend some effort making this graphic. This is the same font, same colors, roughly, something like that. Whatever. And one of the big problems that we noticed from users, one of the biggest feedbacks that we received was syncing. When we built Nexus, we built it around the idea of something called neutrino sync, which is bit 157, 158, if you know the technical stuff. I thought that this would be more privacy preserving, it would be more faster than previous technologies we used with our legacy Litecoin mobile wallets, like Lite Wallet, but unfortunately, we noticed there's some issues. So when I was designing Nexus Wallet, my house internet was 3 gigabits up and down, so I had very, 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 very fast internet. So probably not a good idea to test on really fast internet like this. Whatever I try to download, it downloads really fast. And the way Nexus would work with neutrino sync is it would have to download data about the Litecoin blockchain from our servers first, which we call pre-syncing, and we would put it on the user's device. And then it would carry on forwards from that point. But the issue is, if you live in a country with much slower internet, not just slower, but higher latency, more dropped packets or whatever, the sync will just kind of fail. And when sync fails, what does that mean? You start losing transactions from your wallet, you start not seeing your balance and things like that. And that's horrible. Users shouldn't have to experience things like that. But people think that Nexus is just like other custodial wallets. So they just come to us and ask us, why have you stolen our money? We haven't stolen your money, it's just not that. But it's very hard to explain to the user that we are a self-custody wallet. We don't have access to your private keys, but this is just, we just needed to change the backend. So what did we do? We switched to Electrum servers. So with Electrum, we know that Electrum works. It's existed for quite a long time. It's another way of doing lightweight syncing, so syncing Litecoin wallets for mobile devices without requiring lots of internet or disk space. And so since launching around a month ago, it seems to be working very well, and we haven't heard any complaints. And like we said, we don't track users, so it's quite difficult for us to know exactly what's happening. But if we do get anything, it's just by users complaining through our support chat or like through bad reviews. So no bad reviews yet, no confusing support chat messages or anything like that, so I guess all good. Also, it worked quite well during our new testing system. Another thing we found was an issue is censorship, government censorship, and also internet providers being stupid. So in some countries, services would block access to the Litecoin network. They would block the port 9333, which is the mainnet Litecoin network port. So if you try to connect to the Litecoin network, you wouldn't be able to do it with Nexus. And the app would be unable to sync. So what did we do? We added a tool into the app. So now, if you're unable to connect your wallet and you live in one of these stupid countries where they decided to block the Litecoin network for some stupid reason, I don't know why, then it's going to work if you activate a tool. We've created the resources for people who don't know how to do it. We made it very easy to connect to tool, and it just starts up on thing. And it's also good for privacy. It's not just for censorship, it's also very good for privacy reasons. Yeah. And one of the newest features we added since launching was buying gift cards. We added buying gift cards because we wanted, Thanks. One person clapped. Yeah. We wanted to make Litecoin actually spendable, but sometimes you can't get merchants to accept Litecoin. So what can you do? You have to build like a stop bridge, something in the middle where you can do what you need to do. So gift cards is something that most major shops will support, and we have access to over, I think there's like 3,000 different brands available inside of Nexus Wallet in over 20 different countries. And we have them at a discount. We haven't activated the discounts yet, but now what we're going to do is every week we'll be doing a discount on a specific gift card in every single region once a week. So maybe you'll get a 5% discount at Walmart, so you can buy a $100 gift card for $95 with your Litecoin, and I guess spend it at Walmart. And once you're done, I don't know what Walmart sells, like McDonald's or something. I think they have McDonald's with Walmart or something. But I don't think you can actually spend the gift card there. Sad. But yes, you can have $5 left over, buy some Litecoin with that, I guess. So there's some incentive to spend your Litecoin because we give it at a discount. So that's one of the really exciting features that we've really added. But what's next for us? What's next? I couldn't come up with ideas. I ran out of ideas, guys. There's nothing new. There's nothing left to work on. I think we're just going to stop building Nexus. No, I wanted to say that, but I think I would also get fired if I left it like how it is. So the next thing, one of the next big things, yes. So we want a Litecoin-based credit card. So fund with Litecoin, spend pretty much everywhere where Visa or MasterCard is accepted. We're currently working on that, aiming for release by the end of this year. I don't have anything concrete yet, but this is something we are working a lot on. More details out over time, I guess. Next thing. Oh, it's not working. Next thing, MWeb hardware wallet. Everyone wants MWeb hardware wallet. If you don't know what MWeb is, it's just a way to have Litecoin privately. But because it's so new, there is no hardware wallet that supports MWeb yet. So I've been working on something which uses PSBT v2s to do with MWeb support to do like a hardware wallet based on Jade, Blockstream Jade. So if you don't know what that is, it's an open source hardware wallet that you run on ESP32-based chips. So that means you can get the firmware yourself. You can buy an ESP32 like dev kit board or whatever, and you can flash it yourself. But the plan is we're going to be doing everything for the user. We're going to make it super simple for them. We're going to it's just going to be like plug and play when it's available. So it connects over Bluetooth to your Nexus wallet, and you'll be able to put your Litecoin and private Litecoin, also known as MWeb, into your Nexus wallet, hardware wallet. I don't know if you realized I'm very bad at coming up with names. So if you can come up with a name for the hardware wallet that sounds good, I would really appreciate that. Someone please help me. I really suck with these things. Lester wallet? Molester wallet? What? Molester? What? Lester. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. He looks like a molester, though. He looks kind of creepy over there. I don't know about this guy. Maybe. We'll see. The wallet will also support Bitcoin and also other wallets, not just Nexus. Don't want to bore you guys with the details, but this is something we're working on. Hopefully very quick. Again, by the end of this year, hopefully very soon, because I do have like a development board where I have the hardware wallet working, and I have tested it, and we successfully made a MWeb transaction like around 2 months ago, and it just takes time to build these things out to be like user-friendly and nice. So I'm just trying to polish it out, make it nice for everyone, for the average person to use, basically. It's going to be we're aiming for a low price as well. We don't want to make it too expensive and whatever. Next thing, smart contracts. I realize I'm running out of time. We want to add some level of smart contracts into the Nexus app. I think there's lots of interesting things around LitVM. Some of the guys from yesterday, I don't know if you watched any of the presentations from yesterday about Litvium, interesting stuff. We'll definitely be doing stuff with smart contracts in Nexus Wallet. And lastly, swaps. Swaps is going to be a big part of Nexus Wallet. It's kind of in the name. Nexus means like in between like two things, but how can Nexus, a Litecoin wallet, be in between two different things? Well, that's going to be with our interesting implementation of decentralized atomic swaps, which is being provided by Basic Swapdex, which Dr. Cap, the next speaker, will be talking to you more about. I guess this is the end of my presentation. As you can see, towards the end, the presentation got a bit shittier because I was getting more and more sleepier. Like at the start of the presentation, there was like an animated video that was so beautiful, but then I just got sleepy and I went to sleep. So, I hope you all enjoyed my presentation, and I'd like to invite Dr. Cap on to talk about Basic Swapdex and Nexus.
I got you.
Thanks.
Good job, good job. So maybe we should take a second to encourage Loesch for doing a great job. I don't know, I'm not good reading people, but I sense that he had a slight ounce of bitterness towards the comments that were made on X. I don't know if anybody else was reading that on him or not. I was reading that, but Loesch is doing a great job. Everybody, let's give Loesch a round of applause for this Nexus app. It's awesome. Mimble Vault is what I just came up with, the Mimble Whisperer. I don't know, we're gonna think of this name. I think we should give a collectible Litecoin card to the person who comes up with the best name for this thing. And Hard Wallet, I felt like there was a word play like on blockchain or like hard on blockchain wallet for shorter. It could just be like hard, never mind, okay. So, Loesch went R-rated, so I've got to balance the scales. It's all good. So, Dr. Cap is awesome, lead strategic advisor to Basic Swapdex, privacy enthusiast, emergency medicine consultant. Let's discuss privacy technology, healthcare, and liquidity, the biggest world first since Satoshi invented Bitcoin. Please welcome Dr. Capil. Is that right? Capil? Capel? How do we say it?
Thanks. Dr. Cap.
Dr. Cap, that's what I was going to say. Dr. Cap.
Wow. That was not a hyperbolic title, by the way, although it was very much spur of the moment. Hi, my name's Dr. Cap. I'm with Basic Swap, and this is Litecoin Mimblewimble atomic swaps on a phone. No chain sync, no server, no account. I do what? Which button is this? Ah, right. Before I get into it, I'd like to extend some thanks. I would like to thank the organizers of the Litecoin Summit 2026 for having us back to present. This is our third year presenting, and we are proud to be here. I would like to thank Wizard Swap, whom we've recently entered into a partnership with, the significance of which I will explain later. I would like to thank the Monero community. It was thanks to their support that we were able to take Basic Swap Desktop from a beta to a version 1.0. But most importantly, I would like to thank you, the Litecoin community. It was through your support and crowdfunding, backed one-to-one by Charlie Lee, that we were able to make Basic Swap Mobile a reality. So thank you. The headline: a Litecoin atomic swap DEX built for mobile phones. We take the Basic Swap protocol and fit it directly into a device in your pocket, mobile devices, to provide a cryptocurrency swap service that is private by design, trustless and secure, light and liquid. It is accountless, with no analytics or tracking, It is fully non-custodial, with swaps that either complete in full or refund safely. Furthermore, there is no chain sync, download, or persistent uptime requirement on mobile devices. And all of this is made possible thanks to a multi-layer privacy architecture built on a fully decentralized peer-to-peer network that has access to deep liquidity in all of our supported pairings, including Bitcoin and Litecoin. So, let's do a comparison. Your traditional centralized swap services, for example, Changely and Shapeshift. With these sorts of services, you take the funds that are in your wallet and you physically transfer it over to their wallets, which sit on their services. And you entrust these third parties to conduct and execute the swaps and trades you desire on your behalf. These are trusted, centralized setups, and they come with the acceptance of their terms, which may include restrictions on who you trade with and how you trade. They include accepting the risk that your funds may be arbitrarily frozen by them at any time. Furthermore, in order to use many of these services, they require you to submit much personal information, things like your name, your date of birth, your phone number, your address, your dog's maiden name, whatever. And in doing so, in not only giving this personal information and giving them your funds, you are trusting that they will manage these things securely, safely, and responsibly, and not let it fall prey to bad actors. This is not the Basic Swap way. With Basic Swap Mobile, your wallet connects directly to the Basic Swap network. This is a peer-to-peer network of interchangeable community-driven nodes that have no centralized or privileged operators and enable direct on-chain settlements of trades. It is fully non-custodial. Your funds stay in your wallet at all times. Through the nature of atomic swaps, trading is done in a fully peer-to-peer manner in such a way that completion is guaranteed or refund is guaranteed. Nothing else. The infrastructure is accountless and permissionless, with nothing to sign up for. This is a genuine first for Litecoin. Indeed, it is a world first for privacy innovation. Litecoin brought to a mainstream audience, built on real technical breakthroughs. You see, Litecoin atomic swaps on a mobile phone is something no team has delivered before. And we believe this will help reach everyday users, not just desktop or power users, all without the need to download and synchronize entire blockchains on your mobile device. We believe this is a genuine milestone for privacy-preserving cross-chain trade, with no compromises to privacy and security, all thanks to an end-to-end encrypted peer-to-peer messaging layer that constructs the order books and executes the trades. So, how did we do it? A little history. In 2017, the Particle project launched its mission to deliver privacy-preserving applications. Out of the gate, it came out with something called Particle SMSG. This is an end-to-end encrypted messaging protocol operating on a network of peer-to-peer decentralized community-driven nodes. It serves as the backbone of all of our privacy-preserving applications, which in 2021 included the launch of Basic Swap DEX, an atomic swap DEX with a decentralized distributed order book. In 2022, an implementation of scriptless scripts, adapter signatures enabled us to allow support for atomic swaps for coins that lacked programmable inputs, i.e. privacy coins. And thus, in 2022, we became one of the first DEXs in the world to support atomic swaps for privacy coins such as Monero. By 2024, thanks to scripting features inherent to SMSG, we were able to make these atomic swaps for privacy coins bidirectional. Whilst the initial implementation was taker only, we had released bidirectional maker and taker atomic swaps for privacy coins, another world first. Between 2024 and 2026, further improvements to the Basic Swap protocol took Basic Swap DEX to a true version 1.0, Basic Swap Desktop, which serves as the foundation for Basic Swap Mobile that I present today. 10 years of infrastructure development to deliver a multi-privacy architecture. Basic Swap, an atomic swap DEX for privacy coins enabled thanks to adapter signatures, which themselves provide an additional layer of privacy because unlike the traditional method of atomic swaps, HTLC, they do not leave the typical timestamps on blockchains that third-party chain analytics companies can track. Our atomic swaps are resistant to third-party chain analysis. Furthermore, this layer of privacy is built on another layer of privacy, SMSG, an end-to-end encrypted protocol that ensures all actions undertaken on the Basic Swap protocol are concealed from third-party view, i.e. no metadata leak. So what does this get you? Well, Basic Swap is open source and verifiable code that enables on-chain settlement with no third parties. It is fully non-custodial and accountless, and it is secure, the nature of atomicity guaranteeing that every swap either completes in full or refunds. This is an infrastructure that is community-driven and thus scales horizontally and infinitely with no central overheads. And it enables multi-layer privacy by design, guaranteed by the protocol, guaranteed by the cryptography. But we encountered problems, specifically adoption problems. For you see, with Basic Swap Desktop, you would have to install it in order to access the Basic Swap network. And this was a desktop-only application. Whenever you would install Basic Swap Desktop, you are running a node on the Basic Swap network. And like any node, in order to maintain access to the order book, in order to send and transmit messages, your node, your instance would need to stay online 24/7 or as close as possible. Furthermore, with the initial versions of Basic Swap, in order to participate in atomic swaps, you would have to download and synchronize the blockchains for the coins you wanted to trade. The initial implementations also meant that you couldn't even physically see the order books until you installed it. This created a real chicken and egg problem: accessibility and liquidity. We understood that installation was difficult for many users with significant requirements. We understood that the nature of being desktop-only limited our potential maximum user base and thus our potential maximum liquidity. We understood that our users understood that. But we solved it. With Basic Swap Mobile, there is no setup and there is no friction. You do not need to run this application on your phone 24/7. You do not need to download or synchronize entire blockchains onto your mobile phone. You don't even need to install Basic Swap Mobile as a separate application because it is coming pre-installed with many of the popular crypto wallets and services that you already use and love. We have 7 integrations planned over the next 12 months, the first of which is the Litecoin Nexus wallet. All of this will create a growing demand for more and more taker liquidity that will be matched with a corresponding maker liquidity thanks to our community and our partners. And this is where Wizard Swap comes in. I mentioned them at the beginning. I mentioned we're in a partnership with them. Wizard Swap is traditionally a centralized swap service, but they have seen the light. They are currently in the process of migrating all of their infrastructure to run on Basic Swap directly. This process has already started, and they are currently bridging all of their order books, all of their liquidity directly to the Basic Swap network, ensuring that we will have millions and millions and millions of dollars in liquidity to meet the potential taker demand as it arises. Furthermore, if you're interested, you can see how this process is currently proceeding. It's in the early stages, but if you scan that QR code, it takes you to a live liquidity dashboard that will show you all of the order books and pairings that are active on Basic Swap right now, including the order books, volumes, depths, spreads. It will show you and any potential market maker or liquidity provider where the opportunities lie. And if you wish to be a market maker or liquidity provider for Basic Swap, we encourage you to install Basic Swap Desktop and run a node, because you will be able to provide liquidity without any third-party fees. However, if the requirements of running a node are daunting to you, you are also welcome to go to wizardswap.io and create an account. That is a custodian way of providing liquidity to the Basic Swap network. Anyway, how did we actually do this? 3 engineering moves. Pre-signing of transactions. Makers on the Basic Swap network, whenever they create offers on the order books, are actually creating a template of instructions for a given atomic swap on a given pairing at given rates. These templates are signed by the maker, and they sit on the Basic Swap order books awaiting a corresponding signature from a taker, a bid. If the taker on Basic Swap Mobile signs onto that bid, i.e. makes an offer, that sequence of steps will proceed in an automated fashion, meaning as soon as the taker is bid, they can switch off Basic Swap Mobile, they can switch off their app, they can switch off their phone and go do something else. The utilization of Electrum Light clients, Electrum servers, means that we can effectively use a network of block explorers to ensure that on Basic Swap Mobile, the taker side can verify the sequence of atomic swaps against the maker side. Any difference, and the swap does not proceed. It is the use of these blockchain explorer networks that allows us to support atomic swaps on mobile devices without having to download or synchronize entire blockchains. Furthermore, the API that connects Basic Swap Mobile to the Basic Swap network is itself decentralized. It is a stripped-down version of an SMSG node, and it interacts directly with the Basic Swap network, with no reliance on third parties. Thus, we can guarantee decentralization, privacy, and security. All of it on a phone. Convenient, light, portable, decentralized, private, and secure. Reaching a far larger audience with no standalone install, enabling users to swap from anywhere using a device in their pocket with no trade-offs versus the desktop version. We believe this will drive mass adoption of private, secure, non-custodial swaps on mobile devices. And if you're wondering when all of this is going to occur, it's already happening. We are in the final stages of implementing phase 1 of our Nexus wallet integration, and we hope we will have it released by the end of summer. This will come as a swap service that enables atomic swaps for Bitcoin and Litecoin. The second phase will include atomic swaps for Litecoin and Mimblewimble. The third phase will then integrate further coin pairings, and with later phases, we will implement stablecoins. Each incremental release getting better and better. So, in summary, Basic Swap Mobile is a swap protocol designed and targeted for casual end users and the retail market. It is a taker-only swap service that happens to be non-custodial, privacy-focused, and decentralized. It is accountless by nature. However, from implementation to implementation, I can tell you the Nexus wallet implementation will be accountless, but other integrating partners, the requirements may change. The same applies to coin support. And as it is a convenience service, third-party fees may also apply. That said, if you are a market maker or a liquidity provider, you can install Basic Swap Desktop. This will allow you to access full maker and taker functionality on the Basic Swap network using an interface that is free of all third-party fees and also has full decentralization, privacy, and non-custodianship, as well as being accountless with full access to all our supported pairings. Finally, if you want to find out more, that's a QR code. It leads you straight to our website. We are a community-driven project. We are dependent on donations, so if anyone wants to give us money, please, that'd be great. But seriously, if you want to find out more, that's a starting point. We also have an element channel, basicswap:/matrix.org. And if you want to look at our repos, go to our GitHub. Link is right there. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Dr. Cap, everybody, and I said this last year, I feel like I'm going to remember to do it this year. I want to get a video of Dr. Cap giving me a testimonial on my website because I feel like anything he says in his accent has credibility. Do y'all feel like that? It's just like, yes, I want to do these swap decks. This is exactly what I want on my desktop and this mobile. Thank you, Dr. Cap. That's awesome. And so just like he is the voice of truth. I feel like the male Siri voice should be Dr. Cap's voice to give me directions on my GPS and whatnot. Anyway, it's awesome. We're up to about 2,000, 2,500 on Twitter or so. Thank y'all for joining us. We're exactly right on schedule here at the 2026 Litecoin Summit here in Amsterdam. So thank you to Antpool and Bitmain and Pepecoin for sponsoring this event. Without these guys, we wouldn't have been able to do anything like this. It's very exciting. Remember, next year you can sponsor my hat, and I'll wear a hat for your company while we're on stage. It'll only be a lot of money to do that. And you'll have to make 2 checks, one out to Litecoin and then one under the table directly to me that they won't know about and that will not be tax deductible in any way, shape, or form. I will also take payment in Litecoin and or poker chips. So we're in Nashville next year, though, I think, so I'm not sure they have casinos. So anyway, Aztec Amaya is our next speaker, and he's going to talk about the heart of Web3, and I've gotten to know him over the last 2 conferences, and he's just a wonderful, wonderful guy to hang out with and his lovely family. And Aztec wears many hats at Lunar Digital Assets, LDA, serving as Chief Strategy Officer in this role and across strategy, marketing, community, and incubation efforts. He has contributed to scaling several high-impact blockchain projects. As co-founder of LitVM, a proud sponsor of our summit, he helps build an EVM-compatible Layer 2 for Litecoin, bringing DeFi, real-world assets, RWAs, AI capabilities, and advanced zero-knowledge tech to a decentralized hard money ecosystem, helping kick off what he calls the hard money Web3 rebellion. Please welcome Aztec Amaya.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Aztec, LitVM co-founder. First off, I just want to say thank you to the Litecoin Foundation. I don't think they get enough credit. You know, they put this all together, and I just want to say shout out to all of you guys. Shout out to Charlie Lee. He's the GOAT. and we're building on the shoulders of giants. So shout out to all of you guys. Also, a good friend of mine, David Shorts. Yeah, they deserve it. David Shorts is an advisor of LitVM. There's been some tough times, when you're building things, and I just want to say thank you to him as a good friend. He's really giving me good wisdom during this journey. So, let's see. I think press the green button. Okay. Yeah, it's nice. I love Amsterdam. It's a beautiful city. It's nice to be here with all of you guys. I've had such an absolute blast. It's my first time in Europe, and just getting to meet everyone and experience a new culture has been great. Pressing the green button, but it's not a... Oh, okay. No worries. I'm not much of a public speaker. My co-founder, Rock, is the very eloquent guy. He reminds me of Dr. Cap.
You can hear my mic. Can you hear me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just had a technical difficulty. They got the wrong slides up there. It was partly my fault, so I'm just apologize for that.
There we go.
Perfect.
Awesome. Here we are, guys. Litecoin's virtual machine, hard money Web3. That's our tagline. So we're taking the hardest money ready for innovation, which is Litecoin, and we're pairing it with Web3 innovation. We're powered by ZKLTC. So we're unleashing Litecoin's potential. Think about it, if you guys all probably know Litecoin, it's cryptocurrency. You can send it, you can receive it. Charlie Lee integrated MWeb extension block technology back in 2022, so now you have optional privacy. But it does not have programmability. And if you want to do more complex things with Litecoin, you either have to trust some type of custodian or centralized party. And a lot of institutions, a lot of people in the cypherpunk movement, they don't want to do that. They want to own their asset and use it however they want. So essentially what we're doing is we're adding that layer. We're a Litecoin layer 2, fully endorsed by Charlie Lee and the Litecoin Foundation. And now, with also our testnet live, you can use Litecoin trustlessly using ZK technology in Web3. And I'll get into a little bit of that in a bit. But I get this question all the time, why Litecoin? Because, people tell me, well, it's a Dino coin and all this stuff. Well, there's a lot about Litecoin that people don't know. It's I say GTI, which is growth, trust, and innovation. So if you look at it as a network, it's been running flawlessly for over 14 years. So it has a lot of trust, plenty of innovation over the years. Really, a lot of the innovation that happened in Litecoin were later adopted by Bitcoin. And as a network, it just continues to grow as an ecosystem. You guys have seen, all the builders all around the world in this kind of cypherpunk movement, I call it the decentralized freedom community, all coming together and building different things, and Litecoin is a part of it. So Litecoin is really, truly a very innovative asset and network. And if you look at the on-chain stats, from inception, they're all up and to the right. You have your, the transactions and even like the network itself with hash rate, it just continues to grow. So it's a very robust network. If you look at layer 2s, there are many Ethereum layer 2s, there are many Bitcoin layer 2s. We're the first Litecoin layer 2. So here's our team. You guys know me, Rock, Richard, Shane. These individuals, we've worked together for a long time. We have, Marty was talking to me, he kind of announced Lunar Digital Assets. That's our full stack blockchain venture studio. We've had many successes over the years. We incubated Polygon, QuickSwap, and we've had many unicorns. We're bringing all of this experience to Litecoin. Also, you see Yago here from Bitcoin OS. He and his team are pioneers on the Bitcoin ZK side of things. And they proved that you could use Bitcoin trustlessly on Cardano a while back. We're essentially just modifying that technology for Litecoin. And of course, you got the GOAT, Charlie Lee, is an advisor. David Short's another advisor. These are good friends. David Chaum, he's the godfather of cryptography. We get to bounce things off of him. A lot of his early work actually led to Bitcoin. And I know earlier in the time here at Litecoin Summit, we were talking about like quantum resistance and all this stuff. He's actually working on that stuff, and I'm trying to get him to get things on the Litecoin side as well. And then we also have many other partners that are looking at quantum resistance as well, which will you'll get involved with LitVM later. But then Michael Turpin as well is another advisor. His PR firm did the PR for Ethereum ICO and Tether ICO. So they call him the godfather of crypto. So we have a really great team, a lot of experience. And the main point is this is all coming to Litecoin, so we're really excited about that. So we are the first trustless Litecoin virtual machine, and this is a great way to kind of visualize how we sit in this modular world of all these different technologies and stacks and virtual machines. But essentially, LitVM is built directly on top of Litecoin. You don't need a hard fork or soft fork. It's kind of an elegant modular stack that enables you to add utility to Litecoin without changing the decentralization or anything about Litecoin, all the great work that Charlie Lee and all the his team has done over the years. But it also connects Litecoin to all of Web3, so Ethereum land and the rest of the UTXO innovations. So we are a specialized chain, and we will have focus areas. I think a lot of the critiques for layer 2s, from Vitalik and such, are that some of these chains are too general and they don't have like a real focus. Well, we have this focus, so we'll be building yield, DeFi kind of layer for Litecoin. So now in the future you'll be able to trustlessly have Litecoin, get a yield on your assets. Also, we'll be able to pair different strategies with real-world asset strategies and the whole agentic movement. And also, this was just recently, I think it was yesterday, kind of lost on what is what, traveling and everything, but we recently announced Silent Swap. So Abraham was on a panel yesterday. And so we're also building out a privacy layer on top of LitVM. And this will enable, like if people want to trade their dirty fiat stable coins for some real freedom money, you'll be able to do that privately. You can, easily, swap for, some X stable coin for Litecoin in the future privately on LitVM. Here's another visualization. So it's a modular stack. You have all these pieces. On the Ethereum side, you have, Arbitrum, Espresso. All this means really is that you have the most performant stack, the most decentralized stack on the kind of like EVM side of things. And then we have Bitcoin OS, which is enabling Litecoin to trustlessly be used in Web3. And there's more partners coming. I can't announce everything, but more coming soon. All the Litecoin native assets will essentially be able to live trustlessly on LitVM in the future. So not just LTC, but runes and ordinals. And I actually have, you guys probably know Craig or Bits from Litecoin Foundation and just with the Litecoin trading cards. I have his God Mode ordinal card here. Essentially, you'll be able to take ordinals and ZK them over to LitVM in the future, and he has a game that he's building. So there's a whole ecosystem of really fun things, and these other Litecoin native assets will be able to live on the L2 as well, trustlessly. Now, what's really interesting is LitVM, it has its own token, and if you stake the token, it enables you to have governance participation in the Litecoin ecosystem, and if you stake the token, you also be able to get basically rewards from the different layers of LitVM, so whether that's sequencer fees, the DeFi layer, different strategies that we're curating specifically for Litecoin, this all kind of feeds back to the LitVM stakers. We will have, we've been working in many different ecosystems for a long time, and so we'll have a very unique governance model that will enable Litecoiners to essentially vote on the direction of the project, different things get funded. I hope to see, since we're allocating 51% of our LitVM tokens to the community, I hope to see the Litecoin community use these funds to also hopefully sponsor more Litecoin summits in the future, have more events, and build more technologies, see more innovation on Litecoin. So let's build together. You can scan this QR code and look at our website. We also, on that website, have a lot of our Litecoin research, and our testnet hub is there as well. So testnet is live, the technology is live. You can already use testnet Litecoin, ZK it over to LitVM testnet, and play with the dApps that are already building for Litecoin, creating new utility for Litecoin today. There's over 50 dApps in the ecosystem, and I'm so excited to see, it's not just the utility that we're creating, it's all these dApps that are also building for Litecoin. So the flywheels are really starting to take off. But the testnet is done very successfully. We haven't done any kind of incentives or anything like that. Just the Freedom community has really seen this as an opportunity and sees that this can be really useful technology on top of Litecoin. And so we've seen over 80 million transactions already on the testnet in a couple months. I think close to 5 million wallets last I checked. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions or go from here if you like. Anyone have any questions? Josh.
All the problems in DeFi recently around hacks and security breaches, how do you guys think about kind of security for all the bridges that we're bringing together into the kind of ecosystem? And moving forward for DeFi generally, what do we need to do to secure the ecosystem?
It's a really good question. So Josh is asking about security, and in Web3, you've probably heard, there's different types of hacks, there's different vulnerabilities and things like that. I like to say first it starts off with every individual. No matter whatever type of technology you're using, if it's a new project, a new exchange, a new cold storage wallet, you always have to do your own due diligence, and you have to figure out whether you trust that application or tool or whatever. But then second to that, as an ecosystem, we take it very seriously, and so we are working with auditing firms to try to get deals to work with a lot of the ecosystem, and we're already working in kind of creating funnels and spotlights for these projects, but also kind of incubating some of these projects in a way. And ourselves, the technology we're building, we are also we'll have multiple audits over time. I think we're kind of heading. This is not public, but we're heading into our second audit very soon. So basically, we're doing everything you can to ensure that the ecosystem is as safe as possible and that the technology we're building is as safe as possible. Kyle.
I understand you're doing very, very well with testnet.
Yes, sir.
What's the time frame? When will we see mainnet? Will it be this year? What's the time frame?
Yeah, Flippin' Finance, he's probably watching. I seen him do some content. He keeps doing the videos like, when mainnet? Yeah, we're getting a lot of that. So to Josh's question also, we're trying to be very methodical about what we're doing. We want to make Charlie proud. We want to make sure, because Litecoin, the L1, has run flawlessly for over 14 years, so we can't just drop something and kind of move fast and break things kind of things. So we're being very methodical about our approach to deploying. To answer your question, it should happen sooner than people think. We have one more integration, which wasn't discussed, and it'll come soon. And this helps with decentralization at the sequencer level, so maybe that's a little hint. And after that, we'll go to our second audit, and technically after that, we can go to mainnet. So if you know, audits generally take a month to 2 months, can be longer, and integration takes so long. So I'll give that as a hint. I hope very soon and in this year, but I know my team's going to shoot me for saying that much. Lotion.
What do you think is the most unique or interesting thing that you know
What's the most unique thing for LitVM and Litecoin? In my opinion, because it's going to be different. There's projects like Midas that are building on top of LitVM, and it's a prediction markets, and there's going to be specific LTC markets, so you'll be able to use your Litecoin in prediction markets. Some people really want to speculate on macro, and so it really depends on the person. But for me, I'm a big Litecoin holder. I want to earn yield on my Litecoin. And I think, a lot of institutions we're speaking to, as institutions kind of tip, their toe further into the crypto waters, you've seen all the awesome stuff that Strategy's done with Bitcoin, Tom Lee talking about Ethereum. Well, now, with programmability for LTC, you'll be able to use it as gas on LitVM. It becomes a productive asset. You'll be able to stake it. You'll be able to do different types of DeFi and RWA strategies. That's what's most interesting to me. So we're working with different curators to build those out, and we're talking to a lot of our partners to make sure that we get those right. That's what I'm most excited about, Lotion. But it's going to be different for everyone. And also, Abraham here, that partnership, the whole privacy layer, I'm a huge cypherpunk nerd. So I believe in privacy, decentralization. So I'm really excited to see the Web3 side of the privacy side, because Litecoin already has privacy with MWeb extension block at the layer 1. But while you're playing on the layer 2 and Web3, you also be able to use privacy. So there's actually, I could keep going on all the things I'm excited about, but those are some of the things there. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
So you said it's a stack-based structure, right? Bitcoin,
Modular.
Bitcoin OS, you have the Espresso, the Arbitrum, Orbit, these kinds of software on which you are building with LitVM. How do you coordinate with the development communities of those other initiatives? How do you maintain the software, integrate their contributions, and generally how do you coordinate that?
Yeah, it's a lot of work. I wear many hats. Basically, the question is how do you coordinate between all these different modular stacks and teams? And so our venture studio back in the day incubated Polygon. We have a lot of experience with a lot of moving parts, and so we're essentially just taking that experience. We have many different types of ways to communicate with all these teams. We put the teams together. There's a lot of research and development, a lot of communication. Communication and listening is some of the most important things you can do. As a builder, you think you know everything, you don't. And so I do a lot of listening, consulting, putting people together, putting brilliant minds, much smarter than myself together. And so with a lot of communication, we basically have all these different teams speaking to each other. And that's essentially how it works. It's just communication, just reaching out, making sure people are all on the same page. And it's not that easy. It's a lot of work.
LitVM, everybody. If you check out their logo, it just hit me in one fell swoop here. The V and the M in the absent space. The V is in the absent space, and the M is like floating over the V diagonally up and to the right. I just think I like logos, so it's just kind of a cool thing to see the V and the M and the LiteVM logo. We appreciate their sponsorship. Heritage Auctions is another sponsor, along with MoonPay and Cake Wallet. So they're making this thing possible. And are we set up? We're good. Everything's great here. So we're just going to move right on. Moderator is going to be Jay Milla. Jay leads all marketing and communication efforts as director at the Litecoin Foundation, coming from a diverse background, from working in production in London, being a publisher in New York, to working directly with all major Hollywood studios and networks on their marketing campaigns in LA, as well as co-founding the New Worlds Institute, which is devoted to expanding humanity's presence into space. Jay was born in Micronesia, grew up in Europe, and now resides in Southern California. And it was my honor and privilege to share a rickshaw with him for 20 minutes out of the city the other night. And if you get a chance to spend 5 minutes talking to Jay, he's going to just drop like a nothing little story about his past with you. It's like 30 seconds. He's just talking about his life. And it's like, yeah, when he met with SpaceX and launched a rocket to the moon with Elon Musk and whatnot. He's just a really humble dude, great guy. Please welcome Jay Milla.
Give a big round of applause to Marty. Thank you very much for being here at the summit again. He makes it look easy, but if you've ever seen this guy get ready, he tries on hats like an old woman trying on dresses over and over and over again. So welcome to the privacy panel. I know that I've talked to a bunch of you over the last day or so about privacy and getting your viewpoints, and I think this is a panel everybody, particularly these people that are on stage, have a very heartfelt and almost fear of where the world is going. So I'll start with, before 2026, there was one of the most successful and innovative venture capitalist companies said that 2026 was going to be the year of privacy. That was met with a huge round of applause, especially people from our various industries. But it's not exactly working out that way. It's the year of privacy in a very, very different way, and I think that's what we're here to talk about and what we're going to get to. So we are in Europe, and the EU has had some very particular stances as of late. It seems like daily information is coming out that changes our whole perspective on whether or not we're winning this race. So I will get to it by having each one of our panelists introduce themselves, and if Riggs, you want to kick us off?
Yeah. Hey guys, I am Riggs. I'm a very crypto native person. Like my whole life became crypto. I was studying economics and philosophy, discovered blockchain, wrote my thesis on it, and since the last 5 years I've been working on it. I wear two hats. I'm head of partnerships at OnRamper, where we aggregate fiat to crypto on-ramps, bringing all the on-ramps around the world together in one solution. If you have used Trust Wallet, Exodus, Coinbase, there is a high chance you've already used us. And my second hat is something I like about privacy. I've read the book Sovereign Individual, kind of motivated me, which is I'm now DeFi strategist for Zcash community grants. We are basically supporting and promoting more privacy in blockchains. And thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Alexis Roussel. I'm from NIM. So I came to Bitcoin in very early for privacy. Actually, that was the reason I came there, because I was trying to find a way I could spend money online without giving my whole other data, my whole metadata and digital footprint to the world, and having my name on a credit card. So just sending a transaction, even though it was transparent, it was not private, the transaction itself, but the fact that I could just like send money and that's it, that was a change break. Really a big change for me. So that's why I moved into the crypto space since early, and I worked at a broker that I set up and in Switzerland, and now I work at NIM, which we're creating a privacy layer on the network level. So not on the transaction level, not inside the blockchain, but basically like between the servers who are actually communicating and the wallets. We are integrated into Edge Wallet, for example. You can use the NIM Mixnet to obfuscate your traces. So we're building basically, we're the largest privacy infrastructure that can build anonymity in addition to privacy.
My name is Diego Salazar of Monero fame. You may or may not have heard of me. I'm a small fish in a small pond, but I own CipherStack and Stack Wallet, who is not a sponsor, but maybe one day if we get big enough. I have been doing privacy stuff for almost 10 years. It is like one of my singular focuses, and my wife kicks me in the shins like, shut up about privacy. So they're like, Diego, we got to get you on here in this stupid privacy panel. I'm like, I'll talk until you tell me to shut up. But I am just like super, super into, if there is a privacy innovation in the past like 5 years, I try to get me or my team's fingers inside of it in some capacity, because it's just the most exciting thing in the world to me. And yeah, I'm the loser that says that unironically. So,
hi, my name's Abraham. I'm the head of product at SoundSwap. We've been building in the privacy space for about 3 to 4 years now, mainly like deep R&D and trying to provide programmatic privacy to existing non-private blockchains. So it's been a pretty long journey, and we've crossed many difficult problems. Our main thing is also like trying to provide compliant privacy, and like these things weren't even like spoken in the same sentence previously. But we were able to do that on Ethereum and over 50 other chains providing that, because we know that institutions would never use it otherwise.
So first question is for everybody. We kind of live in a new age right now. When we all landed in Amsterdam, I don't think any of you live here, we were on camera. And we have been on camera pretty much anytime we were on the street. I had an interesting conversation with my friend Rogerio the other day, and he showed me the cameras that were looking at me. But when it's in a little bit more in our industry, you know, finance is evolving, and what concerns do we as consumers face in the digital finance realm? Are we, you know, we're the blockchain facilitators, we're fixing the system or disrupting it, or is it something else? What are the real concerns when it comes to digital finance, and what are the things that we need to do?
I can take this. So there is a high chance I'm biased, and I might say privacy is one of the things which is missing. But before that, I have a small story. When I was in college, it's like 200 meters far from here. If you go outside in the metro, you'll see a big company called Adyen. It's one of the biggest financial companies in the world. I used to be their AML analyst. And we do think our transactions are private, like when you swipe your card. It was not to me. For me, it was all public. I could see what you were eating, what you were ordering, who came to your house and used your Wi-Fi to order Uber. Everything was public. Because as an AML analyst, we get this information. And I saw the power of this, but the consequences came when my girlfriend was also in the same team. So I've lived in this world where all people around me basically can see everybody's transactions. And I can tell you, I don't think we adopt a world where everybody uses a system which is completely transparent. So your second question is if we're disrupting it or fixing it. I think both. I think, first of all, it's not the question about transparent versus private. I think for the last 15 years, we've spent the time to educate the world about open source permissionless systems. The world is not used to it. I mean, it took FTX and Mt. Gox for people to realize what is self-custody. So we are still educating, and I think transparent blockchains were the step one to make sure the world can trust the blockchains. We now have 15 years of battle-tested. Satoshi's coins are not hacked yet. And Mythos is poking holes in every kind of software we are building. So the next stage is privacy. So now we can move towards where people can understand how this tech works. They can understand what they'll have to give up to achieve their privacy. But now we are there to move to the stage of privacy. So when you said this is the year of privacy, I think now we have reached that trust threshold that people now trust enough. Like there is $33 trillion of stablecoin being exchanged just last year. So people trust these systems. So that's what I feel where we are. And the next step is to get privacy. And I think we'll get it.
Anything anybody else wants to add?
Yeah, I think the problem is like two different sides, right? One from the consumer side where, yeah, you probably don't want to share your like credit card information to everybody or like where you're spending your money. And like the other side of it is like big institutions rely on information asymmetry. Okay, that's how funds have edge, right? It's not, I mean, I know, I can explain to you how trading works on a fundamental level, but I could never, like, I'm a very bad trader on paper, and that's because I don't have the information to win certain trades, right? But that information asymmetry is like essentially the backbone of Wall Street. It's the backbone of like world economics. So that's going to be essential for these institutions to adopt this technology, right? And they're already adopting it, but even then, it's like we're still just scraping the surface in terms of volume, in terms of like real world assets on chain, stable coins, all of it's just scraping the surface still, so.
I just want to go on the incentive part. Like you were saying, okay, you're walking the street and you have security cameras everywhere, so basically you have no privacy, right? But what is the incentive for the people? Like, what is the relationship with the people with these cameras? And most of the people say, well, more cameras, more security, and that's like a pretty direct, in their minds, consequence. When you are and there's like, and everyone is like treated kind of the same way. Anyone who's walking the street has the same cameras on their eyes. When you're in doing financial transactions, you have, in reality, I think, a much different type of incentive. So most of us come, especially from the cypherpunk world, we come from the same thing about the incentive, about the reason about security. People tell us we monitor your transaction for security reasons and for AML, whatever, and we say, well, actually that's like too much. We don't agree on this. But this is not how history is going to like evolve into privacy, because there's much bigger incentives for people. So imagine when you're in a world where all your transactions are transparent, all your digital footprint, not just your transaction, but everything is transparent, then anyone who's observing you will capture a lot of value from you. So it could be just like, of course, the first capture that can happen is for advertisement, right? We're going to profile you and make an ad. But it can be, of course, a state who wants to surveil you, but actually the biggest problem will be like a big corporation that will actually suck in your profile and use it to make their own products and actually extract value. So you can even quantify this extraction that happens. Take Uber, for example. Uber, the driver has like a grand app that he can use, organized by someone who's watching the whole network. The tax is 30% or 25%, something like this. So eventually, the businesses who will adopt privacy measures will actually hide themselves from competition, from value extraction from other, and will have a better chance to strive in the future. So there will be, I think, a natural selection towards privacy-oriented businesses, because this will be the only way to protect your own competence and your own value inside your business.
I know we have more questions, so I'll be quick. But I want to poke on that word that you said in this digital world. And that's the scariest word for me, because at no other time in history has it been so fast to have your information leaked to so many people all at once, all over the world. You know, if you are in older times, you know, if your information gets out, it's pretty concentrated to where you are locally. It can still be a danger, especially because people that are local can come beat you up and take your money. But now, you know, that same information can go all around the world. And all of a sudden, you're not just worried about local people coming and beating you up. There's hackers out there 3 countries over that also want your money. And so there are actual costs, not just incentives to have privacy, but costs to not having it, that you will never see that are out there right now, potentially looking at your information to see if you are a target worth targeting, if you'll excuse my lack of poetry. And when we're talking about digital financialization, you're looking at a threat model of the entire world now, which is not something that people really think about. They just, they think about somebody coming and taking the cash from their wallet. That's kind of a mugging, but there's a digital version of mugging. And yes, everybody's heard of hackers, but it's not real until it happens to you, and there's no recourse. You go to the police and they go, "We have no idea, buddy." So there's like real costs to not having privacy that is just so abstract that the common person isn't even going to be thinking about it or fighting for it, which means it's up to the people that are thinking about it to say, we need to make this safe, because the costs of getting this wrong is that somebody puts their money into something like cryptocurrency, Litecoin or whatever, something gets stolen, and they write off the entire industry. And they'll tell their friends, "I tried this, man. It's not safe," is what they're gonna say. It's not safe, the whole thing isn't safe. And they torch our entire industry because those of us that know better can't make privacy simple for them. And I'll shut up.
And I'll add one more thing to that, is that it's data that's being collected and sold to a third party on top of all of that. And I'll use that as a lead-in because it's time to take the gloves off right now. I know I kind of, each one of you in your respective jobs and roles and what you do, I think you could add that you each are solving a little piece or a lot of it in some respects, giving a solution. So I'd like each of you to add to that, but kind of in the context of, we're in the age of privacy and infiltration, age verifications, data centers that are collecting everything, the idea that surveillance as default, it's exploding more and more into our lives. So what do we do? Do we scan eyeballs, or do we ZK-proof everything? Are we effed, or are we optimistic? And I think we could answer this in two ways. One is our own opinion, which I'd like to hear, but also touch on each one of you in your roles of what you do, what you solve, what you provide, what service is there. So why don't you start, Abraham?
Yeah, thinking about that, it's kind of doomsday-ish right now, especially with everything that's happening with AI. I have recently played around with de-anonymizing anonymity sets with AI, and it's a bit grim, but I would say, just speaking, you can start with financial privacy. Most privacy starts with something called digital hygiene. Okay, just start by crossing your T's, dotting your I's in your day-to-day life. That means your password shouldn't be password. You shouldn't share your location. Even at the airport, when they are scanning your face, you have the option to say no to that, and you don't have to agree to all the defaults. Although some of them may add convenience to your life, as much as it sounds like it's difficult, it's still, a lot of it is still in your hands, right? As an individual, and you just have to choose otherwise, right? It really, they're using security cameras, and then they say, "Oh, it's for our security," and then they say other things like scanning our face at the airport, and they say it's for our convenience, and they say it's you, it's on you, it's on you, it's on you, right? So if that's true, actually, use what's been given to you, use the options that have been given to you. Don't be lazy, and definitely protect yourself as much as you can, right? So, and use financial privacy tools like SilentSwap, of course, right?
So I'm going to speak on the, what do I specifically do? So like I said at the beginning, I own CipherStack, which is a design, development, infrastructure, and research firm. And I started it because, and we're small, we're a team of 12 people. I started it because I noticed that in the Monero community, it was very difficult for people to actually do things like pay their taxes or get an apartment. Monero has a community crowdfunding system where people can donate to get projects off the ground. But there were researchers, PhDs, that were working consistently, quarterly, for those things. And the apartment complexes want a proof of employment. And they just can't get that, right, from the Monero community, because the Monero is not like a foundation, or it doesn't have any of that kind of stuff. And so these people were starting to leave. We were seeing a brain drain in the privacy sector. And I said, somebody's got to stop this. So I'm not independently wealthy. I had very little plan for actually making money, but I said, okay, I'm going to start a little LLC. I brought on my first cryptographer, and I myself am a UI UX designer. Haven't gone under yet in about 5 years, so here's hoping that we keep going. And it's a lot of fun. And so kind of to answer that question, the team that I have built, I have 4 cryptographers on staff, so we are literally on the bleeding edge of like everything privacy. But then I also have a team of designers, because what good is all the math if we can't get people to actually use it, and if it's too complicated to use? So we do everything from the math portion to the, okay, now we've got to implement it, I've got coders, and then now we have to make it usable. And I think that's the pipeline that has to be the through line through absolutely everything. The math has to be good. The implementation has to actually match the math. And then it has to be usable by normal people. And if you fail at any single one of those pieces, the whole thing collapses. So I think that's, we're trying to do that best we can in a teeny tiny little team that we have. And I think that's probably one of our biggest little contributions.
Yeah, we're counting on you guys to solve this. Alexis?
Yeah. So I'm doing two things, because like when you're talking about surveillance, there's this very interesting fact, is that it's actually a kind of combination of work between the governments and the big corporations, right? They team up in a really weird way. It's called surveillance capitalism. It has been framed like this. And so even though you're right, you say, oh, sometimes you have the choice and you should use it. But in reality, you see that in many places, this choice is either constrained or you don't really have it, right? Like a government would make a digital ID. It says it has zero knowledge proof where you can share only your age in a hidden way. But in reality, they will force you to use a Google phone. And so it wouldn't work in Graphene OS. And then you would go to the bank, and they would ask for any information anyway. So your digital footprint is already out. So there is for me, two axes to work on. One is technical, and one is like legal, political, let's say. On the legal side, what I've been doing is I've been pushing for like digital rights in Switzerland, because I'm in Switzerland. And I've been achieving already to set a very new right, which is like coming from the crypto scene into the Swiss constitutions. And we already have 2 constitutions where you have your individual rights on digital integrity, like your physical integrity, you have mental integrity, and you have your digital integrity. And it kind of like basically says very simply is like, as a human person, also digitally, like the government should not touch you, should not harm you, right? And the surveillance, collecting data, is a type of harm on the person. So it's kind of like flipping the argument. And it has like some very small consequences right now in Switzerland. And I think the biggest consequences, and it's not just for us, also for the old elderly people, which love this thing, is the right for an offline life. And the right for an offline life means that when you go to the agent of like your administration, they cannot force you to have a digital conversation with them. They should always like provide you a physical alternative. Of course, they will have computers behind the scene, but your interaction, you should be able to use it to be physical. And that's important for me as a computer freak, because I want to use digital services, but I don't want to use their protocol, which is flawed, right? I want to use privacy-enhanced systems. So that's what I'm doing on one side, and then there's the technical side, of course, like giving companies, giving people, trying to get to the point where I think with privacy on the network, to have like default privacy on the network, we want to try to reach this TLS moment, you know? So like in the late 90s or early 2000s, I remember, you had this TLS moment where, which was the biggest privacy achievement in the history of internet, I think, where you had this like move from HTTP to HTTPS, where you had end-to-end encryption for the communication of your web browsing, but it was not pushed by people. It was pushed by the browsers, which at one point said, well, okay, we're actually all coming together as browsers, and we say now we're not going to accept any transparent communication anymore. So it was the industry. Of course, when it comes to financial things, it's much more complicated because the actual industry, like banks and even like big crypto exchanges, whatever, they are forced by law to look at the data and to be transparent. So they don't have the same leverage. But I think we can at one point achieve this kind of like TLS moment for anonymity and having the whole network move into a more privacy-friendly.
Yeah, I love it. That's a really good analogy. Riggs, you want to add in?
To be really honest, I'm going to just reiterate Diego's point. If the question is, are we going to scan the eyeballs or are we going to do zero knowledge? To be honest, we might do both, or depending on the context. If the question is if you want to build a monetary system better than what we have today, then maybe zero knowledge is the way to go. Now we have tools like accelerated computing or AI, where the math, now you can do it at scale. We're already seeing at Zcash, like all the audits are now being done with the latest model. And there was a news where they found the bug as well. But thanks to that, we're now able to patch these things, which for the last 5 years, none of the humans were able to find. But yeah, I would just reiterate, I think cryptographers now have good tools to actually build what they always wanted to build.
I'd like to add, well, what's next? What is something out of each of one of our own little ecosystems that is going to be the next thing that's important? It's a kind of a hard question to answer, but is there something that you've seen either from someone else or a different company or something that's on the horizon that maybe a lot of people haven't heard of? I just heard from LitVM that they're adding an entire new privacy section for their whole Web3 initiative, and Silent Swap is the very first to be there?
Yeah, so I think to answer your question from my side, I think most L2s, not just on Litecoin, on Ethereum, on Bitcoin even, I think every single chain or side chain or public L1 even is going to have a privacy layer. Like these things are going to have to be private by default or as an option. There isn't a single private, like financial privacy tech right now that can support all the volume. It just has to be all private. And we're never going to see that full-on adoption until then. At least, it might not be private from certain governments or certain organizations, but it's going to be private to at least the public. And that's like the bare minimum to transact, right? If I go to Starbucks right now, I need to make sure that Diego here cannot track me, right?
And I'm looking.
Yeah, track my, well, that like not just tracks where I'm spending my money, but that gives my location as well. And there's just so much that can be told from someone's financial story, so.
What's next? I go back to what David Burkett, who was one of the first people to present here. Post-quantum stuff, that's very, very important. That's got to be kind of the next big thing that everyone's looking into, because all these cool solutions that we're making, a lot of them just fall apart without quantum resistance. So there's a generous or not so generous timeline depending on who you ask, but I think that's a thing that if we're not starting on now, then we're really in trouble, because a lot of those things don't just break the ability for people to not take your coins, but also a lot of privacy things, including some of the big stuff, like the Halo 2 Orchard stuff, which they say is quantum resistant, and it kind of is. And Monero's upcoming FCMP update. A lot of these things are weak to the various elements of quantum.
Yeah, I agree, and I would add to that the French authorities, or actually the French cybersecurity entity, ANSI, just said that they're going to make sure that any certification that they give out from 2027 on in the way of encryption has to have quantum resistance solved, which sounds impossible to me, but
2027 is next year.
Exactly. And they're just like, okay, if you want to deal in encryption or you have anything that's like on the encryption level, it has to be ready to go for the future.
Yeah, so for me, the next big thing is to see privacy entering into the societal debate and the political debate, and have also like utopias, vision, ideologies being built that includes privacy at its core. And I'm referencing a friend, which you might, well, first the work that we do at CCC. That's like, with Diego, we go every year at CCC. We have this space which is called
critical decentralization.
Critical decentralization, thank you, which is a place where actually like a lot of people come together and exchange ideas. So we welcome you actually at CCC in Hamburg on the last days of December. If you want to come, we'll be happy to host you there. And these are places of exchanges, and we have people close to me like Amir Taki, Rose O'Leary. They have been working on their system, which is called DarkFi, which is not just like a technical system, but it's also like building a kind of like a utopia, like a new ways of working and living with and making value in a group, like making a business, whatever, which is privacy by design, privacy friendly. So I think that's going to be like something that I hope, I mean, we will be working, we will see more and more in the public debate with some like the political change. First, it will go worse. That's the thing. First, we will go into total control and total authoritarianism. But the way out will be by movements that will master privacy.
Riggs, you got what's next?
What?
You got a what's next?
Yeah, so I think if you talk about privacy, from here, we're just going to go more people using it just because there are more people coming on chain. And this is, we are already seeing it on Ramper. Like, if I share some facts, like 2022 bear market was brutal. And since these last few months, the market has been kind of mellow. We have started noticing at on-ramper, the volumes started decoupling from the market. We are seeing more people using stable coins in LATAM, Africa, Southeast Asia. We are seeing more complex products like prediction markets, and then put agents on top built. We have tokenized equities coming. So once we have more people on chain, we have amazing service. If you've seen Near Intense, their volumes are like almost 20 billion, more than that in a month right now. So we are reaching that stage where more people, when they come on chain and then they figure out that they actually have a choice to go private. We have Litecoin launching, MWeb, there is Zcash, there is Monero. They can choose which one they like out of all the monetary systems. But I think from now on, the more people come on chain, they learn about this and they eventually choose this.
Well, we're a little bit over, so I'd like to thank our panelists for their insight, their dedication, and fighting the good fight. So a big round of applause to everybody. Thank you for being here.
Awesome. We're heading up to the first break of the day 2 here at the summit. Great job, everybody. Good to see you awake today. It's awesome. I do like talking to Jay, though, because sometimes he's from America, sometimes he's from Boston, sometimes he's from Europe with the accent. Have you noticed it comes in and out? It's just it's a fun thing. Also, in terms of privacy, I don't know if y'all share this with me. Maybe people online can relate to this. But is anybody in the boat of the camp of people that are hoping their identity gets stolen? Like, I kind of sometimes am looking at my bank statements and looking at my credit card statements and like, I think this is the time. I think this is the time when it would be advantageous for someone else to take on this burden instead of me and my wife. And like, if we got it stolen, I'd be like, look, honey, we have declined transactions all over the United States. This is great. So anyway, we're heading to the first break. When you go on the break, go out here and check out every booth. They have helped make this event amazing, and there hasn't been a lot of traffic because of how cool and elaborate this space is. So make sure you go to each person's booth and give them some love, and I'm sure they have free stuff for you. If you talk to them, they'd probably be very excited to give you free opportunities to get things from them. So just thank our sponsors and be on break, and we'll reconvene here in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
He was mining Dogecoin at the legendary Genesis block back in 2013, watching the meme economy grow from day one. Now he is returning to the roots of proof of work to build a wholesome grassroots community for the next generation. This is David Eichel, and this is Foundations by Litecoin. Welcome everybody. This is such an exciting event. Where are we? We're at Litecoin Amsterdam, and I'm sitting across from a very important guy, David from Pepecoin, the co-founder of Pepecoin. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing so great. I'm so happy to have you with me today. David, you're just like a shining light. I just like see you and I'm like, yay, David. And you know, I just think that what you're doing is so unique. And I know we're at Litecoin conference and everyone's like, Pepecoin. What's Pepecoin? What's happening here?
Yeah.
Tell us, what is Pepecoin?
Yeah, so everybody's probably heard of like Pepe on Ethereum and stuff like that. But what we're doing is we basically kind of said, okay, let's take a step back and think, how can we go back to the roots of crypto essentially? You know, Dogecoin is a super successful coin. You know, I've been with like Dogecoin. I was like a very early Dogecoin community member.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I started mining Dogecoin like in December 2013. And yeah.
That is wild.
That was like the only coin that I ever like mined. I didn't get into any other coins than that.
Wait, like people have to understand, like December 2013 was like the Genesis block.
Yeah.
Almost the Genesis block of Doge.
Dogecoin launched, I think it was on December 8th.
Yeah.
And I was mining it like, I want to say like the 12th or the 13th of December.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die. That is so crazy. Continue.
Yeah. So basically, essentially, I, was involved in the Dogecoin community just as a community member, like since the very beginning. So I've watched Dogecoin go from, the very first like week to where it is now.
That's so nuts. Imagine when Elon first tweeted about it. How did you feel when he tweeted about Doge?
It was crazy. I was like super excited. I was like, whoa.
I can't even imagine. That's crazy.
Yeah. The community of Dogecoin, like people don't understand, like the community is just amazing. A lot of people kind of associate Dogecoin with like the Elon coin, right? But the community of Dogecoin has always been incredible. And so the Dogecoin community really inspired me to create a Pepecoin, like a kind of like a Dogecoin inspired Pepecoin, where the community for Pepe would just be like this wholesome community of people who just want to mine Pepe and they want to teach, because it's a POW coin, right? And so what we do is we create an environment where people like teach other new people that are into crypto, like how to mine, like how to get into crypto, how to, get your cold storage wallet set up and everything like that. We really just want to be like this welcoming community of people for the Pepe meme, right? So kind of like a Dogecoin, but of the Pepe meme. That was kind of like the vision from the start.
When did you launch Pepecoin?
So Pepecoin was 100% fairly launched, and it was launched on January 30th, 2024.
Wow.
So
she's fresh.
Yeah. So just about 2.5 years now. So
wow.
Yeah, it's fairly recent.
That's incredible. And how did you feel about launching a brand new proof of work coin in the year of 2024 that hasn't been intimidating because Doge is like over 10 years old at that point. Yeah. Litecoin's over 10 years old. Bitcoin, the OG, of course.
Mm-hmm. So I've never launched a coin before. I've never launched a token. I've never made people are launching like coins all the time, like on Ethereum and Solana. I'd never done that. Never, ever. So I was just kind of, if you imagine like a Dogecoin community member, they're just like, just like riding the Dogecoin wave for like 10 years. And then they're like, oh, I kind of want to make a coin. That was kind of me. I was kind of naive in all of this. So I was just like, I just kind of want to make a Pepe coin that's like Dogecoin. And I launched it and was kind of thrusted in because I'm like the co-founder. I was just kind of thrusted into that. And it's kind of blown up a little bit. And there's so many people like in the community now. I've just slowly, because the way that the structure of the coin works, it's actually a lot like Dogecoin. So it was me and my brother who co-founded the coin. And then as the Discord kind of blew up and the Reddit blew up and everything, what we did was we took like the most passionate community members and we just kind of picked them and they said, we were like, do you want to join the team? Right?
Grassroots.
Yeah. So the team is actually like a global team of people who are just very passionate about Pepecoin.
Wow.
So we have people from Canada, the United States, China. We've had people who helped us that lived in Australia, Europe. So we're just like a completely global like project and stuff. And it's actually a lot like Dogecoin, where people just come in and volunteer and help and stuff.
So beautiful. I love a community effort. And one thing that sticks out about Pepecoin is the fact that you guys are merge mineable.
Yeah.
And explain like really simply, as if like I'm 5 years old, for the audience, for people that may not know, what is merge mining and why is that important to cryptocurrencies? I feel like it's essential.
Yeah. So the problem with a lot of new coins is that they kind of like tend to die out. And the reason why they do that is because mining is an essential thing for a POW coin. If you don't have miners, then your coin just doesn't work, right? Transactions have to be mined, blocks have to be mined for transactions to go through. And essentially like what can happen is the price can go down of your coin and then mining activity slows down and it's just kind of the spiral, right? And a lot of POW coins have kind of suffered from that fate.
Absolutely.
And so when we have first started, one of the most important things, and you wouldn't think that like a meme coin, this would be important to a meme coin, but one of the important things that, I kind of wanted was a coin that was very secure. Like it just worked. And so I thought, Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
Absolutely.
And so I was like, let's make a coin that's merge mineable with Litecoin and Dogecoin because, everybody knows that Litecoin and Dogecoin are like merge mineable. They can mine them together. But what a lot of people don't know is that merge mining is, you can do it with more than 2 chains, right? So you can.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Yeah. It's really like for like 10 years or whatever, it's just been like Litecoin and Dogecoin mined together and that's it. And it was just kind of like this, everybody knew that it was just like Litecoin and Dogecoin and that's it, right? But what we've shown is that you can add another chain, Pepecoin, to it and get the same security benefits that Dogecoin has.
Yeah.
And so Pepecoin, despite being so new, only 2.5 years old, is actually one of the most secure POW chains that is currently operating right now.
That's amazing. And so if someone wants to get involved in Pepecoin, maybe buy it, start mining it, very simply, where do we go to get that information or the access to the community?
Right. So if you want to mine Pepecoin, you can use any Dogecoin or Litecoin miner to mine it. You just go sign up on any of the major pools, and those you can actually find all the pools on our website at pepecoin.com.
Perfect.
Yeah, and so you can go on there, find all of the pools, and you just need a Litecoin and Dogecoin miner and just sign up for one of those, and pretty much all of them all support Pepecoin.
That's so cool. And where can we buy it?
So you can we just got listed on Kraken.
Nice.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes, we just got listed on Kraken back in February. So you can buy us under the ticker PEP, PEP. So
little Pep and David stuff right now. He's talking about how we got listed on Kraken.
Yeah.
That is so fantastic. I absolutely love it. And what wallets can so we buy our Pepe off Kraken. Where are we putting it next?
Right. So if you go on our website, you can actually see a list of all the wallets that it's on.
Amazing.
Right. I would recommend. So we always recommend cold storage for storing your coins, right? And you can actually store Pepecoin on Tangent.
Nice.
So, so you can get a Tangent wallet and you can store it. It'll be super safe with cold storage and everything. I think it's like something like $50 or $60 to get
Tangent's really well known. So you go buy on Kraken and then you move it over to your Tangent wallet so that way it's secure, you self-custody. Right now, a lot of people are iffy in the market, and I could only imagine, Pepecoin still in its early stages, because I feel like crypto just moves very slow, even though it's been 2 years. Like, you guys are still really grinding it out. And I believe that light will come soon for us. But what do you think? Where do you think this is all going?
Yeah, so I think that, we're doing stuff like this, right? Not a lot of people are going to like conventions and stuff like that. Like we went to, we're obviously here, we have a booth at the Litecoin Summit. just a few months ago, we actually went to Bitcoin 2026 and we were there. And we had a guy in a frog suit walking around.
So funny.
And so we're kind of like, we're trying to like meet some of the big players in the industry and kind of get new partnerships and stuff going on. So we're constantly working. Doesn't matter if we're in a bear market or a bull market, we're just going full speed ahead. So yeah, we're just, super excited about Pepecoin. All we care about right now is getting as many people as we can into the Pepecoin community. So.
That's so amazing. I love the inclusivity. I love your heart, David. Like, you were just like a shining light. And I think I said that to you like yesterday. I was like, oh, you're just so fresh. Like, you're just so cool, David. And I hope that you always stay positive and keep like this bright spirit that you have. And I have respect for you grinding it out in the bear to prosper in the bull. And I really do believe you guys will prosper as an ecosystem, as a community. So thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. Is there any last thing you want to say to our audience before we head out of here?
I just say go to pepecoin.com and check us out.
Let's go, Pepecoin. All right, we're going to go have some pep in our step and hit the stage. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
He was mining Dogecoin at the legendary Genesis block back in 2013, watching the meme economy grow from day one. Now he is returning to the roots of proof of work to build a wholesome grassroots community for the next generation. This is David Eichel, and this is Foundations by Litecoin. Welcome, everybody. This is such an exciting event. Where are we? We're at Litecoin Amsterdam, and I'm sitting across from a very important guy, David from Pepecoin, the co-founder of Pepecoin. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing so great. I'm so happy to have you with me today. David, you're just like a shining light. I just like see you and I'm like, yay, David. And I just think that what you're doing is so unique. And I know we're at Litecoin conference and everyone's like, Pepecoin? What's Pepecoin? What's happening here? Tell us, what is Pepecoin?
Yeah, so everybody's probably heard of like Pepe on Ethereum and stuff like that. But what we're doing is we basically kind of said, okay, let's take a step back and think, how can we go back to the roots of crypto, essentially? Dogecoin is a super successful coin. I've been with like Dogecoin. I was like a very early Dogecoin community member.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I started mining Dogecoin like in December 2013. And yeah.
That is wild.
That was like the only coin that I ever like mined. I didn't get into any other coins than that.
Wait, like people have to understand, like December 2013 was like the Genesis block.
Yeah.
Almost the Genesis block of Doge.
So Dogecoin launched, I think it was on December 8th.
Yeah.
And I was mining it like, I want to say like the 12th or the 13th of December.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die. That is so crazy. Continue.
Yeah. So basically, essentially, I, was involved in the Dogecoin community just as a community member. Like,
I want it.
All right. Welcome back. I got to hang out a little bit with our sponsors, Heritage Auctions. And if you check out HA.com, which is a comedian, I feel like they're a natural sponsor for me. I don't know if y'all see that connection or not either, but Ha.com, I feel like is a half good sponsor for a comedian. HaHa.com being the better sponsor, but Ha.com is a pretty great sponsor for a comedian. And I have a baseball card collection, and they specialize in hard, actual product auctions, not digital. And so maybe we'll have a story next year about how they helped me auction off my Ricky Henderson rookie from 1980, or my Carl Yastrzemski rookie from 1960, or my Reggie Jackson rookie from 1969. Or if anybody watching here is interested in any of those cards, I've got a lot of other cards too. Not that I'm self-promoting or trying to benefit in any way other than Litecoin by being here, but y'all go ahead and continue your conversation. Don't worry about me being up here. It's fine. Y'all can finish. It's fine. Don't even stress. Don't stress. Finish your conversation. It's fine. There's only a few thousand people on X waiting. It's good. No, I'll wait. I'm just doing this now for X. They're probably filming you though. That'd be a good comedy cutaway to you. But it's fine. But there is actually just on the other side of that door our designed area for you to have that conversation if you wanted to, like 2 feet behind that door right there. I'm just teasing y'all. I mean, I'm being dead serious, but welcome back to Amsterdam Litecoin Summit 2026. I'm honored to be here. It's very exciting stuff that's happening. All this privacy stuff, it's a little bit of whiplash, I'm not gonna lie. We could probably do the ordering of this thing a little more strategic. It's like, the world is ending, your privacy is stolen. And then the next person is like, our privacy product is gonna make sure you never have anything stolen. And then the next person is like, the world is gonna end tomorrow. And the next person is like, everything is great. But anyway, Xanax is a sponsor this year. I'm kidding, we couldn't get them. So, but you can't get them on the street in Amsterdam though. That's really easy. But anyway, Heritage Auction, check them out, ha.com. And now we're gonna get to hear from our founder. Alan is gonna interview Charlie, and it's just gonna be awesome. A real fireside chat, intimate time with Charlie. Be thinking of good questions you could have by the end of it, because we're only gonna have time for a couple of questions. And if you get a chance to ask a question to Charlie and you ask something stupid, I'm probably just gonna make fun of you at the end of it. So you've been warned and you like that, so now just be thinking of something cool to say. Please welcome Alan and Charlie up here now.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hey, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Hi, Charlie.
Hey.
How are you?
Good.
Good. So, yeah, we thought we'd kind of do things a little bit differently. What I'm going to do is ask just a few questions that I'm genuinely curious about. I think most of you would be as well. Then we're going to take a moment to kind of sort of peel back the curtain a little bit on the foundation, specifically how it operates from a financial standpoint, Charlie's role. I think there's a couple of important things that we'd like to share and talk about there. And then we'll open up to questions from the audience. So you'll have an opportunity to ask some questions maybe Charlie hasn't had, or anything else. So again, thanks for doing all these things that you do and supporting our summits. So let's kick it off. Like first on the long game. You've obviously been in this space a long time. You've seen a lot of projects come and go. What do you think that Litecoin is doing right that so many other projects have done wrong?
You mean like why other projects have failed and Litecoin kind of succeeded?
Yeah.
One of the big differences between Litecoin and other projects is how fair it was when I launched it. It was more about the coin itself and less about profiting from the coin. So less about like making money off of the project or the coin, whereas a lot of other coins, it's all about making money, right? It's about someone or a company making money, and so there's a lot of like VC funding, people investing in a coin, backing the foundation of the coin, hoping to make money in the end, right? So Litecoin was launched as a fun side project, so it wasn't anything about making money, and I think that's why it did so well.
Yeah, so that's interesting that you did it as a fun side project, but while at the same time you really weren't thinking about the money, the financial side of it. And while it might have been just kind of a fun thing now, it's obviously grown into something that's very real. You know, that's some of the best money in the world. And with that said, you know, seeing Litecoin at almost 15 years, you know, working, continuing to grow, is there anything looking back that you think you would have tweaked maybe or done differently? Or do you feel like it's perfect money the way it is?
What would I have done differently? Hard to say. Trying to think.
Maybe, I think at one point you mentioned confirmation times. Maybe you would have changed slightly or not, or was there, you know, looking at how things are working and what's worked, what's failed?
There's no, like, it's always a trade-off, right, in terms of, like, the speed of the transaction, where Bitcoin is 10 minutes confirmation, Litecoin is 2.5. I thought it was a better kind of balance with Litecoin, but it could be faster, trading off more inefficiency. But to a certain point, it's tweaking it doesn't matter that much. I think Litecoin is good as it is. I don't think there's much I would change about it.
So now with the recent MWeb addition, do you feel like it pretty much has everything it needs to be perfect money?
Yeah, I think with basically one of the things missing from, I talked about it quite a few times, missing from Bitcoin and Litecoin initially was fungibility and privacy, and having MWeb as a second layer is a very good solution for that. I think we've done quite well with adding MWeb. And of course, time will tell how well we'll do in the future, but so far the growth of MWeb is pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it seems like it's something that it works better as more people use it, and the trend continues to be more and more usage on that.
Yeah, and we're working on like the different mobile wallets and other wallets to support it, so there will be more usage. But the thing with privacy is, like you said, the more people that use it, the more private it will be. So it's just love seeing more people using it.
And do you believe it strikes that perfect balance where it's not full privacy, but it's enough privacy for most people?
Yeah, it's good enough for daily use, and that's what's the most important thing.
Got it. So what excites you? Like, I mean, obviously we're in a down market right now in general, but what excites you in the long term, like most about both crypto and Litecoin, like looking forward?
I think the future is very bright. I'm just excited to see more people using Litecoin, more adoption. Just the thing is, like, price is something we can't control, but what we can control is just getting the best product out there, getting more people to use it. If you look at like the adoption curve and transaction kind of usage and address usage, it's been like up and to the right the whole time, even with the price being down. So that's very exciting to see for me. And hopefully in the future it will translate to better pricing.
Why do you expect the price hasn't followed? I mean, I know that in shorter terms that you know, they're often separated. There's a lot of emotional decisions, but at some point the price would generally follow the value.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible the price overshot what's like the correct price, for example. And the price is all about like the narratives, right? It's about people chasing the next big thing. Right. So over time, I believe the price will do well. It's just that in the short term, it can be up and down.
Definitely a narrative-driven space, and a lot of things come and go for sure. So it's pretty crowded space in that respect. What does success actually look like for you? I guess what I'm saying is, like, is there a version of Litecoin's future where you feel like your job is done?
I'm not sure if my job will ever be done, but I mean, obviously something like Litecoin global adoption, right? People using Litecoin everywhere will be a sign of success, and we're getting there. And obviously, to a lot of people, the price is a good metric of success. So I'd love to see the price go back up to the all-time high.
Yeah,
sure.
I think we'd all like to see that, and we will. So Litecoin's almost 15 years in running. What motivates you after all this time, to keep going where a lot of people probably would have just stepped aside or kind of given up? Because I know it's not financial for you.
Yeah.
So what are the motivations for you?
Well, it's kind of surreal to think about waking up every day thinking about that I created a cryptocurrency that people use on a daily basis, a form of money that is censorship resistant and very useful for a lot of people all over the world. So that's kind of what motivates me every day.
And that's still to this day. You wake up and feel pretty surreal about it.
Yeah, for sure. And coming to like the Litecoin Summit and seeing everyone kind of supporting Litecoin and all the projects that people are building on top of Litecoin around the Litecoin ecosystem is it's awesome.
Do you feel like there's anything that people wish, or you wish that people maybe understood about you more than, not Litecoin, but you, in terms of maybe, in this space? And
not really. I think the focus should be on Litecoin and less about me. But I think in general, people like to focus on people, which can be. I think it's not as important. I think the focus should be on Litecoin and less about me.
Agree and fair. So that's kind of my key questions. What I want to take, before we open up to the audience, I want to just take a moment to talk about the foundation and kind of pull back the curtain a little bit on how we operate financially and what Charlie's involvement has been. So I'm sure a lot of you are aware, but a lot of people aren't, that because Litecoin was not pre-mined, it's decentralized. We don't have like founder tokens, we don't have ICO tokens, we don't have VC backing or any of that. So from Litecoin Foundation was founded, it was like 2017 or late 16, and from day one, we were primarily and still are primarily driven by donations. That's a very large part of what we were able to do, and that also limits us to some extent in what we can do. And a lot of people sometimes wish we could do more and this and that, but it's really important that we have to stay focused because financially that's it, and also we want to make sure that whatever we do it right, and because credibility is so important in this space and to see everything happen. So, with that said, and to be transparent, Charlie's been an incredible donor to the foundation and has donated over the years the far majority of money and what has allowed us to do what we're able to do with the foundation. And while that's been great, in order to really grow, we need to create a broader donor base. I mean, it's not that Charlie's stepping back there, but it's not fair to just put so much weight on you personally to do these things. And I know we've talked a little bit about things we could do, but I just wanted to hear from your standpoint too. I guess number one, what it's been like to you, because there's no financial reward for you, financially, I should say. Obviously, it's Litecoin is your baby, as you said, but to fund this, and also ideas that you might have also how we can kind of really reach out and grow this, because we could do so much more as the foundation. And by the way, the foundation also supports many third-party projects through our donations portal. So the more we could do, the more we can also support third-party projects, and the more those projects can do well, the more things grow for the Litecoin ecosystem in general.
I actually have a question for you. I know we publish our financial statements and audit every year, but nobody reads those. So I think it would be cool for you to kind of summarize what our finances look like, how much money we make every year, where we spend it. I think it would be good to kind of give people a general idea of how it works with the foundation.
Yeah, it's pretty ugly. What I mean is that we don't make any money. Like from our summits, for one, we've never made money. In fact, they've all obviously been big losses. And so I don't have the exact numbers here with me. We just finished our last ones, but I can kind of talk a little bit. But also, they're publicly available on our website each year, so we post them, so it's for everybody to see. But we have a core team of staff We hire people on part-time basis, full-time basis. We'll pay volunteers for specific projects. Do you mean like actual numbers and
Sure, like a
monthlies and stuff like that?
Like a yearly general.
I mean, we probably just without the summit included, we probably have $500,000 in just general operating expenses, summit aside. And that's just not including, additional things we would fund, for example.
How much does a summit cost us every year?
So it depends, but we generally have lost anywhere from 50 to 100, over $100,000 on these. I mean, these and again, it's a balance.
I wouldn't say loss. I would say money well spent.
I'll agree with you. We generally lose money well spent, somewhere between. But again, it's some of these things. It's a balance. Like every project we do is not necessarily doesn't have to be financially driven. We have what we call what's important for adoption. And we realize, and Charlie obviously realizes that when he's donating, that a lot of things we do aren't going to be a return, one-for-one return, at least today. But it's about growing adoption, and that's really important. So. Obviously, we like to see revenue generated on these things, and we're working. And we've actually, by the way, each summit we've tightened that. So we're figuring out what works, what doesn't. The market cycles obviously play a big part in this too, where sometimes that plays a role in sponsorships and turnout and things like that. But we're pushing for that, and the more revenue we could generate, the more we could do, and the more we can support. So, that's kind of in a nutshell what we do. And so, what that means right now is that. I'd say about 80. We have some revenue coming in outside of donations, but I'd say about 90% of anything we do needs to come through donations. We have a donations portal. By the way, Litecoin Foundation is a 501c3. So for those that don't know what that is, it means if you have any U.S. income, it allows you to. It's a huge tax benefit, so you can write off your donations through the foundation, which is big. And so we have a portal where it makes it easy to donate a variety of ways. Different cryptocurrencies, credit cards, even through stocks, donor advisement funds, you name it. And also through our portal, we're supporting various third parties. Like if you have a project that's building in the Litecoin ecosystem, and it looks like it's a good fit, we'll put you on there and we'll support. We take a 15% fee to handle the whole thing and to manage everything, which we have our overhead. But the rest goes to the project. And over the last couple of years, we've already raised tens of thousands of dollars for other projects doing this. So because when you donate, you can choose another project. So a lot of times we'll get donations. It's not necessarily for a project within the foundation, but one of our third-party project that we can support. So that's kind of one way we can help leverage the foundation. But it's really about the community and everybody participating. And
so I guess one thing we've talked about is trying to get more support from the mining community.
Yes, right? And that's where I wanted to kind of pick your brain a little bit about
yeah, that. So we've done some calculation. All it would take would be 1% of mining rewards donated to the foundation to support the foundation. Like it would support all of the foundation, and that would be amazing if we can get that. So I guess that's something we're trying to push for, is to convince the miners and the pools to contribute towards the foundation, which helps Litecoin, which helps them. So I think it'll be a win-win. And today, for example, Luxfolio announced that they're donating a significant amount of their mining rewards to the Litecoin Foundation, which is awesome. Give a round of applause for that. I think that's a good start. So I think one thing we're going to push for is to try to get the miners and the pools to contribute a bit of their kind of rewards and their success towards the foundation to help everyone out. So
get out there, start a mining company, and let's kick in 1%. No, I think that's fantastic, and every little donation helps, because if the whole world's donating, or obviously enough people, that all goes a long way. And we're very transparent. We publish our finances, what we do, and that's kind of just helps drive global adoption in that way. So, yeah. So I hope that kind of at least sheds a little bit of light on the sort of the financial side. But let's open it up. We have like 7 to 8 minutes left. for any questions for Charlie or the foundation in general. And by the way, if you feel like Charlie's definitely heard the question before, then dig harder and dig deeper and come up with something that maybe you can get him with.
Or you can ask Alan the question. He loves questions.
But I'll deflect
go ahead.
Charlie.
It's really for both of you, it's a little bit on adoption. What excites me the most about Litecoin is I'm seeing a lot of volume flowing in at these lows. And it's kind of making me a little bit curious that possibly institutions coming in like we saw in 2022 for Bitcoin. And I wondered what both of you thought to the possibility that institutions are silently buying while retail public's being pushed to one side, and then we'll see the growth of Litecoin.
You're talking about like institutional flows, like through ETFs and stuff like that, or?
I'm seeing big flows, volume at these lows, and I'm just thinking it's quiet accumulation by institutions because it can't be retail. It's like possibly the retail.
It is possible that institutions are accumulating Litecoin and then there's a bunch of retail selling. It's hard to say for sure. I don't really know. But obviously, to me, this is a great buying opportunity when the price is down. Like my mantra is buy low, sell high, right? So if you just follow that, you'll make money.
Yeah.
So the question is, how does it feel to lose market share against other projects? I'll let you answer that.
It sucks. I mean, I don't know. How does it feel to lose market share? It's disappointing because every other, almost every other attribute we're seeing, all the other metrics, statistics show continued growth and adoption, and it's pretty wild because value almost ultimately follows price almost ultimately follows value. We haven't seen that yet. There's still been a big disconnect. I do strongly believe that'll happen as we continue because Litecoin's not going anywhere and growth continues and ultimately something will give. But it's frustrating. Actually, we're talking about that, kind of as we speak. There's some things we need to do better. We're aware that this is a very crowded space. It's very driven by narratives. And I think there's things we need to do better to maybe bridge that gap more directly so we can maybe stick out more in this crowded space. And not necessarily just tell people why Litecoin, but show people why it's important, like by giving an understanding of sharing examples of real world things that people can relate to and pulling people in that aren't necessarily in Litecoin right now there, because that's where the big opportunities are. And I think we need to do, we could do better as the foundation in our role to communicate.
I think so. I think we can do better too, but it comes back down to the resources, right? Like every time we talk, it's all about like where's the best place to spend the limited amount of resources we have. So if we're able to get more donations from miners, from others, and getting more funding into the foundation, we'll definitely be able to do more in terms of like marketing and getting the word out and getting the messaging
exactly.
out.
That's we have to keep focused, but we're very aware of like what's happening, in the space. And on the positive side, though, the most important things, usage continues to grow, and the other stuff we've just got to figure out, from a awareness standpoint, how to get that message across in the best way we can.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Sorry.
Can you say that louder, please?
Elaborate on the future of Litecoin via MWeb on AI agent-to-agent payments in the age of
Elaborate on Litecoin being used for like AI agent payments. I think cryptocurrency in general and Litecoin specifically is great for payments. for like AI agent payments because it's decentralized. There's no you don't need to get a bank account from a bank. You can just generate an address and start using it. Right. One thing I've mentioned previously in other talks is that cryptocurrency actually makes AI much more powerful because AI can now, or with crypto, they can make money and spend money. Whereas before cryptocurrency, it's impossible for AI to survive in the wild because they can't get a bank account, and they can't make money and spend money to buy more resources, right? So it makes AI more dangerous, which could be a scary thing. I think we did, right? If you, so the question was, it used to be when you search for Litecoin, it says, do you mean Bitcoin? I think that doesn't happen anymore. Because I guess we're so close to Bitcoin. But yeah, that's something we should change. We should try to fix if it hasn't been fixed already.
Yes. Personally, Charlie, like what got you interested in this at all? Like when I read your intro and it says MIT studied, I want the college kid, Charlie, that's coming out with ideas and life is this, and I'm going to do blockchain. I'm going to do something that's going to change the world in this space. Like what started that thought process for you and how did you get there?
That's a good question. I know you're big in poker. Poker is one of the reasons how I got into Bitcoin. Because if you were familiar with, there's a poker Black Friday, like when was it? Like in 2008 or something like that, where all the online poker sites effectively got shut down when the government decided to do that. What they did was they stopped all the payments, Visa, MasterCard, bank payments into and out of the poker sites. So the sites, they couldn't shut them down because some of them were offshore, but because you can't get money in and out, you just can't play poker. And I thought poker was something that was harmless, right? It's not, to me, it's not gambling, it's a game of skill. So you're just playing against others and winning and losing money. So there's really no reason why the government should be able to tell you what you can or cannot do with your money for something that is so harmless. And the fact that they can with the traditional financial system is just something that strikes me as ridiculous. So when Bitcoin came about, there were poker sites that only accepted Bitcoin because people can't, it's censorship resistant. People can't stop you from sending Bitcoin to those poker sites. And that's what kind of resonated with me and made me realize that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in general is such a powerful thing that it's here to stay and something that I should support.
So I'm hearing you say you had a winning experience with Full Tilt Poker and they locked your money away for 5 or 6 years like my friends, and then that made you mad, so you wanted to solve that problem. I'm putting those words in his mouth, but that's an awesome thing. So it's kind of funny how necessity breeds invention. So.
Yep.
Well, we appreciate your effort going there in the poker community.
Yeah, but I guess our time's up.
Cool.
Oh, you want to do one more? Or,
one more question right in the back.
Yeah, we can squeeze.
Can you come up a bit more? I can't hear you.
Do you see some technical risk, like 51% attack or 1 resistance for the Litecoin for the future? Or how do you see the safety technical wise?
Is 51% attack a risk?
Yeah, it's the risk of quantum resistance.
Did you say something about quantum or?
Quantum, yeah.
51% attack is always a risk for a proof of work based currency. So like recently we saw something that where we have a hacker attacking the system by effectively like a denial of service attack against miners, right? Against honest pools, and if the honest pools are down, they can more easily 51% attack the coin, right? So that's something that that's always something we battle, right? So we try our best to make mining and pools more decentralized and have more spread out, so it's not just a single or a few big pools that can be attacked. So it's a constant kind of thing that we have to work on, making mining more decentralized and more safe against 51% attacks. Yeah, more miners, more pools, more distributed is the most important.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Thanks,
Yeah,
Charlie.
of course.
Lunch? Lunch? I have a little bit of news. The first hat sponsor is in, and it's 84million.com, right? Where is it, 84million.com? Is that the right thing? And what I had in mind for a hat sponsor would be a twofold contract. One would be a hat that fit, and we're just going to announce that this one doesn't, but I'm happy to wear it as my first official sponsor of the hat from 84million.com. And I have a size 7 3/4, 7 7/8 fitted hat. I forgot to say that was part of the deal of the hat sponsorship for this, but I'm happy. I think it will probably look better if I turn it to the side a little bit. And so this is 84million.com. And then we're heading toward lunch, but we have two more things going on. We have Nikita Aryashev. Am I saying that correctly? Aryashev. And she's here. We're here, right? Oh, Nikita. It's Nick Aryashev. I'm sorry. I was distracted by the hat not fitting, being a funny bit. For more than 3 years, Nick has been driving Tangent's expansion into Europe and researching the market and educating crypto enthusiasts about security and self-custody. Please welcome Nikita. Sorry about that.
Hi, nice to see everyone here. So let's start with a short survey. Raise your hand if you think that your keys and your coins are better protected if you manage them on your own rather than delegate the responsibility to a third party like an exchange. Okay? And now another question. Which of you stores their coins in a wallet rather than on an exchange? Honestly. Well, I see there are fewer hands when I ask the second question. So let's find out if it's a coincidence or part of a broader trend. Yeah, this works. Before I begin, I should give credit to our partners, the Protocol Theory and Mercurio, for providing the studies. And yeah, if we take a look at America, our biggest market, and I know a bunch of you are from the United States, and certainly among the audience. In fact, 2/3 of all the respondents value self-custody and think that it's way better for protecting their coins than exchanges or brokers. Of course, even more among hardware wallet users. Yeah, and when this of course can be attributed to major deficiencies of alternative storage mechanisms. Exchanges can be hacked, yeah, or go out of business, and yeah, driving the demand for wallets even further. But what if you look at the hard facts? We see that 88% of all the assets are stored on centralized exchanges. Yeah, and the figures do add up to more than 100 because people can have both, yeah, wallets and exchanges. And not only are assets heavily concentrated on exchanges, but those guys also have heavily dominated the discourse by serving as a gateway to crypto. And so let's look at the reasons why this discrepancy between perceptions and assertions and actuality happens. I'm not here to diagnose the schizophrenia or like hypocrisy among the respondents. We will take a look at this from a perspective of adoption. Adoption of a technology is a lengthy and uneven process. In 1962, Everett Rogers formulated his famous model. It's called diffusion of innovation. It happens in stages. Any technology, it penetrates the market and the social fabric of our societies, like through certain stages, going all the way from innovators to laggards. And according to the study conducted by our partner Mercurio, wallets are still in the early stages. They don't even go to, like, they haven't even captured the late majority of the population. Paradoxically, the preference to control their coins is there. It is present. You see that a lot of respondents value control over their own assets, but somehow it's not enough. And so if the wallets do not provide additional stimuli, we risk to lose the technological and innovation battle to alternative storage mechanisms. Rogers outlined 5 factors that drive adoption. First of all is relative advantage. Is a tool better than what I use today? Second, compatibility. Does it make sense for me? Does it fit? Complexity or ease. Yeah, will I manage on my own or with minimal assistance of friends and family? Trialability. Can I try it without going all in? And observability. Do I see others using the tool in ways that are familiar for me? And although all of the factors are important, 2/3, well, relative advantage and compatibility make up 2/3 of, well, relative importance. The last 3, trialability, complexity, and observability, they strengthen the drive to adopt, but work best when the fundamentals are in place. And look at how poorly wallets score on all of these counts. The results suggest that it's not purely a lack of awareness, but rather that the experience fails to align with expectations. The prevailing narrative has been revolving around security only. Of course, peace of mind is the biggest advantage when it comes to storing coins, especially in case of, well, if you use a hardware wallet. People who have lost money, like due to an exchange being hacked or going out of business, they tend to set up a wallet after that. And we, like each time an exchange is hacked, we register an influx of new users and people who buy Tangent wallets. But that doesn't often help. Security is like health. We do not appreciate it as long as it's there. And once it's not, that is the time when we start thinking about that. But more people have been confronted with inability to seamlessly send money to a peer rather than the number of people who have lost their money due to an exchange being hacked. And that is why, by shifting the focus of marketing and, more importantly, development, wallet companies are likely to expand their audience. Compatibility is the second most influential driver. People are more likely to use wallets when a product looks familiar and fits into their daily routine. Observability will, of course, follow suit because when friends start using a wallet, people will follow. To make them more useful, wallets should be integrated with apps and services people already rely on. Providers should enable online and offline payments and partner with platforms to embed wallet-based behaviors into everyday use cases like tipping, saving, sending money to friends, and maybe even logging in as an alternative. Of all the adoption factors, complexity is the clearest obstacle. Only 13% of all the respondents described wallets as easy to use. So even motivated users encounter barriers, and the problem seems to lie not in the lack of intent, but rather on the supply side of things. Well, if you look at hardware wallets, difficulties begin when you set them up. Why do those things look like James Bond gadgets from the 1960s? Or like, if the holy 24 words are so secret, why do I have to write them down in the open in the first place? Do I have to crush my table each time I want to make a harder copy of the 24 words? Mobile wallets aren't doing better. In fact, the interfaces are crammed with functionality, and people are always constantly prompted to try a new feature without knowing what this feature is. So simplifying the first use experience and reducing uncertainty will be critical to changing perceptions and complexity. Onboarding can be structured with an intuitive and, self-explanatory guide. Safe defaults can be provided to those who are not familiar, who are new to the space. The terminology that we use can be replaced with plain language and contextual hints, and biometric, email, or passkey authentication can be used when appropriate. Let's add responder feedback to those suggestions. Wallet, we have divided users into, all the demographic into wallet users, centralized exchange users, and newcomers. And the first ones want fewer pain points and additional features. The second group, they just want continuity. They want to switch seamlessly, and they want new tools perform as easily, as seamlessly as the exchange accounts they are relying on. And newcomers want a clear reason to start without going all in and without disturbing the current behavior and habits. So to conclude, we need to understand that adoption will not come from education. It is the absence of a need to be educated that is going to drive the new wave of adoption. For wallets to move beyond the early stages, they must feel less like a new category, but more like a better version of what people use right now. And that's what we are doing at Tangem. It's a hardware wallet provider which was founded in 2017. We produce card-shaped devices, and even if you look at the form factor, there is nothing more intuitive than signing and transactions with a card, because that's what Web 2 people are familiar with. Yeah, and ever since the inception, we've been trying to lower barriers and create a user-friendly experience that is unparalleled in the industry as of now. Thank you so much.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. So on X, we have a commenter following up on Losh's a little bit of negativity. They wanted clarity if the presenter was actually begging for Litecoin money on stage. They were a little confused by this. And I just want to clarify, I want to look right in the camera and make sure everyone knows that is 100% exactly what I'm doing. And I didn't know why that was confusing to the one commenter. Maybe they missed the earlier part where I got paid for this event 12 months ago in Litecoin and was down 76% on that. So I was just putting it on the optimistic community of the Litecoin people to exercise their Nexus app, to learn how to do private transactions by giving me $1 or $2 worth of Litecoin. I felt like with 4,000 people on Twitter, if 400 or 500 of them gave $1 or $2, it would make up 25% of my losses. I mean, that's just math. That's all I'm thinking about. But we could put it up there one more time for this one person, Pepine. That would be awesome if we put it up there. Oh, yeah, there it is. Again, one more time. So for the person who was asking if I was just ruthlessly asking for money, yes. And also for you too, you could just Venmo me at Marty Simpson, my name, cash. We accept cash as well. But if you want to send your Litecoin, $1 or $2 would be great. We're calling it the Marty is Raising the Roof Tour because my house needed a new roof that Nationwide Insurance didn't pay for because they're not on my side. Like Litecoin, and this community is on your side. Give or take this one commenter. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. In the balcony. Thank you in the balcony. I appreciate you. At both balconies. Thank you. All right. We are heading towards lunch, but we've got one more, right? We got one more, and then we have lunch. We're a little behind today. That's okay, because we're all excited, and everything's going to be great, but we're going to be on our own for lunch after this, but I'll come up here and wrap us up. We now have moderator John Kim, crowd favorite. He's getting mic'd up, so I'll stall a little bit more. We have Nick, Loshan, Zay, and Joel are going to be joining him. John Kim is a simple man with a simple plan, ambassador for Litecoin. And if you missed yesterday when I said this, if you need anything in the way of nutrition information or to feel horrible about yourself and your own stamina and your own shape and the shape of your own belly and your personal habits, just mention to John that you would like advice from him about that, and then brace yourself for what's getting ready to happen to you personally as you then question every life decision you've ever made. But John is awesome. Please welcome John Kim to moderate our last group before we break for lunch. Let's do it for the people because we gave each other a hard time. John and I love each other. Just making sure everybody knows that.
What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? It's been a good morning. Yeah. I've been coming to conferences I think since 2017, and it's hard to stay up and, be excited when there's so much information coming in. But I want to introduce 3 guys in the panel today. They all have a wallet, right? Beautiful wallet. Maybe the best one ever. Thanks. All right, guys. I'm the OG of the Litecoin spending, pushing for adoption and everything, and wallet has become such an integral part of my journey, so I'm glad to have you guys up here. Would you guys mind introducing yourself and the wallet that you represent?
Okay, I'm Nikita. I'm with Tangent Wallet for more than 3 years, driving adoption and sales in Europe. Tangent is a hardware wallet, essentially. The chip inside generates the keys and holds them offline, protecting them from any type of attack. And we've got well, since 2017, several million devices sold, and so far, 0 hacks.
I'm Loshan, and I'm like the person in charge of Nexus Wallet. I'm a coder. I'm also kind of like the person who makes the decisions, like I choose what happens, basically.
I'm Zay, I'm from Mocha. We have the Mocha wallet. It's available in some countries in the app stores because others, they don't allow us because that's how it works when you have swapping in the apps. So they are getting a little bit more restrictive there. But you can test it and try it and use it on the website. It's available also on the website. So, yeah.
Well, I'm very familiar with Nexus Wallet because I use it all the time. And Tangent, you guys have been around for a while because I remember using Tangent in like 2019, right? So, but I have no idea. How new is your wallet?
It's new. Like actually, by the end of the month, we're gonna come out of beta. The wallet's been there for almost a year, but it's been a work in progress. We use it as a battleground for testing new tech, for testing what we can do to make it easier for users, especially because we are a multi-chain wallet. So there's like all these chains are doing amazing things. Like you guys with MWeb, you're doing something amazing. And now how can we sell that to the users in an easy way and not trying to give them a class of what is it and how it works and why you should use it, instead making it like 1 or 2 clicks instead of just like having a full-on explanation in the front end of the wallet. So it's hard to maintain a wallet that has all those chains, but yeah, that's our baby. Like that was our first project, and we are still maintaining, and we are fighting a lot to keep it available in all the app stores. But yeah, it is.
Is it specifically because of the swap function that?
Yeah, we actually have like legal memos in different countries and everything explaining why we are not an exchange. Like we are using the centralized swap providers in the background just to do it. And first they said, that's great. And then one day they just shut us down and they said, that's not enough. I'm like, so what do you want? It's like a legal memo. Here it is. It's not enough. Like, what do you want? I don't know. Like, you cannot argue, especially with Apple. Like, you cannot argue with the people reviewing the apps. We managed to put up the wallet again in some countries just by removing the swap section. So now it's not a full product on Apple, but yeah.
So what country are you available right now?
I don't know the list off the top of my mind because it's in many countries, but we were...
But not in the US yet?
Yes, without
the
swaps.
Okay,
yeah.
Got it.
I know we're in Mexico because we're from Mexico. We were available in Europe. On the last update, they were giving a lot of pushback, and I think it has to do with the MiCA thing or something like that. And we're explaining them why we are compliant, but it's still a process. So it's hard. I'm pretty sure you know it's a little bit hard to keep improving the tech and like adding all these new features, all these atomic swaps and all these amazing things, but then they're just stopping you to have this advantage because, well, let's be honest, they're afraid. Like, why should people have all that freedom and power? So they're just like stopping us. It's the truth.
Hey, Losh, so Nexus Wallet. I mean, I don't want to sit here because I'm a Litecoin guy. We're a Litecoin Foundation. I'm not going to sit here and be like, blowing smoke up your butt and tell everyone why Nexus is different than other wallets and what makes it so special, right?
Yep. So I think I wish I was like Kanye West. Like when people go on stage, like Nexus Wallet is the best wallet, and you should just use it. Fuck all the other wallets, no offense.
Don't take it.
But Nexus is the best wallet for Litecoin because it's maintained by us. It has an MWeb. It has all the best features for Litecoin. We made it simple to use. By using it, you support the Litecoin Foundation, and I think a lot of the Litecoin budget actually goes to work on Nexus and projects surrounding Nexus. So some of the ecosystem stuff that we're doing, and that's coming up very soon, will be able to use by other people as well. Like the Litecoin card, the hardware wallet stuff will be available in other wallets as well, not just Nexus, but by funding Nexus and working in Nexus, we're making it available, the tech available to everyone else as well.
How about you guys? How's Tangent just different or a little bit better, and why you would recommend using that over any other wallets, crypto wallets out there?
Well, there are a bunch of advantages. So I should say, like, the wallet is really foolproof in a sense that you can't really make any mistakes along the way, like from the start of the journey to making actual transactions. Yeah, talking about the Litecoin ecosystem, we of course support the chain and a lot of other chains that are script mined, and the whole ecosystem is so broad that like you don't have to go to to rely on exchanges or other services when you want to swap or on-ramp, off-ramp, even pay with your crypto. Like our Visa card is available in, well, not in all countries, yeah, but in eligible regions. So, like, if you ask me, I would say, yeah, if you want simplicity coupled with security, then Tangent Wallet is an obvious choice among hardware wallets.
It's always the user experience that's the most important, right?
Yeah, and well, our project started aiming for people that it's not really into crypto and like trying to give them all this amazing stuff without like a hard pushback. We haven't gotten there yet. Like the way that I envision it in my mind, we're still working into it, and I'm not saying that I have the holy grail. Like that's how I envision it, and I might be wrong, but like that's what we're trying to do. And like for the last year, we're putting a lot of effort, especially into creating the account. Like how do you have a wallet but keep it safe? Like, but then you start talking about other stuff like should they get a hardware wallet? Should they have a threshold signature scheme? Should they use multi-party computation? Okay, once you decide which one, how do you explain it to them? How can you abstract that for the user? How they are used to using their email to log into everything. So how can we manage to mix that without like compromising their information? Like, okay, you can log in with your email, and then what can we do to the email so that that's not public, you know? Like, there's no way to actually trace back your account from nowhere to the actual plain text email. So all that thought process is the things that we have been thinking a lot so that we can give the users like Web2 feel login, but giving them all this security behind, like all this privacy. It's a tough one too.
I don't know if you guys know, I've been living off of crypto since 2018, like fully, right? Even now, I either use my crypto Visa card or I've been living off of it. And some of the tough challenges were that I could never really walk into like a Target or Walmart and just use it, right? It has to be somehow converted into USD or use a Visa card, still using the existing legacy rails. So even when like Nexus Wallet has that function by Flexa, right, where you can tap and walk out. And for me, as person who's trying to convince the world you can live off cryptocurrency, at the same time, you got to be able to let a 3-year-old or a 60-year-old grandma just know how to use it. So I remember you telling my son, hey, let's go to Barnes & Noble's, I'm going to buy you a book, and just boom, tap, and he paid. And I thought that was so simple, yet he doesn't know what's going on, but he knows he just spent Litecoin, right? So I kind of want to, and I feel like we're kind of going backwards now with all the regulatory and everything, so that's why I kind of stopped pushing for adoptions, because like I felt like we were going here, and all of a sudden, I felt this, stop of the innovation. So what do you guys see the future of your wallets with this new AI thing going wild, how do you see the future of payment as far as your wallets are concerned in the future, starting with you?
Well, you don't have to look into the future. It's already present. We've partnered with Rain. It's a US company, like a card sponsor. So you can like literally apply for a Visa card in the wallet, in the app, and then you get a special smart contract address, which you top up with your crypto. You go into Walmart or Best Buy, and buy a Tangent wallet there or any other things. The beauty of it is that it's not a custodial account. So unlike a card which is offered by an exchange or a broker, it's literally a smart contract address. So even if the card gets blocked, you still control the money that is on this address. You can withdraw it any time to your wallet address, and I think it's a powerful tool, and it also demonstrates that adoption is something practical. It's not the value of it is not only in the security but also in practicality.
Nice. How about you?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. So users are familiar with traditional payment services, and users demand to use credit cards, Apple Pay, Google Pay, and all these things. So as crypto wallets, we're being basically kind of forced to go in this direction where we are partnering with like traditional rails and whatever. So we have to get access to like a stable coin-based credit card platform or whatever, and then we have to integrate our wallet with some sort of smart contract platform to do the swaps and figuring these things out. But that's just using Visa, MasterCard, and everything. There's no difference. I want to be able to pay with Litecoin. I want to be able to pay with crypto, not through Visa, MasterCard. Of course, we'll offer these things temporarily as a stopgap until we are in a future where we can offer crypto-native payments. But we need to figure out ways on increasing crypto adoption. And I think like AIs and things can actually be kind of interesting for getting more merchants to accept crypto, especially like with like AI agents making like micropayments for each other. For like the agents can do certain services, so one agent uses another agent, and as companies use more and more AI in their tools and whatever else, I think they will accept more and more crypto. So
what do you think we're lacking now? Are we lacking like more people going out there and trying to push for adoption, or is it more clarity from the state level, or is it just technology is not there yet? What do you think is the main problem that we need?
I think it's a mix of all of them. So, for example, technology. That's very simple. Everyone likes NFC payments with Apple Pay because it's just touch and it just pays straight away. Like you can't do that with crypto right now. Like maybe with Tangent, yes.
No. Like what I meant, I didn't want to advertise, but like even though we are at the Litecoin Summit, we all know what Wallet Connect is, yeah. So in fact, the team is building a powerful tool. Like you could. The idea is that you can go into every shop and like pay with a QR code at the point of counter, and they are handling the off-ramp behind the scenes. You don't have to use cards. You don't have to use anything. It's just like paying with your crypto through the wallet. I think it's a very powerful innovation.
That exists right now through Wallet Connect, you're saying?
They have like. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not very up to date with this, but they have a pilot project and like already deploying the whole like technical infrastructure for that.
Well, Big Hulk Jr. over here was just telling me that he actually has it. This guy's kind of a good representative.
Oh, so this is the time that we spend like 9 hours talking about
Yeah.
gym.
What kind of protein shakes do you drink?
Well, it depends. Like if I'm bulking.
So you said it works right now for you?
Not Wallet Connect. We have the same solution, but like by our own. It's a little bit different because what they are doing, I think, I don't want to speak for them, but what I remember I kind of researched was that they are actually off-ramping for the business like while you pay. Of course, they're bigger than us, and they have like a lot of these permits all around the world so that they can do it easily for the businesses. What we have right now, and you can actually test it on business.mocha.app, you can select from a list of more than 20 tokens, including Litecoin. So if you have a business, you can select Litecoin, and then you get your printable QR code that you can just put a sticker and have it in your business, or you can have a point of sale in your computer, your mobile phone, your web, whatever, like even a pin pad, like if you have like the new ones that run Android, you can install it there. And you can charge, and what we have there, I think we've managed to do it simple enough that anyone can pay with any wallet in more than 100 different tokens, and at the end you will get Litecoin in your
And everything happens behind this.
Everything happens behind, like it's depending of the token that they choose to pay, but it's almost instant for a lot of the tokens that we have, and the one that it's actually charging for whatever service, like if you're in a restaurant, you don't have to onboard a waiter because it's really easy. It looks exactly the same as the PIN pad that they've been using for such long time. And what's going to happen is that when you pay, it just says success. That's it. They don't care what's happening in the background. They are not like checking which token did you use, what's your name. Like, I don't care. Just there's a QR code. Just do whatever you have to do. Later on in my talk, we have a QR code and you can kind of test it. But yeah, so we have that, and I think that's what we're missing. Like the journey that we try was, okay, let's make a wallet that it's simple enough, and then we can onboard people. And then people were asking, where can I use it? What is it for? Like, how can I on-ramp? How can I off-ramp? I'm like, okay, that's a tough one. So we're missing places to actually spend crypto. Like not just converting into Visa and MasterCard, of course, that's powerful. But we want to use our crypto. Like we want to go out and use it as money because that's the original idea. Like this should be like money, you know? Go and spend it. So we're missing those places, and then that's why we build the business part of it. And then the businesses like normies, like a coffee shop right here, they were asking, but what do I do with this crypto? Like, how do I get my money? I need to pay for groceries. I need to pay for everything. So that's where the part that he was saying, it's important. We actually also partnered with one of those smart contract self-custody providers of cards, and now businesses can get a card and they can spend the money that they get through crypto, but you can go and pay with Litecoin in that business.
I mean, just being in the streets since like 2018, we used to have like campaigns like #TipWithLitecoin, and we'd get servers and waiters to download a wallet, and we'd send them a little bit of Litecoin, and we'd post it on Twitter, and people would send them. That's how we were like getting people. And then I come back a year later, and the waitress just lost the wallet because the value went down during the dip, right? So I'm realizing in real time, like these business owners, they don't want to receive Bitcoin or Litecoin as finality. They want it in USD. They don't care how we pay, but they just want to receive a dollar that's not going to go up and down like every other crypto asset. And so for me, personally, with the Flexa, where I was able to walk into Nordstrom and not Starbucks, but like big retail stores and actually shop and then tap and then walk out. To me, that was the best experience that I've had. And for me to make a video was very easy, right? I didn't have to do anything. I just had to boom, 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 and tell people to go try it, and they would try it. And that's why I helped that company for free, right? I just kept making videos, and because it was so Because at the time, whenever we had Lite Wallet, I thought going into a big box retail stores and actually being able to pay with Litecoin that simply, that easy, was 10 years away. So when it happened, I was just like, man, we're going to go so fast and so far. Everybody's going to be using crypto payments. But personally, I just feel like we've stalled, right? And that's why I'm glad you guys are up here. And with the future, with assistance of AI, I really feel like a good answer is right around the corner. And I'm hoping that you guys are going to lead, to make sure that it happens. So what was Losh? I know you built the whole thing. You coded, you developed everything. What was the biggest hurdle for you? What was the hardest part of building it and releasing it?
Okay. Building code. Code is easy. I think software developers like to overcomplicate things. We talk too much things, and software developers are stupid. We're really stupid people because we don't build software for normal people. We build it and we make it overcomplicated. We make it really difficult to use. We make people jump through hoops and whatever else. The really difficult part is making something really simple to use, making it intuitive, making it simple. The simpler you can make it, the better. So you can't think of yourself as a superior person, like a dev getting paid $300K a year or whatever thinks of themselves. You have to think of yourself as a normal person. So that's the really difficult part, building simple things for simple people.
Okay, well, we got like 2 minutes left, and I know everybody's hungry, and if I go over, no matter how good looking I am, you're going to be frustrated if you're hungry, right? Because trust me, I tried to date a hungry girl before, and it's a lot harder than a girl who has a full stomach. So in closing, give us your closing comments, and then we'll let them go eat, okay? Start with you.
Well, like a lot that has been said today also depends on the jurisdiction you are in. Yeah, so in some countries, it's already possible to pay with crypto without off-ramping it or doing whatever we do on the backstage. And I think regulation, it somehow it is viewed as an obstacle, but sometimes there is regulatory competition in the world, countries are trying to make the environment more conducive to development of projects and implementation and adoption, and I think that will help us in the future as well.
Losh?
Just pay with Litecoin.
Yeah.
Just get the Nexus app. Use whatever app that is best for you. If you don't like Nexus, don't use Nexus. Use something else. But Nexus really is the best Litecoin wallet. Pay with Litecoin. Try to use Litecoin when you can. Try to introduce your friends, any business people you know who have shops, retail stores, any restaurants or whatever. Get them to try to convince them to use Litecoin. Try selling them a tiny bit of Litecoin. Let them have a play. So introduce Litecoin and crypto to as much people as you can. Yeah.
Yeah. Just onboard people and talk about everything that you've heard through these 2 days, because this tech is amazing and what you're building is crazy useful. But if it doesn't go out of these walls, nobody will know it. So just talk about it. Like, there's people that knows Bitcoin or knows Ethereum because, well, they're big and they're everywhere, But just talk about it. Like, just someone mentioned when you put Litecoin on Google, it says, did you mean Bitcoin? So that's what people think sometimes. Like, what's Litecoin? I don't know. Well, just talk about it. Just go out, talk about it, show someone how to do it, how to use it. It's easy, it's cheap, it's fast. So I think that's the easiest way of doing it. Just talk about it.
Yeah, I love working out because you see the result of your efforts. And I've been living off Litecoin and crypto since 2018, and you can see my bank account has gotten smaller. But many people do DCA when they buy. I DCA by spending. So I know sometimes, why are you spending when it's low? Well, I'm spending when it's high too. So at the end of the year, my spending is pretty much the same as if it was in a certain price or up or down. So I want to end this by telling you, don't talk about it, be about it. Go tell some people about Litecoin. Go tell people about your favorite crypto. We got to keep pushing for adoption, because without the little people, okay, the big thing is not going to come to fruition. So thank you, everyone, for coming up on the panel. Give them an applause. And use their wallet. Let's go.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So now we're heading to lunch. And for those of you joining us online, we will reconvene here right at 2 o'clock and start as close to 2 as we can. So we're making up time in the schedule with less time for lunch. So keep that in mind when you go to your lunch spots. If you end up at restaurants that might take a little longer, we're not doing the full 90 minutes. We're doing like a 60-minute lunch to make up for the lost time in today's schedule with all the extra great content. So join us back here at 1400 hours, 2 o'clock, Amsterdam time. Thank you all to our sponsors, Pepecoin, MoonPay, Heritage Auctions, LitVM. Y'all can be heading out while I'm thanking the sponsors for the online stuff. So reconvene back here at 2 o'clock.
Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
He was mining Dogecoin at the legendary Genesis block back in 2013, watching the meme economy grow from day one. Now he is returning to the roots of proof of work to build a wholesome grassroots community for the next generation. This is David Eichel, and this is Foundations by Litecoin. Welcome, everybody. This is such an exciting event. Where are we? We're at Litecoin Amsterdam, and I'm sitting across from a very important guy, David from Pepecoin, the co-founder of Pepecoin. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing so great. I'm so happy to have you with me today. David, you're just like a shining light. I just like see you and I'm like, yay, David. And you know, I just think that what you're doing is so unique. And I know we're at Litecoin conference and everyone's like, Pepecoin. What's Pepecoin? What's happening here?
Yeah.
Tell us, what is Pepecoin?
Yeah, so everybody's probably heard of like Pepe on Ethereum and stuff like that. But what we're doing is we basically kind of said, okay, let's take a step back and think, how can we go back to the roots of crypto, essentially? You know, Dogecoin is a super successful coin. You know, I've been with like Dogecoin. I was like a very early Dogecoin community member.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I
Love that.
started mining Dogecoin like in December 2013. And yeah.
That is wild.
That was like the only coin that I ever like mined. I didn't get into any other coins than that.
Wait, like people have to understand, like December 2013 was like the Genesis block.
Yeah,
Almost
so,
the Genesis block of
so
Doge.
Dogecoin launched, I think it was on December 8th.
Yeah.
And I was mining it like, I want to say like the 12th or the 13th of December.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. That is so crazy. Continue.
Yeah. So basically, essentially, I, was involved in the Dogecoin community just as a community member, like since the very beginning. So I've watched Dogecoin go from, the very first like week to where it is now.
That's so nuts. Imagine
And-
when Elon first tweeted about it. How did
Yeah.
you feel when he tweeted about Doge?
It was crazy. I was like super excited. I was like, whoa.
I can't even imagine. That's crazy.
Yeah. You know, the community of Dogecoin, like people don't understand, like the community is just amazing. A lot of people kind of associate Dogecoin with like the Elon coin, right? But the community of Dogecoin has always been incredible. And so the Dogecoin community really inspired me to create a Pepecoin, like a kind of like a Dogecoin inspired Pepecoin, where the community for Pepe would just be like this wholesome community of people who just want to mine Pepe, and you know they want to teach, because it's a POW coin, right? And so what we do is we create an environment where people like teach other new people that are into crypto, like how to mine, like how to get into crypto, how to, you know, get your cold storage wallet set up and everything like that. We really just want to be like this welcoming community of people for the Pepe meme, right? So kind of like a Dogecoin, but of the Pepe meme. That was kind of like the vision from the start.
When did you launch Pepecoin?
So Pepecoin was 100% fairly launched, and it was launched on January 30th, 2024.
Wow.
So
She's fresh.
Yeah, so just about 2.5 years now. So
Wow.
yeah, it's fairly recent.
That's incredible. And how did you feel about launching a brand new proof of work coin in the year 2024 that hasn't been intimidating, because Doge is like over 10 years old at that point.
Yeah.
Litecoin's over 10 years old. Bitcoin, the OG, of course.
Mhm. So I've never launched a coin before. I've never launched a token. I've never made like, you know, people are launching like coins all the time, like on Ethereum and Solana. I'd never done that. Never, ever. So I was just kind of, you know, if you imagine like a Dogecoin community member, they're just like, you know, just like riding the Dogecoin wave for like 10 years. And then they're like, oh, I kind of want to make a coin. That was kind of me. I was kind of naive in all of this. So I was just like, I just kind of want to make a Pepe coin that's like Dogecoin. And I launched it and was kind of thrusted in, because I'm like the co-founder. I was just kind of thrusted into that. And it's kind of blown up a little bit. And there's so many people like in the community now. I've just slowly, because the way that the structure of the coin works, it's actually a lot like Dogecoin. So it was me and my brother who co-founded the coin. And then as the Discord kind of blew up and the Reddit blew up and everything, what we did was we took like the most passionate community members and we just kind of picked them, and they said, we were like, do you want to join the team? Right?
Grassroots.
Yeah. So the team is actually like a global team of people who are just very passionate about Pepecoin.
Wow.
So we have people from Canada, the United States, China. We've had people who helped us that lived in Australia, Europe. So we're just like a completely global like project and stuff. And it's actually a lot like Dogecoin, where people just come in and volunteer and help and stuff.
So beautiful. I love a community effort. And one thing that sticks out about Pepecoin is the fact that you guys are merge mineable.
Yeah.
And explain like really simply, as if like I'm 5 years old, for the audience, for people that may not know, what is merge mining and why is that important to cryptocurrency? Because I feel like it's essential.
Yeah. So the problem with a lot of new coins is that they kind of like tend to die out. And the reason why they do that is because mining is an essential thing for a POW coin. If you don't have miners, then your coin just doesn't work, right? Transactions have to be mined, blocks have to be mined for transactions to go through. And essentially like what can happen is the price can go down of your coin, and then mining activity slows down, and it's just kind of the spiral, right? And a lot of POW coins have kind of suffered from that fate.
Absolutely.
And so when we have first started, one of the most important things, and you wouldn't think that like a meme coin, this would be important to a meme coin, but one of the important things that, I kind of wanted was a coin that was very secure. Like it just worked. And so I thought, Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
Absolutely.
And so I was like, let's make a coin that's merge mineable with Litecoin and Dogecoin, because, everybody knows that Litecoin and Dogecoin are like merge mineable. You can mine them together. But what a lot of people don't know is that merge mining is, you can do it with more than 2 chains, right? So you can,
Ooh, that's spicy.
yeah, it's really like for like 10 years or whatever, it's just been like Litecoin and Dogecoin mined together and that's it. And it was just kind of like this, everybody knew that it was just like Litecoin and Dogecoin and that's it, right? But what we've shown is that you can add another chain, Pepecoin, to it and get the same security benefits that Dogecoin has.
Yeah.
And so Pepecoin, despite being so new, only 2.5 years old, is actually one of the most secure POW chains that is currently operating right now.
That's amazing. And so if someone wants to get involved in Pepecoin, maybe buy it, start mining it, very simply, where do we go to get that information or the access to the community?
Right. So if you want to mine Pepecoin, you can use any Dogecoin or Litecoin miner to mine it. You just go sign up on any of the major pools, and those you can actually find all the pools on our website at pepecoin.com.
Perfect.
Yeah, and so you can go on there, find all of the pools, and you just need a Litecoin and Dogecoin miner and just sign up for one of those, and pretty much all of them all support Pepecoin.
That's so cool. And where can we buy it?
So you can actually, we just got listed on Kraken.
Nice.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes, we just got listed on Kraken back in February. So you can buy us under the ticker PEP, PEP. So
little Pep and David stuff right now. He's talking about how he got listed on Kraken.
Yeah.
And it's so fantastic. I absolutely love it. And what wallets can so we buy our Pepe off Kraken. Where are we putting it next?
Right. So if you go on our website, you can actually see a list of all the wallets that it's on.
Amazing.
Right. I would recommend, so we always recommend cold storage for storing your coins, right? And you can actually store Pepecoin on Tangem.
Nice.
So, yeah. So you can get a Tangem wallet and you can store it. It'll be super safe with cold storage and everything. I think it's like something like $50 or $60 to get a
Tangem's
site.
really well known. So you go buy on Kraken and then you move it over to your Tangem wallet so that way it's secure, you self-custody. Right now, a lot of people are iffy in the market, and I could only imagine, Pepecoin still in its early stages, because I feel like crypto just moves very slow, even though it's been 2 years. Like, you guys are still really grinding it out.
Yeah.
And I believe that light will come soon for us.
Right.
But what do you think? Where do you think this is all going?
Yeah, so I think that, we're doing stuff like this, right? Not a lot of people are going to like conventions and stuff like that. Like, we went to, we're obviously here. We have a booth at the Litecoin Summit. Just a few months ago, we actually went to Bitcoin 2026 and we were there. And we had a guy in a frog suit walking around.
So funny.
And so we're kind of like, we're trying to like meet some of the big players in the industry and kind of get new partnerships and stuff going on. So we're constantly working. Doesn't matter if we're in a bear market or a bull market, we're just going full speed ahead. So yeah, we're just, super excited about Pepecoin. All we care about right now is getting as many people as we can into the Pepecoin community. So.
That's so amazing. I love the inclusivity. I love your heart, David. Like, you were just like a shining light. And I think I said that to you like yesterday. I was like, oh, you're just so fresh. Like, you're just so cool, David. And I hope that you always stay positive and keep like this bright spirit that you have. And I have respect for you grinding it out in the bear to prosper in the bull. And I really do believe you guys will prosper as an ecosystem, as a community. So thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. Is there any last thing you want to say to our audience before we head out of here?
I'd just say go to pepecoin.com and check us out.
Let's go, Pepecoin. All right, we're going to go have some pep in our step and hit the stage. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
He was mining Dogecoin at the legendary Genesis block back in 2013, watching the meme economy grow from day one. Now he is returning to the roots of proof of work to build a wholesome grassroots community for the next generation. This is David Eichel, and this is Foundations by Litecoin.
Welcome, everybody. This is such an exciting event. Where are we? We're at Litecoin Amsterdam, and I'm sitting across from a very important guy, David from Pepecoin, the co-founder of Pepecoin. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing so great. I'm so happy to have you with me today. David, you're just like a shining light. I just like see you and I'm like, yay, David. And you know, I just think that what you're doing is so unique. And I know we're at Litecoin conference and everyone's like, Pepecoin. What's Pepecoin? What's happening here?
Yeah.
Tell us, what is Pepecoin?
Yeah, so everybody's probably heard of like Pepe on Ethereum and stuff like that. But what we're doing is we basically kind of said, okay, let's take a step back and think, how can we go back to the roots of crypto essentially? You know, Dogecoin is a super successful coin. You know, I've been with like Dogecoin. I was like a very early Dogecoin community member.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I started mining Dogecoin like in December 2013. And yeah.
That is wild.
That was like the only coin that I ever like mined. I didn't get into any other coins than that.
Wait, like people have to understand, like December 2013 was like the Genesis block.
Yeah,
almost
so,
the Genesis block of
so Dogecoin launched, I think it was on December 8th.
Yeah.
And I was mining it like, I want to say like the 12th or the 13th of December.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. That is so crazy. Continue.
Yeah. So basically, essentially, I, was involved in the Dogecoin community just as a community member, like since the very beginning. So I've watched Dogecoin go from, the very first like week to where it is now.
That's so nuts. Imagine when Elon first tweeted about it. How did you feel when he tweeted about Doge?
It was crazy. I was like super excited. I was like, whoa.
I can't even imagine. That's crazy.
Yeah. The community of Dogecoin, like people don't understand, like the community is just amazing. A lot of people kind of associate Dogecoin with like the Elon coin, right? But the community of Dogecoin has always been incredible. And so the Dogecoin community really inspired me to create a Pepecoin, like a kind of like a Dogecoin inspired Pepecoin, where the community for Pepe would just be like this wholesome community of people who just want to mine Pepe and they want to teach, because it's a POW coin, right? And so what we do is we create an environment where people like teach other new people that are into crypto, like how to mine, like how to get into crypto, how to, get your cold storage wallet set up and everything like that. We really just want to be like this welcoming community of people for the Pepe meme, right? So kind of like a Dogecoin, but of the Pepe meme. That was kind of like the vision from the start.
When did you launch Pepecoin?
So Pepecoin was 100% fairly launched, and it was launched on January 30th, 2024.
Wow.
So
she's fresh.
Yeah, so just about 2.5 years now. So,
wow.
Yeah, it's fairly recent.
That's incredible. And how did you feel about launching a brand new proof of work coin in the year of 2024 that has to be intimidating because Doge is like over 10 years old at that point. Yeah. Litecoin's over 10 years old. Bitcoin, the OG, of course.
Mm-hmm. So I've never launched a coin before. I've never launched a token. I've never made people are launching like coins all the time, like on Ethereum and Solana. I'd never done that. Never, ever. So I was just kind of, if you imagine like a Dogecoin community member, they're just like, just like riding the Dogecoin wave for like 10 years. And then they're like, oh, I kind of want to make a coin. That was kind of me. I was kind of naive in all of this. So I was just like, I just kind of want to make a Pepe coin that's like Dogecoin. And I launched it and was kind of thrusted in because I'm like the co-founder. I was just kind of thrusted into that. And it's kind of blown up a little bit. And there's so many people like in the community now. I've just slowly, because the way that the structure of the coin works, it's actually a lot like Dogecoin. So it was me and my brother who co-founded the coin. And then as the Discord kind of blew up and the Reddit blew up and everything, what we did was we took like the most passionate community members and we just kind of picked them and they said, we were like, do you want to join the team? Right?
Grassroots.
Yeah. So the team is actually like a global team of people who are just very passionate about Pepecoin.
Wow.
So we have people from Canada, the United States, China. We've had people who helped us that lived in Australia, Europe. So we're just like a completely global like project and stuff. And it's actually a lot like Dogecoin, where people just come in and volunteer and help and stuff.
So beautiful. I love a community effort. And one thing that sticks out about Pepecoin is the fact that you guys are merge mineable.
Yeah.
And explain like really simply, as if like I'm 5 years old, for the audience, for people that may not know, what is merge mining and why is that important to cryptocurrencies? I feel like it's essential.
Yeah. So the problem with a lot of new coins is that they kind of like tend to die out. And the reason why they do that is because mining is an essential thing for a POW coin. If you don't have miners, then your coin just doesn't work, right? Transactions have to be mined, blocks have to be mined for transactions to go through. And essentially like what can happen is the price can go down of your coin and then mining activity slows down and it's just kind of the spiral, right? And a lot of POW coins have kind of suffered from that fate.
Absolutely.
And so when we have first started, one of the most important things, and you wouldn't think that like a meme coin, this would be important to a meme coin, but one of the important things that, I kind of wanted was a coin that was very secure. Like it just worked. And so I thought, Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
Absolutely.
And so I was like, let's make a coin that's merge mineable with Litecoin and Dogecoin because, everybody knows that Litecoin and Dogecoin are like merge mineable. They can mine them together. But what a lot of people don't know is that merge mining is, you can do it with more than 2 chains, right? So you can.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Yeah. It's really like for like 10 years or whatever, it's just been like Litecoin and Dogecoin mined together and that's it. And it was just kind of like this, everybody knew that it was just like Litecoin and Dogecoin and that's it, right? But what we've shown is that you can add another chain, Pepecoin, to it and get the same security benefits that Dogecoin has.
Yeah.
And so Pepecoin, despite being so new, only 2.5 years old, is actually one of the most secure POW chains that is currently operating right now.
That's amazing. And so if someone wants to get involved in Pepecoin, maybe buy it, start mining it, very simply, where do we go to get that information or the access to the community?
Right. So if you want to mine Pepecoin, you can use any Dogecoin or Litecoin miner to mine it. You just go sign up on any of the major pools, and those you can actually find all the pools on our website at pepecoin.com.
Perfect.
Yeah, and so you can go on there, find all of the pools, and you just need a Litecoin and Dogecoin miner and just sign up for one of those. And pretty much all of them all support Pepecoin.
That's so cool. And where can we buy it?
So you can actually, we just got listed on Kraken.
Nice.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah, so we just got listed on Kraken back in February. So you can buy us under the ticker PEP, PEP. So
Little Pep and David stuff right now. He's talking about how he got listed on Kraken.
Yeah.
That is so fantastic. I absolutely love it. And what wallets can so we buy our Pepe off Kraken. Where are we putting it next?
Right. So if you go on our website, you can actually see a list of all the wallets that it's on.
Amazing.
Right. I would recommend, so we always recommend cold storage for storing your coins, right? And you can actually store Pepecoin on Tangem.
Nice.
So, yeah. So you can get a Tangem wallet and you can store it. It'll be super safe with cold storage and everything. I think it's like something like $50 or $60 to get a
Tangem's
site.
really well known. So you go buy on Kraken and then you move it over to your Tangem wallet so that way it's secure, you self-custody. Right now, a lot of people are iffy in the market, and I could only imagine, Pepecoin still in its early stages, because I feel like crypto just moves very slow, even though it's been 2 years. Like, you guys are still really grinding it out.
Yeah.
And I believe that light will come soon for us.
Right.
But what do you think? Where do you think this is all going?
Yeah, so I think that, we're doing stuff like this, right? Not a lot of people are going to like conventions and stuff like that. Like, we went to, we're obviously here, we have a booth at the Litecoin Summit. just a few months ago, we actually went to Bitcoin 2026 and we were there. And we had a guy in a frog suit walking around.
So funny.
And so we're kind of like, we're trying to like meet some of the big players in the industry and kind of get new partnerships and stuff going on. So we're constantly working. Doesn't matter if we're in a bear market or a bull market, we're just going full speed ahead. So yeah, we're just, super excited about Pepecoin. All we care about right now is getting as many people as we can into the Pepecoin community. So.
That's so amazing. I love the inclusivity. I love your heart, David. Like you were just like a shining light. And I think I said that to you like yesterday. I was like, oh, you're just so fresh. Like, you're just so cool, David. And I hope that you always stay positive and keep like this bright spirit that you have. And I have respect for you grinding it out in the bear to prosper in the bull. And I really do believe you guys will prosper as an ecosystem, as a community. So thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. Is there any last thing you want to say to our audience before we head out of here?
I would just say go to pepecoin.com and check us out.
Let's go, Pepecoin. All right, we're going to go have some pep in our step and hit the stage. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
He was mining Dogecoin at the legendary Genesis block back in 2013, watching the meme economy grow from day one. Now he is returning to the roots of proof of work to build a wholesome grassroots community for the next generation. This is David Eichel, and this is Foundations by Litecoin.
Welcome, everybody. This is such an exciting event. Where are we? We're at Litecoin Amsterdam, and I'm sitting across from a very important guy, David from Pepecoin, the co-founder of Pepecoin. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing so great. I'm so happy to have you with me today. David, you're just like a shining light. I just like see you and I'm like, yay, David. And I just think that what you're doing is so unique. And I know we're at Litecoin conference and everyone's like, Pepecoin. What's Pepecoin? What's happening here?
Yeah.
Tell us, what is Pepecoin?
Yeah, so everybody's probably heard of like Pepe on Ethereum and stuff like that. But what we're doing is we basically kind of said, okay, let's take a step back and think, how can we go back to the roots of crypto essentially? Dogecoin is a super successful coin. I've been with like Dogecoin. I was like a very early Dogecoin community member.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I started mining Dogecoin like in December 2013. And yeah.
That is wild.
That was like the only coin that I ever like mined. I didn't get into any other coins than that.
Wait, like people have to understand, like December 2013 was like the Genesis block.
Yeah.
Almost the Genesis block of Doge.
So Dogecoin launched, I think it was on December 8th.
Yeah.
And I was mining it like, I want to say like the 12th or the 13th of December.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die. That is so crazy. Continue.
Yeah. So basically, essentially, I, was involved in the Dogecoin community just as a community member, like since the very beginning. So I've watched Dogecoin go from, the very first like week to where it is now.
That's so nuts. Imagine when Elon first tweeted about it. How did
Yeah.
you feel when he tweeted about Doge?
It was crazy. I was like super excited. I was like, whoa.
I can't even imagine. That's crazy.
Yeah. You know, the community of Dogecoin, like people don't understand, like the community is just amazing. A lot of people kind of associate Dogecoin with like the Elon coin, right? But the community of Dogecoin has always been incredible. And so the Dogecoin community really inspired me to create a Pepecoin, like a kind of like a Dogecoin inspired Pepecoin, where the community for Pepe would just be like this wholesome community of people who just want to mine Pepe, and you know they want to teach, because it's a POW coin, right? And so what we do is we create an environment where people like teach other new people that are into crypto, like how to mine, like how to get into crypto, how to, you know, get your cold storage wallet set up and everything like that. We really just want to be like this welcoming community of people for the Pepe meme, right? So kind of like a Dogecoin, but of the Pepe meme. That was kind of like the vision from the start.
When did you launch Pepecoin?
So Pepecoin was 100% fairly launched, and it was launched on January 30th, 2024.
Wow.
So
She's fresh.
Yeah, so just about 2.5 years now. So
wow.
Yeah, it's fairly recent.
That's incredible. And how did you feel about launching a brand new proof of work coin in the year of 2024 that has to be intimidating because Doge is like over 10 years old at that point.
Yeah.
Litecoin's over 10 years old. Bitcoin, the OG, of course.
Mm-hmm. So I've never launched a coin before. I've never launched a token. I've never made like, you know, people are launching like coins all the time, like on Ethereum and Solana. I'd never done that. Never, ever. So I was just kind of, you know, if you imagine like a Dogecoin community member, they're just like, you know, just like riding the Dogecoin wave for like 10 years. And then they're like, oh, I kind of want to make a coin. That was kind of me. I was kind of naive in all of this. So I was just like, I just kind of want to make a Pepe coin that's like Dogecoin. And I launched it and was kind of thrusted in because I'm like the co-founder. I was just kind of thrusted into that. And it's kind of blown up a little bit. And there's so many people like in the community now. I've just slowly, because the way that the structure of the coin works, it's actually a lot like Dogecoin. So it was me and my brother who co-founded the coin. And then as the Discord kind of blew up and the Reddit blew up and everything, what we did was we took like the most passionate community members and we just kind of picked them and they said, we were like, do you want to join the team? Right?
Grassroots.
Yeah. So the team is actually like a global team of people who are just very passionate about Pepecoin.
Wow.
So we have people from Canada, the United States, China. We've had people who helped us that lived in Australia, Europe. So we're just like a completely global like project and stuff. And it's actually a lot like Dogecoin, where people just come in and volunteer and help and stuff.
So beautiful. I love a community effort. And one thing that sticks out about Pepecoin is the fact that you guys are merge mineable.
Yeah.
And explain like really simply, as if like I'm 5 years old, for the audience, for people that may not know, what is merge mining and why is that important to cryptocurrencies? I feel like it's essential.
Yeah. So the problem with a lot of new coins is that they kind of like tend to die out. And the reason why they do that is because mining is an essential thing for a POW coin. If you don't have miners, then your coin just doesn't work, right? Transactions have to be mined, you know, blocks have to be mined for transactions to go through. And essentially like what can happen is the price can go down of your coin and then mining activity slows down and it's just kind of the spiral, right? And a lot of POW coins have kind of suffered from that fate.
Absolutely.
And so when we have first started, one of the most important things, and you wouldn't think that like a meme coin, this would be important to a meme coin, but one of the important things that, you know, I kind of wanted was a coin that was very secure. Like it just worked. And so I thought, you know, Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
Absolutely.
And so I was like, you know, let's make a coin that's merge mineable with Litecoin and Dogecoin because, you know, everybody knows that Litecoin and Dogecoin are like merge mineable. You know, they can mine them together. But what a lot of people don't know is that merge mining is, you can do it with more than 2 chains, right? So you can,
Ooh, that's spicy.
yeah, it's really like for like 10 years or whatever, it's just been like Litecoin and Dogecoin mined together and that's it. And it was just kind of like this, everybody knew that it was just like Litecoin and Dogecoin and that's it, right? But what we've shown is that you can add another chain, Pepecoin, to it and get the same security benefits that Dogecoin has.
Yeah.
And so Pepecoin, despite being so new, only 2.5 years old, is actually one of the most secure POW chains that is currently operating right now.
That's amazing. And so if someone wants to get involved in Pepecoin, maybe buy it, start mining it, very simply, where do we go to get that information or the access to the community?
Right. So if you want to mine Pepecoin, you can use any Dogecoin or Litecoin miner to mine it. You just go sign up on any of the major pools, and those you can actually find all the pools on our website at pepecoin.com.
Perfect.
Yeah, and so you can go on there, find all of the pools, and you just need a Litecoin and Dogecoin miner and just sign up for one of those, and pretty much all of them all support Pepecoin.
That's so cool. And where can we buy it?
So you can actually, we just got listed on Kraken.
Nice.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes, we just got listed on Kraken back in February. So you can buy us under the ticker PEP, PEP. So
little Pep and David stuff right now. He's talking about how he got listed on Kraken.
Yeah.
That is so fantastic. I absolutely love it. And what wallets can so we buy our Pepe off Kraken. Where are we putting it next?
Right. So if you go on our website, you can actually see a list of all the wallets that it's on.
Amazing.
Right. I would recommend, so we always recommend cold storage for storing your coins, right? And you could actually store Pepecoin on Tangem.
Nice.
So, yeah. So you can get a Tangem wallet and you can store it. It'll be super safe with cold storage and everything. I think it's like something like $50 or $60 to
Yeah, Tangem's really well known. So you go buy on Kraken and then you move it over to your Tangem wallet so that way it's secure, you self-custody. Right now, a lot of people are iffy in the market, and I could only imagine, Pepecoin still in its early stages, because I feel like crypto just moves very slow, even though it's been 2 years. Like, you guys are still really grinding it out.
Yeah.
And I believe that light will come soon for us.
Right.
But what do you think? Where do you think this is all going?
Yeah, so I think that, we're doing stuff like this, right? Not a lot of people are going to like conventions and stuff like that. Like, we went to, we're obviously here. We have a booth at the Litecoin Summit. Just a few months ago, we actually went to Bitcoin 2026 and we were there. And we had a guy in a frog suit walking around.
So funny.
And so we're kind of like, we're trying to like meet some of the big players in the industry and kind of get new partnerships and stuff going on. So we're constantly working. Doesn't matter if we're in a bear market or a bull market, we're just going full speed ahead. So yeah, we're just, super excited about Pepecoin. All we care about right now is getting as many people as we can into the Pepecoin community. So.
That's so amazing. I love the inclusivity. I love your heart, David. Like, you were just like a shining light. And I think I said that to you like yesterday. I was like, oh, you're just so fresh. Like, you're just so cool, David. And I hope that you always stay positive and keep like this bright spirit that you have. And I have respect for you grinding it out in the bear to prosper in the bull. And I really do believe you guys will prosper as an ecosystem, as a community. So thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. Is there any last thing you want to say to our audience before we head out of here?
I would just say go to pepecoin.com and check us out.
Let's go, Pepecoin. All right, we're going to go have some pep in our step and hit the stage. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
He was mining Dogecoin at the legendary Genesis block back in 2013, watching the meme economy grow from day one. Now he is returning to the roots of proof of work to build a wholesome grassroots community for the next generation. This is David Eichel, and this is Foundations by Litecoin.
Welcome everybody. This is such an exciting event. Where are we? We're at Litecoin Amsterdam, and I'm sitting across from a very important guy, David from Pepecoin, the co-founder of Pepecoin. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing so great. I'm so happy to have you with me today. David, you're just like a shining light. I just like see you and I'm like, yay, David. And you know, I just think that what you're doing is so unique. And I know we're at Litecoin conference and everyone's like, Pepecoin. What's Pepecoin? What's happening here?
Yeah.
Tell us, what is Pepecoin?
Yeah, so everybody's probably heard of like Pepe on Ethereum and stuff like that. But what we're doing is we basically kind of said, okay, let's take a step back and think, how can we go back to the roots of crypto essentially? You know, Dogecoin is a super successful coin. You know, I've been with like Dogecoin. I was like a very early Dogecoin community member.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I started mining Dogecoin like in December 2013. And yeah.
That is wild.
That was like the only coin that I ever like mined. I didn't get into any other coins than that.
Wait, like people have to understand, like December 2013 was like the Genesis block.
Yeah.
Almost the Genesis block of Doge.
So Dogecoin launched, I think it was on December 8th.
Yeah.
And I was mining it like, I want to say like the 12th or the 13th of December.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die. That is so crazy. Continue.
Yeah. So basically, essentially, I, was involved in the Dogecoin community just as a community member, like since the very beginning. So I've watched Dogecoin go from, the very first like week to where it is now.
That's so nuts. Imagine when Elon first tweeted about it. How did you feel when he tweeted about Doge?
It was crazy. I was like super excited. I was like, whoa.
I can't even imagine. That's crazy.
Yeah. The community of Dogecoin, like people don't understand, like the community is just amazing. A lot of people kind of associate Dogecoin with like the Elon coin, right? But the community of Dogecoin has always been incredible. And so the Dogecoin community really inspired me to create a Pepecoin, like a kind of like a Dogecoin inspired Pepecoin, where the community for Pepe would just be like this wholesome community of people who just want to mine Pepe and they want to teach, because it's a POW coin, right? And so what we do is we create an environment where people like teach other new people that are into crypto, like how to mine, like how to get into crypto, how to, get your cold storage wallet set up and everything like that. We really just want to be like this welcoming community of people for the Pepe meme, right? So kind of like a Dogecoin, but of the Pepe meme. That was kind of like the vision from the start.
When did you launch Pepecoin?
So Pepecoin was 100% fairly launched, and it was launched on January 30th, 2024. Wow. So
she's fresh.
Yeah. So just about 2.5 years now. So
wow.
Yeah, it's fairly recent.
That's incredible. And how did you feel about launching a brand new proof of work coin in the year of 2024 that hasn't been intimidating because Doge is like over 10 years old at that point. Yeah. Litecoin's over 10 years old. Bitcoin, the OG, of course.
Mm-hmm. So I've never launched a coin before. I've never launched a token. I've never made people are launching like coins all the time, like on Ethereum and Solana. I'd never done that. Never, ever. So I was just kind of, if you imagine like a Dogecoin community member, they're just like, just like riding the Dogecoin wave for like 10 years. And then they're like, oh, I kind of want to make a coin. That was kind of me. I was kind of naive in all of this. So I was just like, I just kind of want to make a Pepe coin that's like Dogecoin. And I launched it and was kind of thrusted in because I'm like the co-founder. I was just kind of thrusted into that. And it's kind of blown up a little bit. And there's so many people like in the community now. I've just slowly, because the way that the structure of the coin works, it's actually a lot like Dogecoin. So it was me and my brother who co-founded the coin. And then as the Discord kind of blew up and the Reddit blew up and everything, what we did was we took like the most passionate community members and we just kind of picked them and they said, we were like, do you want to join the team? Right?
Grassroots.
Yeah. So the team is actually like a global team of people who are just very passionate about Pepecoin.
Wow.
So we have people from Canada, the United States, China. We've had people who helped us that lived in Australia, Europe. So we're just like a completely global like project and stuff. And it's actually a lot like Dogecoin, where people just come in and volunteer and help and stuff.
So beautiful. I love a community effort. And one thing that sticks out about Pepecoin is the fact that you guys are merge mineable.
Yeah.
And explain like really simply, as if like I'm 5 years old, for the audience, for people that may not know, what is merge mining and why is that important to cryptocurrency? Because I feel like it's essential.
Yeah. So the problem with a lot of new coins is that they kind of like tend to die out. And the reason why they do that is because mining is an essential thing for a POW coin. If you don't have miners, then your coin just doesn't work, right? Transactions have to be mined, blocks have to be mined for transactions to go through. And essentially like what can happen is the price can go down of your coin and then mining activity slows down and it's just kind of the spiral, right? And a lot of POW coins have kind of suffered from that fate.
Absolutely.
And so when we have first started, one of the most important things, and you wouldn't think that like a meme coin, this would be important to a meme coin, but one of the important things that, I kind of wanted was a coin that was very secure. Like it just worked. And so I thought, Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
Absolutely.
And so I was like, let's make a coin that's merge mineable with Litecoin and Dogecoin because, everybody knows that Litecoin and Dogecoin are like merge mineable. They can mine them together. But what a lot of people don't know is that merge mining is, you can do it with more than 2 chains, right? So you can.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Yeah. It's really like for like 10 years or whatever, it's just been like Litecoin and Dogecoin mined together and that's it. And it was just kind of like this, everybody knew that it was just like Litecoin and Dogecoin and that's it, right? But what we've shown is that you can add another chain, Pepecoin, to it and get the same security benefits that Dogecoin has.
Yeah.
And so Pepecoin, despite being so new, only 2.5 years old, is actually one of the most secure POW chains that is currently operating right now.
That's amazing. And so if someone wants to get involved in Pepecoin, maybe buy it, start mining it, very simply, where do we go to get that information or the access to the community?
Right. So if you want to mine Pepecoin, you can use any Dogecoin or Litecoin miner to mine it. You just go sign up on any of the major pools, and those you can actually find all the pools on our website at pepecoin.com.
Perfect.
Yeah, and so you can go on there, find all of the pools, and you just need a Litecoin and Dogecoin miner and just sign up for one of those. And pretty much all of them all support Pepecoin.
That's so cool. And where can we buy it?
So you can we just got listed on Kraken.
Nice.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes, we just got listed on Kraken back in February. So you can buy us under the ticker PEP, PEP. So
Little Pep and David stuff right now. He's talking about how he got listed on Kraken.
Yeah.
That is so fantastic. I absolutely love it. And what wallets can so we buy our Pepe off Kraken. Where are we putting it next?
Right. So if you go on our website, you can actually see a list of all the wallets that it's on.
Amazing.
Right. I would recommend. So we always recommend cold storage for storing your coins. Right. And you can actually store Pepecoin on Tangem.
Nice.
So, so you can get a Tangem wallet and you can store it. It'll be super safe with cold storage and everything. I think it's like something like $50 or $60 to get
Tangem's really well known. So you go buy on Kraken and then you move it over to your Tangem wallet so that way it's secure, you self-custody. Right now, a lot of people are iffy in the market, and I could only imagine, Pepecoin still in its early stages, because I feel like crypto just moves very slow, even though it's been 2 years. Like, you guys are still really grinding it out. And I believe that light will come soon for us. But what do you think? Where do you think this is all going?
Yeah, so I think that, we're doing stuff like this, right? Not a lot of people are going to like conventions and stuff like that. Like, we went to, we're obviously here, we have a booth at the Litecoin Summit, just a few months ago, we actually went to Bitcoin 2026 and we were there. And we had a guy in a frog suit walking around.
So funny.
And so we're kind of like, you know, we're trying to like meet some of the big players in the industry and kind of get new partnerships and stuff going on. So we're constantly working. Doesn't matter if we're in a bear market or a bull market, we're just going full speed ahead. So yeah, we're just, you know, super excited about Pepecoin. All we care about right now is getting as many people as we can into the Pepecoin community. So.
That's so amazing. I love the inclusivity. I love your heart, David. Like, you were just like a shining light. And I think I said that to you like yesterday. I was like, oh, you're just so fresh. Like, you know, you're just so cool, David. And I hope that you always stay positive and keep like this bright spirit that you have. And I have respect for you grinding it out in the bear to prosper in the bull. And I really do believe you guys will prosper as an ecosystem, as a community. So thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. Is there any last thing you want to say to our audience before we head out of here?
I just say go to pepecoin.com and check us out.
Let's go, Pepecoin. All right, we're going to go have some pep in our step and hit the stage. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
He was mining Dogecoin at the legendary Genesis block back in 2013, watching the meme economy grow from day one. Now he is returning to the roots of proof of work to build a wholesome grassroots community for the next generation. This is David Eichel, and this is Foundations by Litecoin.
Welcome, everybody. This is such an exciting event. Where are we? We're at Litecoin Amsterdam, and I'm sitting across from a very important guy, David from Pepecoin, the co-founder of Pepecoin. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing so great. I'm so happy to have you with me today. David, you're just like a shining light. I just like see you and I'm like, yay, David. And you know, I just think that what you're doing is so unique. And I know we're at Litecoin conference and everyone's like, Pepecoin. What's Pepecoin? What's happening here? Tell us, what is Pepecoin?
Yeah, so everybody's probably heard of like Pepe on Ethereum and stuff like that. But what we're doing is we basically kind of said, okay, let's take a step back and think, how can we go back to the roots of crypto, essentially? You know, Dogecoin is a super successful coin. You know, I've been with like Dogecoin. I was like a very early Dogecoin community member.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I started mining Dogecoin like in December 2013. And yeah.
That is wild.
That was like the only coin that I ever like mined. I didn't get into any other coins than that.
Wait, like people have to understand, like December 2013 was like the Genesis block.
Yeah.
Almost the Genesis block of Doge.
So Dogecoin launched, I think it was on December 8th.
Yeah.
And I was mining it like, I want to say like the 12th or the 13th of December.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die. That is so crazy. Continue.
Yeah. So basically, essentially, I, was involved in the Dogecoin community just as a community member, like since the very beginning. So I've watched Dogecoin go from, the very first like week to where it is now.
That's so nuts. Imagine when Elon first tweeted about it. How did you feel when he tweeted about Doge?
It was crazy. I was like super excited. I was like, whoa.
I can't even imagine. That's crazy.
Yeah. You know, the community of Dogecoin, like people don't understand, like the community is just amazing. A lot of people kind of associate Dogecoin with like the Elon coin, right? But the community of Dogecoin has always been incredible. And so the Dogecoin community really inspired me to create a Pepecoin, like a kind of like a Dogecoin inspired Pepecoin, where the community for Pepe would just be like this wholesome community of people who just want to mine Pepe, and you know they want to teach, because it's a POW coin, right? And so what we do is we create an environment where people like teach other new people that are into crypto, like how to mine, like how to get into crypto, how to, you know, get your cold storage wallet set up and everything like that. We really just want to be like this welcoming community of people for the Pepe meme, right? So kind of like a Dogecoin, but of the Pepe meme. That was kind of like the vision from the start.
When did you launch Pepecoin?
So Pepecoin was 100% fairly launched, and it was launched on January 30th, 2024.
Wow.
So
she's fresh.
Yeah, so just about 2.5 years now. So
wow.
Yeah, it's fairly recent.
That's incredible. And how did you feel about launching a brand new proof of work coin in the year 2024 that hasn't been intimidating, because Doge is like over 10 years old at that point.
Yeah.
Litecoin's over 10 years old. Bitcoin, the OG, of course.
Mm-hmm. So I've never launched a coin before. I've never launched a token. I've never made like, you know, people are launching like coins all the time, like on Ethereum and Solana. I'd never done that. Never, ever. So I was just kind of, you know, if you imagine like a Dogecoin community member, they're just like, you know, just like riding the Dogecoin wave for like 10 years. And then they're like, oh, I kind of want to make a coin. That was kind of me. I was kind of naive in all of this. So I was just like, I just kind of want to make a Pepe coin that's like Dogecoin. And I launched it and was kind of thrusted in, because I'm like the co-founder. I was just kind of thrusted into that. And it's kind of blown up a little bit. And there's so many people like in the community now. I've just slowly, because the way that the structure of the coin works, it's actually a lot like Dogecoin. So it was me and my brother who co-founded the coin. And then as the Discord kind of blew up and the Reddit blew up and everything, what we did was we took like the most passionate community members and we just kind of picked them, and they said, we were like, do you want to join the team? Right?
Grassroots.
Yeah. So the team is actually like a global team of people who are just very passionate about Pepecoin.
Wow.
So we have people from Canada, the United States, China. We've had people who helped us that lived in Australia, Europe. So we're just like a completely global like project and stuff. And it's actually a lot like Dogecoin, where people just come in and volunteer and help and stuff.
So beautiful. I love a community effort. And one thing that sticks out about Pepecoin is the fact that you guys are merge mineable.
Yeah.
And explain like really simply, as if like I'm 5 years old, for the audience, for people that may not know, what is merge mining and why is that important to cryptocurrencies? I feel like it's essential.
Yeah. So the problem with a lot of new coins is that they kind of like tend to die out. And the reason why they do that is because mining is an essential thing for a POW coin. If you don't have miners, then your coin just doesn't work, right? Transactions have to be mined, blocks have to be mined for transactions to go through. And essentially like what can happen is the price can go down of your coin and then mining activity slows down and it's just kind of the spiral, right? And a lot of POW coins have kind of suffered from that fate.
Absolutely.
And so when we have first started, one of the most important things, and you wouldn't think that like a meme coin, this would be important to a meme coin, but one of the important things that, I kind of wanted was a coin that was very secure. Like it just worked. And so I thought, Litecoin and Dogecoin are extremely secure. They're like the two most battle-tested blockchains like ever.
Absolutely.
And so I was like, let's make a coin that's merge mineable with Litecoin and Dogecoin, because, everybody knows that Litecoin and Dogecoin are like merge mineable. You can mine them together. But what a lot of people don't know is that merge mining you can do it with more than 2 chains, right? So you can.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Yeah, it's really like for like 10 years or whatever, it's just been like Litecoin and Dogecoin mined together, and that's it. And it was just kind of like this, everybody knew that it was just like Litecoin and Dogecoin, and that's it, right? But what we've shown is that you can add another chain, Pepecoin, to it and get the same security benefits that Dogecoin has.
Yeah.
And so Pepecoin, despite being so new, only 2.5 years old, is actually one of the most secure POW chains that is currently operating right now.
That's amazing. And so if someone wants to get involved in Pepecoin, maybe buy it, start mining it, very simply, where do we go to get that information or the access to the community?
Right. So if you want to mine Pepecoin, you can use any Dogecoin or Litecoin miner to mine it. You just go sign up on any of the major pools, and those you can actually find all the pools on our website at pepecoin.com.
Perfect.
Yeah, and so you can go on there, find all of the pools, and you just need a Litecoin and Dogecoin miner and just sign up for one of those, and pretty much all of them all support Pepecoin.
That's so cool. And where can we buy it?
So you can we just got listed on Kraken.
Nice, let's go.
Yes, we just got listed on Kraken back in February. So you can buy us under the ticker PEP, PEP. So
little Pep and David stuff right now. He's talking about how he got listed on Kraken.
Yeah.
That is so fantastic. I absolutely love it. And what wallets so we buy our Pepe off Kraken. Where are we putting it next?
Right. So if you go on our website, you can actually see a list of all the wallets that it's on.
Amazing.
Right. I would recommend, so we always recommend cold storage for storing your coins, right? And you can actually store Pepecoin on Tangem.
Nice.
So, yeah. So you can get a Tangem wallet and you can store it. It'll be super safe with cold storage and everything. I think it's like something like $50 or $60 to get
Tangem's really well known. So you go buy on Kraken and then you move it over to your Tangem wallet so that way it's secure, you self-custody. Right now, a lot of people are iffy in the market, and I could only imagine, Pepecoin still in its early stages, because I feel like crypto just moves very slow, even though it's been 2 years. Like, you guys are still really grinding it out.
Yeah.
And I believe that light will come soon for us.
Right.
But what do you think? Where do you think this is all going?
Yeah, so I think that, we're doing stuff like this, right? Not a lot of people are going to like conventions and stuff like that. Like, we went to, we're obviously here. We have a booth at the Litecoin Summit. Just a few months ago, we actually went to Bitcoin 2026 and we were there. And we had a guy in a frog suit walking around.
So funny.
And so we're kind of like, we're trying to like meet some of the big players in the industry and kind of get new partnerships and stuff going on. So we're constantly working. Doesn't matter if we're in a bear market or a bull market, we're just going full speed ahead. So yeah, we're just, super excited about Pepecoin. All we care about right now is getting as many people as we can into the Pepecoin community. So.
That's so amazing. I love the inclusivity. I love your heart, David. Like, you were just like a shining light. And I think I said that to you like yesterday. I was like, oh, you're just so fresh. Like, you're just so cool, David. And I hope that you always stay positive and keep like this bright spirit that you have. And I have respect for you grinding it out in the bear to prosper in the bull. And I really do believe you guys will prosper as an ecosystem, as a community. So thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. Is there any last thing you want to say to our audience before we head out of here?
I would just say go to pepecoin.com and check us out.
Let's go, Pepecoin. All right, we're going to go have some pep in our step and hit the stage. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, welcome back. I think this is the closest to on time that we've started. This is fantastic. The Litecoin Summit, Amsterdam 2026. I'm already feeling
about that Mimblewimble extension blocks for Litecoin, and specifically why it is currently bad and what we can do to make it better. So, who am I? Why am I up here talking to you guys about this? Why should you trust me? My name is Diego Salazar. Once again, I have been doing FOSS stuff since 2017, so it's been almost 10 years. So somebody can throw me a decade party. That would be great. I'd appreciate that. I was the face of Monero for 2018 for 2 years, and what that means is I went from conference to conference to conference to conference to conference, and if you guys know Fluffy Pony, he was kind of the face before me. And then COVID happened, and I've kind of recently restarted doing this whole thing. I'm a beautiful person, everyone knows that. I don't think there's no disputes, and if you do dispute that, I will see you outside. And I have also started CipherStack and Stack Wallet, which Stack Wallet is an open source multi-coin wallet that does support Litecoin and does support MWeb and has the best MWeb user experience currently available. I know there are Nexus Wallet people here. You need to listen to my talk. I know Cake Wallet is a supporter. They need to listen to my talk. So it's a good thing that this is going out to everybody. And yeah, I'm a UX guy. So real quick, we're going to cover a few basics. There is some context here because I'm going to make some big claims, and some people are going to say, but Diego, blah, 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 and they're wrong, and I need the context to know so everyone knows why they're wrong. Excuse me. Digital privacy is very hard. Privacy in general is pretty tough, but digital privacy is really hard because information is being sent from you to your internet service provider to potentially a VPN, or if you're using that, to connect to another internet service provider, to connect to the actual server you're trying to connect to. There's a lot of points between you and what you're trying to get to. This means that there is plentiful opportunity for people to kind of like, not just send the information along, but take notes about what is being sent along. And there's really no good ways to circumvent this. We have things like I2P and Tor, but really those are great technologies, and I would recommend using them. We have things like VPNs, but really that's kind of kicking the trust model down the road, or it's kind of mixing some things around, or it's saying, okay, we're trying to make it so that way nobody knows who actually sent it first, and it's wrapped in several envelopes. This is the best we can do for digital privacy. So the way digital privacy actually works is we need to hide in a big crowd, and we need the crowd to be as homogeneous as possible. If you've got a small crowd of 12 people, it's more likely that somebody can point you out and say, this is the guy. You want a big crowd of 1,000 people. In the same way, the homogeneous thing, if everyone is wearing a black shirt, 1,000 people are wearing a black shirt. If that's a big crowd, but you are wearing a white shirt, it is still easy to pick you out. We need everybody to look the same. We need everybody to look the same, and we need the crowd to be big. Those two things are requirements to have good digital privacy. And if one of those is not correct, then pretty much all of it kind of flies out the window. Okay? Now we get to a bigger problem, specifically, excuse me, for Litecoin and blockchains. Having digital privacy on an open ledger, something that is specifically designed so anyone and everyone can look at it and verify that no coins have been created or destroyed, where the flow of funds are going. Having privacy in a context that is specifically designed to be open is even harder than that. There are so many people that think because they know how privacy works in general, or how blockchain works in general, that they know how those two things marry together. And that is not the case. There are very precious few people who are actually qualified. And I don't necessarily count myself among anywhere near the smartest of these people. But there are not as many people that like to think that they know what they're talking about that actually exists. Sorry for that ridiculous sentence. So, here's the biggest problem. We need that crowd to be big, and we need it to be homogeneous. And if we want that crowd to be big, that means we need everyone using it as much as possible. Because if it's only the privacy enthusiasts that are using it, the crowd is small, because there are not many of us. And if it's not easy to use it correctly, then people are going to be accidentally outing themselves by wearing those white shirts by accident because they don't know the correct way to do it, or it's too confusing to do it correctly. And those are called foot guns. where you do something by accident and shoot yourself in the foot because you didn't know that this was the correct way to do things. If you go to bitcoin.com, they have a wiki, excuse me, or bitcoin.org, they have a wiki, and on their official wiki is ways to be private with Bitcoin, and the list is long and complicated, the steps that you have to do. Very few people actually do that. That's naked Bitcoin. So Litecoin obviously did something of their own, MWeb stuff. That's great. We're still kind of in a fledgling stage with MWeb, where not everything is nailed down. Some user interface choices, they differ among wallets, and we're going to get to that in just a moment. My point is, we need privacy for everybody, and it has to be stupid simple to use. Stupid simple. Otherwise, people will not use it. And if people do not use it, the crowd is not big. Or they will try to use it and use it badly, and if they try to use it badly, the crowd is not homogeneous. If either of these two things break, privacy breaks. So these are not optional. Not optional. These must be done correctly. And UI UX is not, I harp on this every time I'm on stage, user interface and user experience is not just veneer. It is not just wallpaper where it's my opinion versus your opinion. No, there is an objective element to it, not subjective. Objective. Because if there is a design choice, if there is a color change that helps a user accomplish the task they want to accomplish faster and with less confusion, then it is objectively better design than the alternative. Objectively. And this is where this wrestles my jimmies, okay? When I start talking with people who are designing wallets, fellow wallet designers, they're like, well, we kind of do it this way because blah, 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 blah. And like, okay, but you're wrong. And that's the word, wrong. Anyway, I'm passionate about this in case you couldn't tell. So the reason I put the Signal logo up here is because Signal did this for messaging. A lot of people like to clown on Signal. A lot of the privacy enthusiasts like to clown on Moxie. I got my family on Signal. My family is not tech experts. And they use Signal. Our entire family group chat is in Signal. They did something right. So we have, as a community, not just as UI UX designers or researchers, but you guys have an obligation to demand from your wallet creators, to demand from the researchers that we make it not suck. Because it is your privacy at risk if it sucks. Because the crowd is small and not homogeneous. Even if you are using it correctly, if the crowd is small, you are not private. This is extremely, extremely important for everybody, for me. So when I'm saying this selfishly. This needs to be done well so I can be private. So let's get to some specifics. That's a whole bunch of theory. That's a whole bunch of context. We're going to talk about specifics about Litecoin and MWeb specifically. You'll notice I don't have a picture here like the other ones. I had to put words because ChatGPT said, peg in, peg out. We're sorry, that goes against our safety guidelines. So, but I'm joking. But this is one of the things I want to harp on the most. No matter how you design things, one of the first things people encounter, and the thing that they're going to go looking for when they have trouble and they start searching on YouTube or they Google things, they're going to encounter terms. They are going to encounter words. And if the words that they are looking at, in hopes of getting less confused, instead make them more confused, then we are really, really screwing it up. I know what peg in means. Does everyone here know what peg in means in regards to MWeb? Who knows what that means? Who does not know what that means? Quite a few people. Even here. To peg in an MWeb transaction literally just means you send from a normal Litecoin address to an MWeb address. Yes, there's a lot that's going on under the surface to do that kind of exchange under the hood. To peg out means you go from a MWeb address to a regular Litecoin address. But people don't know that. So they're going to go look on the terms. They're going to look on the internet, say, okay, I don't understand this. And this is the way it's shown in Cake Wallet and in Nexus Wallet. There's buttons there, peg in. And as a user who doesn't know what this is, I'm like, okay, let me put this in ChatGPT. It says, what does peg in mean? Sorry, this goes against our community guidelines. I mean, MWeb is also confusing. Pool is also confusing. We need to choose our terms carefully, and ideally, we need to be consistent. Because if across the ecosystem, some people are using some terms and some people are not using those terms, then when they go to a different wallet or when the experience changes, they're going to go, where's the peg in button? I don't see it here. There's a different term that uses that means the same thing, but they don't know that it means the same thing. This is the thing that we got to get right, and Litecoin is in a good position where there are not many people, well, you know, not a good position, we want it to be a better position, where there are not many wallets that are yet MWeb capable. There's three primary ones: Stack Wallet, the one that I make with the best user experience for MWeb, I say that unashamedly, Cake Wallet, and Nexus Wallet. That's three. That's three. Guys, Nexus Wallet guys, Cake Wallet guys, we should be able to get this, guys. The three of us, let's talk, come on. And we have been talking, and I have sent Telegram messages. People are like, well, okay. This is the way that Stack Wallet does it. And I will say, this is objectively the correct way. We have one button. One button. The other ones, Cake Wallet and Nexus Wallet, they want to give you the choice, and that's totally fine. You can put, let's say you have 10 Litecoin, you want to peg in 5 Litecoins. You want to leave 5 on the public side and 5 on the private side. So you press peg in, or you enter that flow, put in 5, and put peg in, and then it does a thing, and then you have the 5 and the whatever, and then you can keep those separate. And it gives you the choice. It gives you the choice on how much to do, and all of that is still possible in Stack Wallet. But we have one button. And I'm not married to this term, so if you have a better term, please tell me. Privatize. You click that button, and all of your Litecoin that is in that wallet gets swept to MWeb. Why do we do it this way? Because grandma, or my mother, or anybody who's using this, their use cases, the use cases of the general public is not, well, I want this much public and this much private. They're like, oh yeah, I want my funds to be private. You know, go ask somebody, say, hey, how much of your bank account would you want to be private? Do you want some of it to be private and some of it not? They're like, no, I don't want anyone looking at my money. Any of it. That's my business. That's the normal model. So we build into that knowing that's what people want. Ooh, I'm running out of time. Got to be quick. One button, privatize funds. You tap it, it privatizes them all. Again, you can be an advanced user about it. You can kind of paste in an MWeb address and just send some of them, or vice versa, or whatever. But we want that crowd to be big. And it needs to be one step to do it. Not 3 steps, one step. We want it to be big, and we want it to be homogeneous. So we did it in what I consider the correct way. I encourage the other wallets to do similarly. Again, I'm not married to this term. It means something kind of funny. You know, we're used to it meaning something in a government context, but I don't really have a better one. But it'd be great. It'd be great. It really would if we can get consistent terms and stupid simple UX across all of the major Litecoin MWeb wallets. Because if we don't, we are really, really, really making things difficult. Okay. I actually don't have time to go over the risks because the monitor is saying I got 15 seconds. So questions. I have like one question. The other way around button? Privatize. So to go from... So we don't have that button on purpose because why would people want to go out to public? What's the actual reason that the average person would want some of their funds to not be private? You can still spend from MWeb to any other address. The average person, like, you lose no functionality by parking your funds in private MWeb. In fact, that's what we want people to do. It makes the pool bigger. We want them to park their funds there. So why are we gonna give them another button to do that? Yes. Okay, that's a good point. For those of you who didn't hear, he said when the fees are very high, sending from the public chain to a public chain address is cheaper than like MWeb to somewhere else. That's what you said, right? So that is potentially a reason. I'll think about that. It's generally not enough to sway me, but that is a thing I did not put on the scale. So it is possible for me to put one on. I did.
I know, but we missed it back here. Say it again. What's the legitimate reason?
The legitimate reason is because sending from a public to a public address is cheaper when fees are high than sending from MWeb to public. The primary reason, if I can be very blunt and offend some people here, is that the blocks aren't full, guys. Let's get to that bridge before we start building it into our frameworks. Let's get everyone using Litecoin to the point where we actually have a fee market before we start building that into our stuff. Okay.
So I have a question for you, and I'm
Yes.
the guy that's going to take you off stage, so we're not doing that yet.
Perfect.
So I'm sold on your evangelistic approach to the user interface. If what you say I'm all in on, why isn't the button like a gray button down near the bottom saying public, and it's just private already when it comes in?
That is a good question. Auto privatization was definitely one of the things that we were thinking of doing, and
maybe getting there later after you get them on the one button
right.
privatized. Yeah.
And I think I don't remember. I don't think it was for Litecoin. It was for another coin that we supported. Yeah, for Firo, which is another privacy coin. For a while, we did do auto privatization of Firo. They have a different technology. It's not MWeb. They have Spark. It kind of works similarly on the surface, in that there is a private pool and a public pool. And we did the auto privatization, and ultimately we rolled that back because it confused users. And once again, all of this is very objective. It confused users, and they would message us like, "Oh, I don't remember sending this to the Spark stuff, but now it's all Sparkified. So what's going on here?" We don't want to confuse users. So if they are expecting it in a public address, let it arrive publicly, and give them easy access to privatize. I see another question. I don't have time, but you can come talk with me afterwards. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me rant and rave.
Great job. It makes me remember when Apple came out with like the G4 maybe, way back in the day. The G3 iMac I had was like a flower power G3 iMac, and then they came out with the G4. I think when OS X was first made by Apple, they injected into the boot up of the computer a progress bar that wasn't necessary because it booted so fast. Or it might have been when solid state drives came out and their MacBook came out, but they put this loading bar in there that just as an animation because in the user feedback, nobody thought the computer was booting up correctly because it didn't take a little bit of time to boot up. It booted up so fast that the loader bar was unnecessary. So they actually wrote in a little 3-second script that was like, your computer is loading now. And humans were like, this makes sense. And that's kind of what he's saying is like, we need a button to privatize it because if it was already private, we're all like, why isn't it private? Oh, it's already private. Like would be there. So I want a button that says, let me not see anyone else's. Like on Venmo, when I see 9,000 kids have paid for whatever kids pizza or whatever, I'm like, I don't care at all about what other people are doing. Can we have a button that's like, hide me from seeing anything from anyone else? That's what I would vote for. So anyway, great job. Diego is energetic about what he's energetic about, and it's contagious, and he's fun to be around. So I feel like he kind of opened up a little war with Cake Wallet and Nexus, but that's good. That's healthy competition. That's like the Taco Bell owner putting it right here, and then the Chick-fil-A owner putting it right here, and then we benefit from the prices. So we're going to benefit from our wallet use as users if we have a wallet war. Speaking of which, Loesch, I've got a concept. It's not the answer yet, but I feel like treasure chest visually somewhere is in the name. Like it's like a locked pirate treasure chest that we find, but I don't know, like black box wallet kind of was in my head too, but then that feels like a plane crash. But it's what survives the plane crash, right? Like, so I feel like I want my wallet to survive, but I don't know, then a locked treasure chest just felt like a good thing, but it's a little bit cheesy right now, so we gotta figure it out, the name of this MWeb wallet. But all right, we're moving on to Ivan Escamilla Rodriguez. That felt kind of close. Oh, he gave me the okay sign. Spend Litecoin anywhere, unlocking everyday purchases with Coinsbee. Ivan, a techie at heart, he's been digging down the crypto rabbit hole since 2015, which is 170 years in crypto years. He participated in conferences and meetups in El Salvador, in the United Arab Emirates, in Germany, and Mexico. Currently, he helps users worldwide turn their digital assets into real-world value together with the Coinsbee team. Please welcome Ivan to the stage now. You can start his timer at the start. Like, give him his full time, because I kind of ate up his time a little bit.
Thank you, Marty.
Yep.
Great, so gode dag, like they say here locally, good day, but also good morning, good evening to those joining from online. Hi, Mom. Well, I don't think my mom is watching, but well, as the introduction already said, I am, maybe not the most experienced, but also not a newbie into the crypto bubble. No pun intended. I am glad to be here because these type of events always make me excited and get me really motivated to continue building, to continue spreading the word and telling people about the cool stuff behind the different types of solutions that are out there. But without going any further into this, let's jump straight into what I want to present to you today. I will not be talking so much about technical details or speculation or anything on that. I will be focusing more on the utility part of the use of Litecoin and share with you some interesting insights. And if you stay until the very end, I even have some surprises, some announcements, and hopefully let's get excited about it. And there we go. So before we actually start and before I tell you about Coinsbee, if you have not heard before about Coinsbee, let me tell you a very, very brief story on the context on what happens when people want to use their crypto or when they are trying to get started and get the value, the real world value about crypto. The thing is that around 1 out of every 6 persons in the US or here in the Netherlands, they have interacted in some way or another with crypto. And these people are everyday people like you and me, or they can be merchants that have their own mom and pop shop. They can be someone who is running a franchise. So that's the number we're talking. On the other side, there is a gap because the security and the concerns regarding safety are there. And this is what we see on the right-hand side of the slide. And when we have this gap, we need some sort of bridge, something that helps these holders or these users of the digital asset to connect and make use and get value out of it, but keeping it safe, keeping it simple and easy, and to some extent comfortable, that it feels like something they know. And this is what Coinsbee is about. It's an online shop that allows users to turn their digital assets into real-world value. But more on that later, and especially more on how the Litecoin shoppers like to spend their Litecoin online. Exactly. So as said, there is the bridge between a holder or someone who has a digital asset and a shop that perhaps is not yet accepting the token, is not yet onboarded fully, or simply doesn't want to handle the difficulty, the risk of operating with crypto or holding safely that crypto, as we have been discussing in this panel or in this conference for a while now. So this is the reason that this is the topic that we want to assess, and the reason that we want to keep the users happy and satisfied when they are thinking about getting a pizza or buying flowers for their friends. because who doesn't want to get usage from the real world with the hard-earned assets that they mined or that they bought some years ago or that they got luckily because they found a wallet on the street? So let me tell you about some examples of very popular brands. Most of them here are global. Some of them are more localized, like Macy's in the US. It's a department store where you go and buy your shoes or these type of things. The users want to get and shop here, but these shops are not crypto native yet. So what we do is that we allow them to consume in this type of global brands, but also local brands, in a very easy way by purchasing a gift card, a certificate or code that we are already familiar with, like the ones that we see on the convenience stores or on the corner in the shopping aisle when we are paying for our groceries. This is effectively using the digital asset that you have and turning it into real-world utility. And you may be wondering, okay, sounds good, but how big is this, or what's the volume we are talking about? Well, when we are talking about specific usage of, or the proposition of Coinsbee, we are talking about a well-established shop that has been there for already 6-7 years, that is based in Stuttgart in Germany. Any Germans here in the audience, by the way? Hallöchen. So it's based in Stuttgart, and it has on its catalog more than 5,000 brands. It's a shop that provides the value for holders of digital assets, especially for Litecoin, and I will go to that in a moment. And it's also very open. We tried to serve the users who not only speak the main languages, but also users who speak not so spoken languages, so they feel comfortable and safe that we are selling them a local brand in their language, and they are happy with it because they understand the flow, even if they are not the most deep down the rabbit hole techie type of Litecoin or digital asset user. Here you can see some of the core categories that we offer. So yeah, it's pretty much everything and anything you can think about. And we tried to continuously keep the catalog updated. So when a new brand comes in or when there is demand and interest for a specific local brand, we do everything we can so the catalog gets updated and we can provide the users with the desires and feel their wishes so they can make use of their crypto. Here on the right, we see, again, the brands that we were talking about a moment ago that do not accept crypto natively are enabled via our bridge, our Coinsbee shop online, to accept, in a way, indirectly, crypto. And now, to the Netherlands spotlight. So how does the consumption via Coinsbee for the Netherlands look like? So as I was saying, the advantage of having a solution like Coinsbee is that it's global, but at the same time it can be local. So here we have 3 examples of brands that maybe if you have spent some time here in the Netherlands, so if you are a local, you know them. But myself, for example, I was not fully aware that bol.com was a very well-known brand where you can get your electronics or that you can get delivery, takeaway products via, I will not even try to pronounce it, but it's the Just Eats takeaway local brand, or even sending flowers via Topbloemen. So this is the way that the Dutch like to shop for gift cards, and there are many more examples. There are thousands of users, fellow Dutch users, going, exploring, and making value, getting value out of the digital assets that they hold via Coinsbee. So thanks for this to all the fellow Dutch. And when we want to better understand how the actual process works, well, it's quite simple. And I can show you that the flow takes around 20-30 seconds to enter the site and to complete the checkout. So you look for your product, you basically add it to your cart, just like you would do on any other e-commerce. You pay with your Litecoin, and that's it. The payment is processed immediately, and you receive your code. This is a fake code, so no need to take the picture. But yeah, it's basically just like that, as simple as it can get. And this is the very purpose of it, that it can get designed, and as Diego was telling us a moment ago, the importance of UI and UX, that it can be designed in a way that anyone and everyone can use it and understand it because they are already familiar with how shopping online works in this day and age. So this is just a very brief demo. If you are curious about some other brand, I invite you after this talk, join me. I can explore together with you the shop, and I will even share with you at the end the very interesting surprise about how by being an attendant of this conference you would get some extra benefit. But before we get into that, what I promised before is on how Coinsbee and Litecoin interact and how the community, the Litecoin community, explores Coinsbee and they get value from their Litecoin. And this is an interesting story because we see here on the left how the consumption of Litecoin looks like in terms of the categories that are mostly used. So we see that Litecoin users are users interested in games, in entertainment. They want to get their PlayStation cards, maybe their Netflix and Spotify cards. But at the same time, they are also shopping for e-commerce, for a mobile credit. So they are really living on their Litecoin because this is a variety of categories and brands, products within these brands that can be easily accessed via Coinsbee. And when we compare this among different locations, we see that, it's different in every other country, but in the end, it's interesting because we see that the consumption is diverse, and we can also start exploring new ways of integrating more things into the catalog, getting the product, the right thing that the user, or the shopper, in this case, Litecoin user and shopper, is looking for into their hands. And to conclude a bit on how the Litecoin everyday usage goes to, I want to also bring some support here on the bottom with what the customers are already saying. They have already published hundreds of reviews saying that, it works, it's just simple and easy, and it was fast, we are happy with it, so this is it. I think that it can get simpler than that. And I like this because it's, I think, a meeting point between an innovation, bringing the value of digital assets together with something that is well-tested, well-known, and familiar, like online shopping and gift cards, and delivering a hybrid, new experience that makes the consumer, the user, happy. And to show you that, we are, it's not only, love and everything in the beautiful new world. There are also challenges that need to be addressed, and we need to stay conscious about this. We have heard in this conference many things about the threats and the security, and this is at the same time challenge that is known, but at the same time it's something that we feel that is proven to bring value via an alternative like Coinsbee, because then a user can get to access the value of a gift card, a digital service that they are looking for, without having to deal or be worried about the safety aspect. And the same goes for the merchant. The merchant can have access to the exposure and getting the customers who are crypto customers without having to deal with these risks. And with this also I want to take the chance to thank the Litecoin community. Litecoin was one of the first digital assets that was introduced in the shop in 2019. And since then, it's great to see that it has been not only a high volume currency used in the shop, but also a very stable currency. So while others come and go, have their spotlight for a month or maybe a year, Litecoin has consistently endured. So let's give it a round for that, for the Litecoin usage. So once again, thank you for that. And again, Coinsbee is there as an app for your phone as a website, but we kept getting more and more requests, questions, feedback about how could we make it even easier for those builders that were already getting the different type of solution, like a platform for rewards, like a crypto wallet. How could we provide the value that Coinsbee has and let them collaborate and integrate Coinsbee into their solutions? So after many requests, after many rounds of back and forth and deciding, I am super happy and proud to present to you today a teaser on what we are working on today. And this is the Coinsbee Connect. It's a white label type API that will allow developers, so if you have an initiative for Litecoin and want to integrate a shop that allows your users to get the value from the digital assets that they are holding, this is the solution. This is it. You don't have to worry about the tough part. We do the heavy lifting as the merchant of record, as the handling of the KYC, the stock, and the procurement of the gift cards or the digital product. So it's something that has been requested for a long time, and I'm excited to present it today here. At the end, I can tell you more details. If you are curious about it, I have already gathered some initial thoughts, and yeah, it's great. I am very bullish and optimistic about this, and I am certain that most of you who are building will find value of it. So let's keep the conversation on this of this stage. And as I promised, I have also good news for you. In the goodie bag that you received yesterday or today in the morning, there is this voucher, this flyer that you may have seen. Each of these vouchers is a €5 discount code for Coinsbee. So this is not the code. There is an individual code in each of the vouchers that you receive. Just use that code. You get €5 when you spend 10 or more in the shop for anything you want. If you want to get some tulips and send them to a friend, if you want to get a hamburger via the delivery service, please be our guest. So with this, I close the presentation. I thank you so much for your support to the Litecoin community in the names of the Coinsbee team. And I open it up for maybe 1 or 2 questions if we have some. Yeah. Yeah.
That is money that a shop receives already that is a benefit to anybody using the Coinsbee ecosystem. And therefore, yeah, I wonder, do you have any data on the time frame?
Yeah, so the question is about the insights about the redemption of a gift card. So I am a Coinsbee customer. I purchased the gift card for the flowers, but I have not sent the flowers since it's been a week or 2 weeks or a year, or maybe even I forgot. So in the gift card industry, this happens, and we are aware of this. I think that specifics about how long does it really take for a product to be redeemed is something that we are not sharing right now, but it's certainly important because then you know what type of product, what velocity does a product have, and if we need to somehow incentivize the user to either go back and use it, or what do you want to do with your gift card, find alternatives. So, yes. Yes.
And that means they don't have to send any product out, and you do have money. So therefore, that's maybe something that...
Yes, this is certainly a well-known situation and dynamic, not in Coinsbee, but in general in the gift card industry. Yeah. Follow-up question over there? Oh, okay. Yeah.
So do you help with giving the transaction history to the customer who purchases on Coinsbee?
So if we...
Suppose I want to know the transaction history, the amount of crypto sold on a cost basis, so I can use it for my tax report.
So if we provide them, for example, with an export of the transactions that they have made.
Exactly.
Yes, so one thing I forgot to mention is that you can use Coinsbee as a guest, so no KYC for given conditions, but you can also create your own account. You can, with this created account, sign in and have access to your history, export that as a PDF, yeah, what you need. But if you want to get something more specific, you can write us and we can see how we can help. Great, thank you. Thanks, Marty.
Take that. Yep, great job. All right, so real quickly, I wanted to go over one thing here at the facility. I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but if you go downstairs and around down to the left in the men's restroom, there's something in this Netherlands that I've never seen before it's not in the ladies' restrooms because I've never been in a ladies' restroom, but I'm assuming y'all don't have the stand-up urinals, but I know it's Europe, so I wasn't sure if that was, they're always ahead of us by 10 or 15 years in America on things. But there's a little sign by the stand-up urinal, if we could get that up there, right there, and it's pointing, so I didn't want to have the urinal like in the picture, but that's the urinal, see it? And then we'll zoom in on that sign, and this is like, get a grip, dry your drip with the P-Wipe. So this afternoon is sponsored by the P-Wipe here at the Amsterdam facility. I've never seen this, but I feel like my great aunt, who told me when I was 11 years old, when I came out of the restroom and had embarrassingly spilled restroom items all over myself that came out of my body, she said to me right to my face, it was always crazy to her that boys could make such a mess with such a handy little gadget. So anyway, the P-Wipe is a European thing that my mother and great aunt would probably be thrilled that we brought back to America. So if anybody on X wants to start an American business, you can contact Mrs. Simpson in Spring Valley in Columbia, South Carolina, and my mother would probably be thrilled for that to be a thing in America. I just thought that was worth sharing with everyone. I feel like 3 of us agreed that it was worth sharing. Men, have you noticed it already though? Did you see it? Did you use it? Of course, of course. This is awesome. Yeah, it's great. I didn't. I was like, I don't want to touch anything in here. This is, no, I'm just kidding. I used it. I don't know. Sometimes there's more germs on the things in the bathroom, and I just want to get out of there. I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. Cryptographer from Stack Wallet, and I had a lovely conversation, also from Las Cruces, right? Las Cruces, and the brother of Diego, right? This is Rigo, which is awesome that I met you downstairs. He's a mathematician, which is crazy how smart he is, and he chose to hang out with like this industry and stuff when he could do anything. He could work for NASA. He could do whatever he wants. And he's like, no, I want to do cryptology for this industry with my brother. MWeb, technical analysis review / paper. Rigo, come on up here.
Check, 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 somewhere over the rainbow. All right, we're good, everyone. I'm gonna try something. We're gonna see if it bombs. When I say Amster, you say damn. Amster, Amster. When I say Litecoin, you say Summit. Litecoin, Litecoin. Had to make sure you guys were paying attention. Let's make sure this works. There we go. Yes, my name, let's go back. Do I have to press it really hard? Hard, huh? Well, that's how it goes. My name is Rigo Salazar, as stated. Yes, Diego is my brother. Yes, he is my boss. Yes, that kind of sucks. So, I am a mathematician with a master's in math, obviously, a cryptographer with CipherStack, which does a lot. Design, development, cryptography, and infrastructure. I'm obviously in the 3rd of those categories. And this is my TED Talk. I can't go back. There, no, it's worked. There we go. Bird's eye view. Expanding MWeb's underlying tech beyond itself. So let's do a little bit of story time, all right? It's last year, October 2025. Diego asked all 4 cryptographers under his employ, hey, I want you to look at every single privacy coin, and I want you to compare them, look at them, feel them out, see their pros, see their cons. So we were looking at Monero, we were looking at Firo, Zcash, and we were looking at MWeb, and something that we noticed is that there was not a lot of aggregated information about MWeb. You could look at the lips, you could look at forum posts, but there was not a streamlined place to find information about MWeb. And that was a bummer because they were like, okay, well, we have some information on these other coins, but not a lot everywhere else. And as we were talking about this during the meeting, Diego, who happened to have David Burkett's Telegram, messaged him and said, hey man, we're talking about MWeb. Would you happen to have a chance to kind of like be up for a meeting or something, and David messaged back like immediately. And so 20 minutes after the meeting started, David actually popped up into like our Zoom Jitsi meeting, and we were like, who's this guy? And Diego was like, this is David Burkett. He was responsible pretty much for MWeb. We're like, oh, perfect, this is incredible. And we were just asking him questions, and I will say that immediacy of David's response was the fastest he has ever gotten back to us, so we really appreciated David. But all right. So in our meeting, David popped in, he was chatting with us, he walked us kind of through MWeb, and we were like, okay, this is really cool. And as Diego was listening, he was like, you know what? I think we could make that aggregated source, that kind of streamlined guideline, the recipe book, the MWeb for dummies, if you will. And so he proposed to Litecoin, and he said, hey, what do you think about us doing this for you guys? And they were like, yeah, do it. Please, please, please. And so our team was hired, and the two yahoos that were there is on the left, Luke Shermowski, my pal. The resolution's not great. On the right, that's me. That's my passport picture. That was just the nicest picture I kind of had. I promise I'm usually a little bit more cheerful. I'm not that stoic. All righty. So we call this the Grimoire, because we're kind of nerds, all right? So from here on out, I'm going to be calling this comprehensive guide, the recipe book, we're going to be calling it the Grimoire. So we are assigned to it, blah, 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 blah. We define it as a mathematical roadmap. And what this means is we want to show what MWeb is about, but mostly we want it because we want to be prepared for the future. We were talking about quantum a little bit earlier, but the thing is, without a lot of resources, without a lot of a proper understanding on how something works, it's hard for other researchers, other independent cryptographers to get involved and to get like, I don't know, to just be interested in what's going on and try to expand on it and try to invent more things. And so that's what our ultimate goal was. I'm getting messed up with my notes, excuse me. So yes, it is hopefully a step for the future with more than anything. And with that, this is not even half my presentation, by the way, all my notes, just so you know. So I want to briefly talk about just kind of the importance of new technology from a mathematical perspective. So if you look at, there we go. If we look at cryptocurrency in general, it's about 40 years old. Kind of the groundwork was set in the 80s with David Chum introducing eCash, and then obviously with Bitcoin in 2008. And then moving on, cryptography is about 100 years old. It moved from primarily a government-based science during the World Wars to kind of, towards the 70s, more of a publicly studied and kind of widely shared kind of research area. And if we look at, come on, there we go. Math, on the other hand, is literally as old as people. It's kind of as old as dogs, because you know, if you have a dog and you have 4 pieces of treats, and then you give him 3, the dog can tell, the dog can count. So math is ancient. And the reason that I bring this up is that in the 1500s, 1600s, and so on, there were a lot of very smart people who were just making math for fun. They were just doing some crazy stuff, and from that, we got cute little things like Fermat's little theorem, elliptic curves, stuff which was cool, it was quaint, but it had very little utility until, 400, 500 years in the future, it is currently the basis of modern cryptography. And this is why we really wanted the Grimoire. Because yes, we want, again, a roadmap showing what MWeb does, but we want people to understand it to the point that you could actually do more with it. Because the technology in MWeb is really freaking cool, and we think that it could have utility elsewhere. So, briefly, there we go. The structure of the Grimoire. There we go. I'm going to share it here in a second, but the structure is pretty briefly the history of MWeb and MWeb, the mathematical preliminaries. So if you were here for David's talk yesterday and there was some group theory, there is some of that involved, a general overview and a detailed overview, and lastly, some security guarantees. You can find it actually on our GitHub, so I will give you a second to scan that if you would like. So if you scan that QR code, you will actually be able to get to our GitHub and find the grimoire and read it for yourself. And keep this QR code not just in your phones, but keep it in your brains, because we're going to kind of go back to it here in a second. And blah, 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 blah. You guys can read it on your own. I'm not going to fully go into that. But I want to talk also about MWeb's role in the privacy space. Because full disclosure, our team does a lot of work with Monero, specifically with FCMPs. We've done a lot of audits with them. And I mentioned earlier that Diego asked us to kind of compile a report on all the privacy coins and compare them. And if you were hoping for kind of a ranking, oh, this one's better, this one's the worst, whatever, prepare to be disappointed, because we are not Monero or Zcash or Firo supremacists. We are privacy supremacists. For us, we don't just want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We want a bunch of baskets, and we want a bunch of eggs. And what's more, MWeb is different from the rest of the privacy coins. The use cases matter. They matter a lot. And MWeb has something that we decided to call debit card security. Like Diego said earlier, the larger a group is and the more homogeneous it is, the easier it is to stay private. Right now, Monero, and obviously this has been a thing for Monero for a while, Monero has privacy by default, and there's no opting in or opting out, because they want to make sure that the pool is as large and as homogeneous as possible. And that's good, but Monero comes with drawbacks. There are a lot of delisting of Monero from a lot of the major cryptocurrency kind of exchanges, which Litecoin does not really have. And we saw in another talk yesterday that MWeb's pool is getting bigger, which is great. The just reality is there's a trade-off, because if people can opt in for MWeb, opt in for security, that pool is not going to be as large as, say, Monero's. But it's growing, and there's the benefit of the fact that it is easily usable. Litecoin does not share the delisting issues that Monero does. So there are drawbacks in use cases, and ultimately, MWeb is so not just sufficient, it's wonderful for its use case. Because I, as a human being, am not really going to rely, I'm not so concerned about governmental level, adversaries. I'm mostly kind of concerned about, peers. As an example, say I want to get a gift for my son, and I don't want my ex-wife to know. I'm happily married, but I'm using this as an example. I don't want them to know what I'm getting them. I don't want them to see what I'm buying or how much I have left. And if I have this debit card security, even my wife, if she's ex-wife, she's looking through the pool, it's small enough, but she doesn't have the resources to really heuristically or statistically kind of narrow things down. So that's more than sufficient for my needs as just a random guy. But I want to go into kind of how the rest of this talk's going to go. I've already been talking a lot, so I'm going to zoom on by. The technology in MWeb, like I said before, is really fun and really cool. And here are, as we've been writing the grimoire, just 3 ways that we think that the privacy can kind of be, not privacy, the technology can be extended or explored further in not necessarily MWeb, but in different use cases, different coins. And I'm going to list them out, 1, 2, 3. We're going to look at addresses, and then we're going to look at extension blocks as both a prototyping tool and as a nested structure. So first off, MWeb, and you can read this in the grimoire, uses Bech32 addresses. For those that are unfamiliar, this uses BCH codes in order to provide error detection and error correction. What does that mean? If you go back to our QR code, this button wasn't working, so I'm not going to do that very well. If you go back to our QR code, and if I actually covered part of that QR code, and you were still able to scan it and get to the right link, that is an error detection. Oh, you can't read the whole code. And correction, it will still take you to the same link. This is why, years ago, when you were watching a DVD copy of 2003's Finding Nemo, directed by Andrew Stanton, and there was a big scratch on the DVD, you could still put it inside the DVD player and still watch most of the movie, because there's error detection and error correction. So the immediate question that arises is, why BCH codes specifically? There are a lot of different types of codes which could potentially be better. And the thing is, here is a small list, because I have to zoom through. I have 5 minutes left. There's a bunch of codes. There's a bunch of different families of error correction codes. And it is not by any means exhaustive. For MWeb, Bec32 addresses are more than sufficient. They're perfectly fine for what they need to do, and honestly, in cryptocurrencies, the biggest use case is detection. Like, hey, localized failure, you put in an address wrong, correct it. And you don't necessarily need the correction part, like, automatically. But Bec32 is capable of detecting 4 errors and correcting 1 error. It could be the case that there are other error correction codes which can detect 6 or 7 errors and correct 2. So this is pretty much a low-hanging fruit in terms of like, why don't we try a different code? And again, not necessarily in MWeb, but definitely in other cryptocurrencies. The next thing I want to talk about, I got 5 minutes to go, extension blocks as a prototyping tool. Because MWeb is really cool because of the MWeb portion, but I don't think enough people focus on the fact that extension blocks are actually really cool. Like, you can just append another type of block structure onto a currently existing chain, and the possibilities are almost endless with what you can try to do. So the way MWeb does it is that we have these opt-in features. And so you can have this functionality that a user can, opt in for. And this allows you to implement cryptocurrency to remain compliant with different regulations. But what if you kind of use extension blocks as an alternative to a testing net? What if you have a smaller cryptocurrency that's like, we want to kind of try this new technology, but we're a little unsure of it? What if we just kind of put it on top as an extension block to have users opt into it instead of making a test net or like kind of a hard or soft fork? And this is a question that we've asked. Like I said, we've been working a lot on FCMPs. And what if a smaller cryptocurrency, once we get FCMPs out the door, what if they're like, I would like to add that security to my cryptocurrency. I want an extension block with FCMP technology inside, an FCMPEB, if you will. So a neat little idea that we've been kind of kicking around and want to explore a little bit. The next thing I want to talk about is extension blocks as a nested structure. Full disclosure, this might not be useful or even practical, but it is kind of very fun. And honestly, mathematicians, there's a lot of times you just throw stuff at the wall, like, I hope this works. And if it doesn't, you're like, dang, that kind of sucks. But let's try again. Let's do something else, because that's the beauty of exploration. So pretty much, we can think of an extension block as a path to do 2 things. We can kind of make a sub-currency similar to the MWeb Litecoin, and we can maybe look at it like to color different tokens. So as a nested structure, think about like Inception with Leonardo DiCaprio, like an extension block within an extension block within a potential extension block. That's a possibility. Might not be practically useful, but it could be fun. And there are other use cases other than just specifically with cryptocurrency. Yes, you can use this to kind of like handcraft a currency to kind of your own specific demand. I was having a meeting with my cryptographer friends, and we were talking about this, and one mentioned like, well, I mean, if you're in like an arcade, and instead of like the physical tokens, if you were using kind of like a blockchain thing, you could kind of color the tokens to like be specific for one type of game as opposed to another. And I have a little graph here. Unfortunately, the resolution is not exactly what I want, but if you look at the top one, we have the regular cryptocurrency and the extension block to the right. But if you go down, we can kind of break it off into 2 potential layers. And I'll use this with colors a little bit so it's a little easier. If the one on the left is red and the one on the right is going to be like blue, and then as you split it up into a further sub-block, we can kind of like color them on the left side with like make them lighter or make them darker. And you can kind of have different gradations of this thing. Again, might not be practically useful in a cryptocurrency context, but extension blocks are really neat. And we love the idea of exploring and kind of like sharing our exploration and getting other people involved in that process. So I have 1 minute left, and I have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions here, but we can talk afterwards, because I love chatting. I love talking with you guys, you specifically. Any questions? Yeah. Sidechain?
Yeah, you said extension blocks all the way
Mm-hmm.
till the end of your presentation.
Yeah.
You never used the phrase sidechain. Is there a reason you avoided saying?
Not necessarily. I mean, just like with MWeb, it's in the name, so that's why I primarily use it. So there's not really a reason for my disqualification of that term, no. All right, if you guys are shy, and that's fine, I'm a little shy too. You can talk to me afterwards, and I would love to hear from you. That's it.
Awesome. Awesome. Great job. And if you are shy and you choose to talk to Rigo afterwards, we have rooms dedicated to that just on the other side here of this room, as opposed to the back of this room, and put that mumble into the video that's going out to X. Will be awesome. So we are moving right along, heading towards this end of today. So our next speaker, Zay, is going to do a talk called Stable is Not the Same as Sound. Zay is a product-obsessed builder with technical and design depth, shipped multiple products from zero to scale with lean teams. I like that. That's like the politically correct saying it by yourself. Like, no, I'm not kidding. But anyway, making crypto disappear through optimal user experience. I feel like that's the theme of today. How can we make it so ubiquitous in our phones to tap, where we think we're making a parlay bet in our fantasy football app, and instead we're spending Litecoin? That's the goal of this, right? That's what we're trying to accomplish. Please welcome Zay.
Thank you, Marty. So, the big green button, right? Okay, first of all, thank everyone for being here, for staying here so long until the end almost. Thanks to the Litecoin Foundation for having us here, for giving us this amazing space. In behalf of all the Mocha team, thank you. And I hope you like what I'm going to talk about. Stable isn't the same as sound. How Litecoin competes in a stable coin world. First of all, I'm not saying that stables are bad. I'm just trying to explain how can Litecoin compete and even win in some places or markets against stable coins and how they're being used today. That's what I'm going to try to explain or share with you right now. Stables do solve a problem. For example, payroll predictable. They need to be predictable. If you want to do your payroll, if you want to get your money, you're a merchant and you want to get paid in stables, well, you at least manage to ride the wave of going ups and down in the market, and you still have your value and you can pay your payroll, if that's the idea. Or if you need to, by the end of the month, you need to pay a merchant or someone that is bringing you whatever you need to manage your restaurant or your company, like you need to pay for services by the end of the month, well, you expect that the money that you charge at the beginning of the month, it's still there, and the value, it's still the same, practically. Well, with this inflation, not that much, but yeah, practically stable. Also taxes, like it's a pain to tax if you don't know about crypto and like prices going up and down, and you're just a merchant trying to sell your groceries, selling your dishes, your coffee, and then by the end of the month, you need to go to your accountant and explain them, yeah, but the first day it went up, and then the second day it was down, but then it went really up, but that day I didn't sell, so then the fourth day, blah, 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 blah. Trying to account for that, it's also a pain. So that's what stables do, try to solve, and I think they do it in a pretty nice way. But the issue here is that that's great. Stables are great for settlement, for a business, a normal business, someone that doesn't really know or care about crypto. The issue is that they made it the default for the customers. And us, as customers, we might want to use our crypto, not just our stables. somewhere in the road, we forgot about that. And we said, okay, the business wants stables. Everybody needs to use stables to pay to the business. Why? Like, nobody asked me. They just made it the default for most of the payment gateways. There you go. The customer has this constraint now. Like, if you go to most popular apps, the ones that are like getting more traction and like funding for VCs, and like they're the ones that are ruling now this wave, this bear market, they are like, yeah, come in, do this KYC, and now you have a Visa, MasterCard, and go and spend everywhere. That's it. And I'm gonna a little bit go deeper into that part of it, but I mentioned it in a panel before, I think it was yesterday. Let's not fall in that trap. Like, let's not just change basically the infrastructure of what's crypto and just put it in Visa and MasterCard. Let's not do that. There are different decisions in the process of thinking between the customer and the merchant. I already explained the merchant ones and why for them it's really important to be able to even off-ramp easily, not only have stables, like they really need to have fiat for some stuff. But for the customers, it's not that. And there's an issue with forcing people into using stables for everything. And the main one is that we're diluting the message. Because if everyone is using some solutions, like someone mentioned Flexa before, the business doesn't know that they are accepting crypto. So if I go to the same business and I ask them, do you accept crypto? They will say, no. And it's the truth, they are not accepting crypto. They are just accepting Visa and MasterCard. So there's not people like us going and asking them every day, do you accept crypto? Maybe the first time they will say, no, I don't know about that and I don't care. But if then you go and ask them, they will say, no, but weird, that now there's two people asking me the same thing in the same week. But if everyone here goes around and asks the merchants, their hotels and everything, like, hey, do you accept crypto? Eventually, some merchants will say, I think I need to accept crypto. But if us, the ones that really care about this, the ones that really care about decentralization, about privacy, about blockchain, about Litecoin, we stop asking for crypto and just convert an off-ramp for them, how are they going to know that they can accept crypto? Think about that. This is a QR code of the solution that we are building. If you want to scan it, you can try it out. I will recommend to test it with at least €5 because that way you will have more options to pay with for solvency and all that stuff, fancy stuff that happens in the background with swap providers. You can scan it. We are building something this is one of the ways that a merchant can actually charge. This is something that they can paste in the counter, in the tables, whatever. It's a QR code. If you scan it, it will ask you for an amount, and then you'll choose a token, and you'll do the transaction, and then they'll get the money. And you can have a receipt and show them, like, hey, this is my payment, and they can even scan it and check that the transaction went through. Like, it's easy. But this is like the hardest way to do it. It's just you put the amount. With the point of sale, the business puts the amount, and you just pay. What we've done here and what we think it's important is we have an agnostic approach to wallets and to chains because you might call me romantic, but I really think that we can make this work for all of us and for all of the chains that have amazing tech in the background. It's not a fight between different chains. It's a fight against like governments trying to suppress privacy. Not against ourselves, like not against chains that are, like most of the chains right now are trying to have CK somewhere in their chains because that's the way to go, you know? So that's why we have all these options. Like if you test it, like you'll see like a lot of options to pay. But the important part here is that the business can go to a Web2-like looking platform. They already have a wallet, even if they don't know that they have it. They don't have to think about that. If you're a business and you know what you're doing with crypto, there's more than 20 tokens that you can settle in, including Litecoin. So if you already have your e-commerce or you have your shop at home, you can go to business.mocha.app, register, select your settlement as Litecoin, and that's it. You can start getting paid in crypto. Your users can pay in any of the more than 100 chains that we have there and tokens that we have there. What this enables is people from other chains, from other communities, to bring value to Litecoin. It's not a fight. And if you want to go to a business that accepts Mocha, you will like to pay with Litecoin. You can do it. And if they want to receive some other token, well, they can do it. And here's where stables are valuable. For regular businesses, on the business side of things, we allow them to get a card and off-ramp and use the card to pay for whatever you are paying with Litecoin or with other crypto. But the message changes and the narrative changes, and it's important because now if you go to a business that has Mocha Business enabled, if you ask them, do you accept crypto? They will say, yes, we accept crypto. And they will have a small or big, whatever they want to have it, a sticker in the door that says, pay with crypto. Because now it's the same as paying with Visa or MasterCard. It's another thing in the door that says, pay with crypto. It's really easy to use for the waiter, for the business owner. They don't have to know what's happening in the background. They will just say, see success, and that's it. You can go, like you paid. So that's important. Now, imagine this for just one moment. If you were to go around the corner to the restaurant and you saw a sticker that said, pay with crypto, will you go in? The people that it's here right now, will you go in? What will be the first question that you'll ask? Do you accept Litecoin, right? That's the question. Guess what? With Mocha, you can pay with Litecoin. And as I said, it's chain agnostic. If somebody else from another community is here learning about these amazing things that Litecoin is building, they can also pay in the same place. But guess what? You can also go to a business, like your favorite restaurant, the one that you love it in your hometown, and now you can onboard them, and you can tell them, do you want to accept crypto? I don't know about crypto. I don't know nothing about crypto. You don't have to. I can help you. It's really easy, like 3 steps. You have your account ready. But how do I get my money? Just get this card that you can get from the platform, directly from the platform, and you can spend your hard-earned crypto. You can even settle in a stable if you want, because, well, it's a business. They would like to do that. So who tried it? Who checked it out? Did it work? Just let me know. It's not working. There you go. One terminal, any wallet, any supported asset. This is important. We as Mocha are trying to bring the community together, not split it more. So we are not forcing you to pay with any wallet. We have our wallet, we have the Mocha wallet, and we don't want you to pay with only the Mocha wallet, and this is a closed protocol, and you have to implement us, and that's the only way to pay in all these businesses. No. If you test it and you select Litecoin and hit next, it gives you an address and an amount. You know what to do with that. You get an address, an amount. That's it. You can do it even in centralized exchanges or centralized wallets. Like if your best friend happens to have one of those big centralized wallets, they can still go and pay in the same restaurant. So I'm not blocking any wallets, and I also want to invite the wallets that are being built here in the Litecoin community. We have APIs that make this step even easier. It's just select the token. If you're a Litecoin wallet, like an only Litecoin, well, you can jump that step and just ask for the fingerprint or whatever way of authenticating the user that you have, and that's it. It's just simple enough. So, stable by default, Litecoin by choice. I will need your help, like I will need the help of the community talking about what we're building. And what do you get in return from us? you can start talking about what are the benefits of Litecoin to those people and teaching them how to settle in Litecoin. So maybe when you approach a business, the business will be like, yeah, I want stables because that's what I want. Let's be honest. In most places, there's not going to be, at the beginning at least, a big volume of transactions coming in, like everybody's going to be paying in crypto. Hopefully one day we get there. But at the beginning, it might be 1 a month or 2 a month, depending on how much you go to the place, probably. So for them, some restaurants might be willing to see it as, I'll keep it. I won't spend it because it's, I don't know, a few dollars, a few euros. So explain them the benefits of Litecoin. It's a way to interact, a way for you to onboard people into Litecoin, and they can choose Litecoin or any other of the assets that we have. So help me with that. If you have your favorite restaurant, your favorite place, go check it out. We're going to launch next month a huge partner program where you can also get revenue from all the transactions that happen in any business that you onboard. So that's also for lifetime. We're not just giving you $10 and that's it, you're free to go, thanks for helping us. No, we're giving you revenue from our revenue to you for lifetime, for all the restaurants, all the shops, all the merchants that you onboard. So this is big. This is big because now people from other community uses Mocha, gets whatever they want, like they can go to a e-commerce and buy whatever they want, like subscriptions to something. They can buy any product from your favorite Litecoin shop if you want. And then the merchant receives Litecoin. That's it. That's how it works. That's the thesis of all of this. I'm just going to jump this one. Also, I'm going to jump that one because I already mentioned it. And this is the important part because I just have 2 minutes. Stable coins don't have to lose for Litecoin to win. And this might sound counterintuitive of the beginning and the first slide, but I hope that after what I just talked about, it makes sense. The stables do serve a purpose. They are important. If we are honest with ourselves, they are amazing tech, but they have the downside of most of them being centralized, and they can block you, and they can just hold your tokens, and it's happened, and you've seen it. But they do serve a purpose, and for most of the merchants out there, for most of the people that it's going to start accepting crypto out there, they are not going to block them. Probably. I hope everybody using this is using it for legit purposes, and they do their accounting. Like we also have on the business platform a way for you to actually download everything and easy accounting for yourself. So we are not encouraging anything illegal here. Just please use it for legit purposes. We don't have KYB. We don't have KYC for you to pay. Like if the ones that scanned it, you can see that it was just an open platform in the web. But it serves a purpose. At the end of the day, you need to hold your value, not the coin, the value of whatever you sold, the value of the product, the service that you are giving to the community or to people. But Litecoin has a lot of benefits. I don't want to go into all of them because you already heard it from many, many more intelligent people than myself before me. But go out and talk to the people, let them know what are those benefits, and start getting the word out, start letting the merchants know that they can settle in Litecoin and they can start charging with crypto. And also then, once they start getting Litecoin and start telling them, there's this amazing wallet that you can have with the same address linked, and you can now use MWeb and have more secure transactions with it. So it's a step-by-step process to bringing merchants into Litecoin and other chains, but right now, to bring people into Litecoin, it's not a 0 to 100 in 1 second. let's try to remove that thinking, because I've seen it happen, and not only with Litecoin, with many chains. People just go and try to explain all these benefits, but they start talking about hash. They start talking about whatever, zero knowledge proofs, and then you lose them just with 2 words. They don't know what's that. So just go step by step and make it easy for them. And I think that's the end, yeah. So I was on time a little bit. So I don't know if someone has a question. I don't know if I have time for a question or not.
That was a great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
I was just curious about the cryptocurrencies on there. Are they synthetic, or is it the actual?
No, it's the actual, everything is on the chain, like layer 1s or layer 2s, but it's the actual token on the chain. It's not a grab token. Just a small caveat there. We have another feature for people that they don't really want to, like if you sell amounts, like really low amounts, you can be eaten by the fees and the slippage and everything. So we have another solution that you can opt in if you want, and that way you have a grab token and you batch them out, and then you get paid on the actual layer, like real token. But that's just to reduce the amount of, like in percentage, how much you lose out of the fees for a business. Yeah, that's the only part that we use grab tokens, but it's an opt-in, so yeah. Yep.
Yeah, no, I just had a suggestion that if you are offering this to business, if you have something in the back end where you have an auditable document monthly, because a lot of these businesses, if they take on and run
Okay, sorry, I'm struggling to hearing you. Yeah, thank you.
No, my suggestion would be if you're offering this to a small business to take crypto and it's running parallel to the point of sale system. I've talked to other wallets about it, but I think that this is almost mandatory to offer, but to have an audible financial statement, like say monthly or weekly, or to have them choose however they want, that they can literally hand to their accountant and be like, this is what I got off, this is what the taxes, everything.
We have that. He's recommending that a way to have like a monthly sheet of what you sold in crypto and which coin you received and how much was it for accounting and taxes. I think that was, if I got it correct, that was the suggestion. We have that. We have that in Mocha Business, in the business platform. You can filter by date and like have a range of dates and then download, and you'll see how much you charge in your fiat, like the default fiat of the business. And then you see which token you got and how much of the token you got from the transaction and the status of the transaction, like if it's refunded or something like that. So you'll get a nice spreadsheet. Like it doesn't have design, it's just like Excel, CSV file, and you got all that information. And the date, that's important. That's important, the date. The date is also there. Any other question? Nothing?
Volunteers.
Yeah. He asked, for those of you watching us at home or at your work or wherever you are, the bathroom might be, he asked for the fees. We charge 50 bips, so 50 BPS. That's 0.5% of the transactions that go through a business. It's very competitive with like cards. Well, I don't know here, but at least where I'm from in Mexico, cards can go up to 5% and also having a small fixed fee per transaction, so that's a lot. So there's no setup fee, and if you don't use it, like nobody is using it in your business, there's no charge for it. So you can just have it there and have the QR code, even if you don't want to have like special point of sale system just there. Just have the sticker there, and you can charge whenever you do it. I see you. I see you coming.
You're fine. You good?
I see you coming.
You're good. Awesome. Great job.
Thank you.
Great job. Great job. Fantastic. Everybody's doing a great job. Staying on time. Here's the thing. If you're stressing that maybe something got cut out and we're ending at 4, we're just over the time is what's happening. We're just going to go over the time of 4. So we're not going to miss the last panel with Charlie and Alan and everybody. That's going to be like the big hurrah. But we have one second to last panel before we get there. But before I did that, I wanted just to take time and recognize somebody that doesn't always get the shout outs and stuff. So I wanted everyone on the staff and the volunteers of the Litecoin Foundation needs a round of applause right now. So let's do that. Everyone has worked so hard to make this place amazing, to make this event amazing, to make us all feel welcome, to just do everything so great. One guy doesn't work hard enough to get any recognition, and I wanted to make sure that he got none of the recognition, and that's Jay. So stand up and wave to everybody, because you deserve nothing, Jay. No compliments. Jay's job description is to do everything that everyone else doesn't do, and to do it with a smile on his face, and to come in first and leave last. And he just did that exactly. Nothing more, nothing less. So just give it up to Jay for doing only that which we hoped he would do. Nothing extra or anything special for Jay, everybody. Jay. Hats off to Jay, everybody. I don't know if y'all understand what a roast joke is. I just know Jay likes the dry humor and stuff. So if I was like sweet and nice about it, he would be like, well, that's pretty fun. But I think if I made fun of him right to his face, he thinks that's a higher compliment. Just in case there's people out there that think I'm being a jerk right now, like my mother probably does, except my mom fell asleep halfway through this day, so I'm not too worried about her. But she did appreciate the peace sign. So, these are my kids from earlier. Okay, y'all are going to hear about these two guys later. So I feel like the scene in A Few Good Men when the two Air Force guys just showed up in the middle of the trial. This is like a fun story. This is a professional tease, everybody. So if you're online, join us after the break. But so these two kids, they're grown men. There's 19 and 23-year-old, and I met them last night on the streets of Amsterdam, and I recruited them to come to this conference because they are very enthusiastically excited about Litecoin specifically and cryptocurrency in general, and so that'll be a fun story. But for now, what we're going to do is have Aki Hammam bring his panel of people up here that they're going to talk about institutional and funds interest in crypto, so come on up here. He's going to introduce them one by one, and I did get to meet Constance, though, and I just didn't get to say many women's names during the conference, and I wanted to be able to say Constance's name, so that's awesome. And all the women in crypto, we appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
We need more women in crypto. Come on up, guys. We care about you too, guys, but it's just not special enough for me to say your name.
Mic check. Oh, perfect. Yeah. So welcome, everybody. Thank you for the lovely introduction, Marty, and thank you in advance from us Dutchies to the whole Litecoin team and foundation. We're very pleased to be here. Let me just start off simple. My name is Aki Hammam, used to run the fund, and now we'll lead the panel with my friends and also Dutch colleagues. We are very simple people, but also we love to build things as the Dutch culture is. So I'm going to start one by one. Everyone can do an introduction for about 30 seconds to 1 minute, and then we're going to slowly get into the panel. I do want to make it a little bit more interactive because I know you guys have been sitting for a very long time, many keynotes, lots of information. So also feel free to ask questions to the panelists because at the end of the day, we're here to learn, we're here to share knowledge, and for you to also understand them better and the way the world's moving into. But first things first, let's start with David, then Michael, and then Constance. Just sort of introduction for about 30 seconds, please.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is David Arkenbout, and I'm the CIO of Hedura Capital. And we are an Amsterdam-based crypto-neutral fund. And we are specialized in allocations to different market-neutral funds. So we are a fund of funds in market-neutral funds. And we are trying to select the best-in-class managers in the space. And for those who don't know what market-neutral is, for us, it doesn't really matter if the price of crypto goes up or down. We are trying to get stable returns based on the volume of the market.
Hey everyone, my name is Michael van der Poppen. I'm Amsterdam-based in the crypto industry for now almost 10 years. Most of you might know me from the content that I create on X and YouTube. launched a podcast 18 months ago where, for instance, last week or 2 weeks ago, we interviewed Michael Sater. Other than that, I'm running a liquid fund. I'm the CIO of the fund, and we have a venture capital. And quite recently, all of a sudden, I became a Scorito master here in the Netherlands for the World Cup, for all the Dutchies that are actually watching football.
Thank you. Now, Constance.
My name is Constance. I'm one of the founders of Overflow Capital. It's a fund of fund also, and also direct exposed to liquid products, very diversified from gold to equities, commodities, non-correlated fixed income and digital assets. And we select top-notch funds that always are liquid, so non-VC, non-PE. So people, the retail people, are exposed to a very diversified portfolio and get their money to work harder than they do.
Thank you so much for the introductions. We're going to start off very simple because I know some people might have more questions later, but I just want to know first, let's just go one by one. Where do you think the world's moving into in the world of crypto? Because before, a lot of institutionals were not a big fan of crypto. We actually seen only like very recently that the big institutions, and I'm talking maybe the big traditional ones like BlackRock or JP Morgan, they all of a sudden started to love crypto. But where do you think, as a fund owner, where it's going to move into the next couple of years?
Well, from my perspective as a market neutral fund, I think on one side you have like the ETF inflow from like the big institutions like you mentioned, like BlackRock. But we also see like that maybe the family offices and the institutions that are like afraid for now of crypto are trying to get maybe a way in of crypto. And we see that I think the older people at the power of those institutions are now getting old, and there is coming in like a new generation of people that are more interested in crypto and digital assets as well. So I think there will be also by the time there will be a change of the perception of that. And I think naturally it will create an inflow of crypto also by the big institutions.
Will that change your strategy eventually, if there's a more inflow of crypto?
For us, it won't change our strategy, but it would just be a very positive thing for like the institutional parties of crypto themselves.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
I think
as a crypto fund.
We are moving in a way where everything becomes on-chain. I think the first few signs with the recent SpaceX listing has shown why on-chain is just way better than the traditional world, in the sense that you can have the trading 24/7 in the weekend. You can actually have lower slippage, lower spreads, all those things on-chain. So eventually we will all be using tokens, and I think we are going to transition into a world where we probably are going to be using apps that are on blockchain, but we don't know they are on blockchain. And I think that's the same as where we transitioned into when we got in touch with internet, that nobody understands, or probably a lot of the people here understand HTML. I don't care. I want the app to work. And that's kind of the phase that we're in when it comes to crypto broadly. So I think there's a lot of upside in that sense too. And I think that the markets are currently trying to understand how you can actually accrue value to the token. And more concepts are coming out that actually make sense. So it's quite positive, but it's just a very slow pace until the hockey stick kicks in. And then we see the escape velocity.
And when you say escape velocity and when it kicks in, would that also like change your strategy eventually into only investing more in crypto, or?
I think it's going to change a lot when the other like traditional assets are coming on chain, that you can create a different basket of assets that optimizes your entire return or your Sharpe ratio or the risk that you have on your portfolio, that just solely having tokens has too much risk. So I actually prefer to have all the assets on chain, so my investment memorandum allows me to buy all the other assets that are just tokenized. So I think it's going to change quite a lot. And for me, it's going to have a more risk-averse appetite when it comes to investing into all those opportunities.
Thank you. And for Constance, because you also want to make it accessible for retail investors?
Yeah, well, I consider myself very lucky, being almost a 40-year-old, having experienced also the time frames where people were sending money to each other through a paycheck or through an accept giro, we call it in Holland. And I believe that's prehistoric, of course. Having, getting to know the Hashcash or the early papers of how money can be sent or transactional to an online way instead of via, we used to use a postduif or a dove who was sending the money. For me, it's logic thinking that it will all be on chain in 10 or 20 years from now. And of course, it's very still risky to be exposed, and therefore a portfolio of diversified assets is very, for me, something that has been born as the best way to go into or to guide people into a beautiful portfolio. And even where non-believers or non-convictionalists are exposed, because if you don't have a spot in the bubble, there will be a bubble, right? So it's just joining whatever is logic, that it will be online without all the legacy work that's normally underneath sending money or transactions.
Yeah, I do really get that. So it's making everything way more easier. There's a big capital inflow coming soon for all assets, basically worldwide, which makes it interesting for you, especially because you do many different asset classes. Not only crypto, but how do you then see it also? How do you see all the different asset classes being more accessible for people on the blockchain?
How it's more acceptable for people? Well, the stablecoin, I think it's here people get what stablecoin is, and here, but having the merchants to understand whatever the benefit is for them, for example, to have a stablecoin or to transact in crypto or to transact in all these things. This is we are at the forefront of the industry, but the people like having all these large institutions joining in on these systems, that's of course great news, but it's more about that people in normal life, like the retail market, understands and really gets a hold of what it is that this is doing. Like we used to, like in the beginning, we always look like at the techniques, how houses are built or how fundaments are built. But we don't have to understand the technique. We have to just understand the benefit, what is in it for the normal people to transact in such a way. So I believe whatever markets, whatever industry, it will move into innovation, right?
Yeah, I think so too. So to continue on the innovation part, I was going to ask this a little bit later, but what do you all think then, what will happen with AI agents and, for example, stock markets or trading or digital, all the currencies, because soon agents will be able to trade by themselves. Will the agents be able to influence the markets, yes or no? Give your view, just honest, open view.
Well, I think most of the companies are already using like a lot of algorithms, a lot of AI agents building these algorithms. So I think it's not good for retail in general with the look at trading themselves. I think it's more the new trading style of retail should be get the right tokens and hold it for some time, because you cannot outperform big funds or big trading firms at this point already. And I think agentic traders and AI will only make this harder. But I think we already in a world where most funds are based on how good their algorithms are, how good are their trading techniques. We also see at our underlying funds today are using most of the time just quick algorithms that do trades for them. So yeah.
And do you, maybe that's a better question for Michael, because I know you built your own also algorithm and trading internally. How much do you guys use it internally on a day-to-day basis?
I think like what I quite often say when it comes to using AI and building algorithms is that if you do not understand or like you don't have a good strategy, the AI won't build you a good strategy at all. It's like, it's super efficient and it accelerates the growth, but if you're going into the wrong direction, it also accelerates in that kind of way. So it's like going both ways exponential. We have seen some of those cases with some of the updates that we were doing. So we use AI a lot. I'm not a coder, but I can actually code through just prompting. But if I do not test it thoroughly, or like if I do not use a shadow mode or whatsoever to continue to improve, I will not be able to execute it quite correctly. But on the other hand, I can do the updates way faster than what was possible earlier. Other than that, I think that when it comes to trading in the markets, I think algorithms or AI is not creating new strategies at all. It's just the human mind and the psychology of the markets that will never change. We've had algorithms for 30 years already. I think it's going to lower the barrier for many people to actually develop strategies through AI. So back in the day, you had to hire 30 developers to build a complex strategy. Now you can just do it with AI. So I think it's giving a lot of opportunities. But again, if you don't have a proper strategy or a proper mindset, then it won't take you anywhere.
Okay, and when you say proper mindset, do you mean like for you as a team, or do you mean for people that trade themselves or want to use AI for trading, for example?
It's for both. I mean, again, I think AI won't make you the money in trading. It's just giving you an endless data set and endless tools to continue developing the strategy that you would like to develop. But if you have absolutely no clue about trading, it's not going to be a gold mine. And we're currently living in some sort of AI bubble where I've been using any version of Opus until now, and the recent Fable 5 that I've been using for 3 days until Trump said, no, not for you.
You made a lot of money in those 3 days?
Yeah, well, I've tried it a lot, but I think it's marginal. So since Opus 4, it's going like this, and it's actually turning negative in terms of marginal return I get out of a newer version. It's actually making many, many mistakes all the time. So we're all praising AI with what it can do, but right now we're just hitting the ceiling in terms of hype and in terms of the adoption we can get with it.
I think it will give you like the opportunity to be able to trade 24/7 and to have like a faster execution time instead of creating like the gold mine knowledge for you.
That's the thing. I mean, if you have a good strategy, it will erase any emotion. If you have been drinking wine all day, it doesn't matter. It just executes trades all the time. But if I've been drinking wine, my variance of my trading goes up quite a lot. So I think AI can help a lot in that.
And you, Constance, what do you think about the implementation
of? We are a retail product, so of course we are all about capital preservation and risk protection, downside protection, and that skewed us towards quant funds and skewed us towards algorithmic funds. So it actually is, the proof is in the pudding that those funds are the ones, and not the human override funds, are the ones that are selected based on their results and on their performance, but also based on their downside protection. So it's funds like those boys that are so also driven our performance forward. AI is they're the underlying technology.
And for you, do you think then, because you do different asset classes, you're also very liquid in the fund, how would you then implement the AI or agents in that sense? Are you
on our side?
Yeah, on our
we
side.
Actually not much. So because we select the best managers in our sense, on our benchmark, the best managers, that's automated, of course. So only funds that fit the benchmark can join. And there's only a little space for those funds in the field of the desks that they are covering. So it's equities, it's digital assets, it's fixed income. It's very precise. But we as a company are using AI just like any other company is using it. But not the way they are using it. So it's really, we have the benefit that we select the specialists of how they are using AI and the technologies and the algorithms to work for us.
Thank you. Michael, you have anything to add? Okay, then next question also for Michael. Because Bitcoin already dropped from highest points and you're crypto-only fund. What do you think or will happen in the next couple, let's start off with months and then years, over 2 years in crypto, because obviously this is a long-term strategy what you're running. Would it really matter if the market goes down for you? And how do you see the market moving into the future?
Well, it does, because we are long only, which means that it's quite tricky to execute the 3 strategies that we have when you only trade one side. So we trade volatility. We have our fundamental base assets that we hold if we see an edge or we have conviction in a certain play, and we do some OTC trading. So being long only limits your capabilities of having a return when the markets turn against you, so you need to become more conservative. I think I don't have like the actual idea of where the markets are going to go, but I can clearly tell that I've been here before when it comes to the sentiment, and that usually markets are not following through with the sentiment, which means that we kind of are in some sort of phase of whether or not accumulation or whatsoever. We can go to 40K, we can stay here and go up from there. All I'm seeing is that there is a big gap between the amount of revenue and the amount of fundamental adoption that's being built up in the ecosystem, which I see for the first time since 2017. I think we're finally creating products that actually make sense, that institutions or retail people will be using. And the gap between the underlying token and the fundamental growth that we've seen is one of the biggest mispricing opportunities that I've seen in a long time. And the core reason of the fact that we continue to fall is whether or not Iran has been selling his Bitcoin because they are the world's biggest sovereign miner, we don't know. Or the second reason is we all blame Michael Saylor for having a product that has a leverage bet on Bitcoin, which doesn't have any impact in the markets at all, but we give him the credits and therefore the markets go down, which have nothing to do with the tokens. So I think it's just a matter of time before the markets go back to the fair price. And in a few years from now, I think probably we will be into a bull market of the crypto markets, and we face probably one of the biggest crises, financial crises ever that our entire generation has not seen yet. I still believe that the next peak of Bitcoin will be the peak of the financial system and will just tip over. And I think the previous Fed chairman, Elizabeth Warren, or any of the higher people over there, she was saying in a meeting that we should not approve Clarity Act, because the fact is that if Bitcoin continues to rally, it will tip over the entire financial system, and I stand by that.
And what do you think then the consequences could be? Because then you basically say the whole financial system could crash, let's say including Wall Street, including BlackRock, all the big institutional funds, also the traditional funds, not only crypto funds. Is that, do you think, a reason why the bigger funds are holding back or holding off from investing in crypto like big time, or going fully tokenized on all the asset classes, or what's your view on that?
I think we will invest into crypto in the coming few years, because some sort of bear market talk of the financial system will probably fade away. But a lot of people are already taking way more debt than they should when it comes to having mortgages that are like half of the 2 salaries that they make. And people are not aware of the risk that they take. So we create a system where there's so much risk, so much debt, and then once it hits the fan and it goes the other way around, a lot of people will lose money or go into heavier debt. Then we create some more tokenization, we create some more products to have like surveillance over everyone. So I think if you look into those few years, I think that what people could be doing as a response to that is to have self-custody, to have assets in their own possession, to have Bitcoin, to have some altcoins, and to just stay as liquid as possible.
So that's going to be good for Constance, because she has a very liquid fund.
Yeah, so it's a devaluation of a valuta, of our fiat currency, and if in the past 20 years everything steers towards such a direction, and it's of course we cannot see the future, but there's so much information to be diversified, to be protected, to be involved in many more things than only the old world currencies. So I'm a strong believer of the diversification, as you heard, but like the physical gold, and on the other side, the crypto, the exposure on direct crypto, direct on the markets, but also on non-directional exposure to the crypto markets, like market neutral. But most people, here in the room, probably people know what market neutral is. But retail people, they have no clue what an arbitrage fund is, or what a market neutral fund is, or they are not exposed to this information. While it is protecting a lot of, it has a very strong capital performance. So where money goes, direction follows, and it's hearing what Michael is saying. I underwrite it. Yeah.
Thank you. Then David, how do you see it? Because you work with a lot of funds. You are in touch with a lot of funds with your business partner Maurits. Do you hear this also in the conversations you're having with all the different funds, that their strategy might change, or how are they implementing it?
Well, we have a different look on that, of course, on a fund basis, because for us it does not really matter if the market goes up or it takes deep dive down. So the last couple months were not as bad for us as for the retail investor, I think, on crypto. But of course, I think for the whole market, also in the market neutral market, if the crypto market is down really bad, people talk bad about crypto in general, and they link it often when you talk about your own market neutral fund to crypto itself. So I think, and besides that, also a lot of strategies the funds we're in are running are based on some strategies that are really working the best when it's a bull market. So for us, we are not performing negative months, but for us it would be also better to be in a bull market. And besides that, you also have, of course, a personal portfolio yourself.
It will help everybody a bull market.
Sorry?
It will help everybody with a bull market.
Exactly, yes. But no, for us, it's less important on the crypto side.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have like maybe 2 or 3 questions from the audience, because we have some time left, and then I'm going to finish off with a hot take questions for the speakers, but very contradicting hot takes. So maybe if some people have some questions for the panelists, then we can have at least like 2 or 3 questions now going on. Not everybody at the same time. Okay, perfect. Yeah, young man. Do you want a microphone? 1 second. I'll get you a microphone. Okay. So the question is, what ecosystems are you on right now, and where are you placing your chips? So we can start off with David, and then...
Yeah, so for institutional parties, you place your bets on the tokens that are the most secure and has the deepest liquidity and order books. And that's just because you need to get in size. You need to get in and out in size. I think if you look at the institutional parties coming into crypto, they are looking at the top market cap tokens.
In terms of ecosystems, I think, as I just said, the markets have been mispriced quite heavily, which then means that you can generate a return with the safest ecosystems. So you don't need to go on a risk curve to actually risk it all. So the ones that we are looking at are just simply the one that's most hated, which is Ethereum. It's still one of the safest bets in the ecosystem, and I think that the amount of TVL constantly continues to grow, and the developments in there too. I think Solana is also a great one.
Litecoin.
From a fund standpoint, we're not looking at Litecoin. I'm very sorry. And personally, I'm looking at innovations that are in the ecosystem that are actually thriving. So in that sense, decentralized AI and privacy. So Near Protocol is one of the ones that I'm looking at, and some RWA plays with Ondo and AVAX are the ones that I personally look at. But Litecoin is out of my scope, unfortunately.
Not yet. Maybe soon.
Maybe after this, yeah.
Yeah.
And we at the moment have non-directional exposure, so no directional exposure at the moment. Only market neutral funds from digital assets point of view. We will go into direct exposure, probably Q1 2027. That's for now. On the whole spectrum, the diversified allocation, it's an all-weather allocation, so it's from all these different asset classes. But we do treat digital assets as an equal weight asset class. So we are actually quite exposed to digital assets through the market neutral funds.
Okay, thank you. More questions? Okay, then we can finish off with a hot take. One more question here. What do you think about privacy? What kind of privacy do you mean?
Like financial privacy?
Ownership?
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, there's a lot of people that don't have a voice elsewhere, and the only way they could, you know, reach safety or even be empowered or own money, period, depending on who they are and where they live, you know, privacy is a way to do that.
I think privacy and anonymity should be separated from each other. So I think if you look at what has been happening when it comes to Iran and sanctions, the fact that they are using Bitcoin for the Strait of Hormuz, and that they actually adopted Bitcoin as a whole and created their own miner, is actually the core use case of like Bitcoin in a sense. So I think that we all should have privacy, but never in our world or lifetime the government will allow that. So that brings you down to just have Bitcoin or Litecoin and just be self-sovereign. And privacy is just a very difficult part that the government will never let through until we get a crisis and they have to. But for now, it's just really hard. And that's why if you use Zcash or Monero or any of those privacy coins, for us as a fund, we are not allowed to do that. We cannot have those on the balance sheet, because it's just not allowed by the government. So that's where you see that it's actually good to have those tokens from a private standpoint.
Anyone want to add something to the privacy part?
Yeah, I love the question, maybe also offline. But what I believe is that the people who are looking for privacy, or the institutions that are looking for privacy, it will be, of course, controlled. But I do also believe that it could be controlled by allowing more and just separating, like creating a free state. And of course, there's a beautiful vibe going on for people who desire virtual nation states. But yeah, for me, it's a broad discussion on a life's end perspective. But yeah, I love how we are creating these new ideas to how sovereign you would like to be as an institution or individual.
Thank you. Then, okay, last hot take. Will Bitcoin hit 1 million by 2030 before banks are offering crypto to the retail? Yes or no?
Well, if Michael Saylor says so, it could be, but my take is no. I don't think so, but it can get close, but I don't think 1 million, maybe.
I don't think so. Probably close to that, but no.
Yeah, I thought it was 2025, so it was way off.
Okay, thank you. And once again, I want to thank all the panelists for being here. I want to thank the Litecoin Foundation and the team, David and the guys. Jay, thank you so much for pulling this up. And yeah, speak soon.
Thank you, Aki.
Great job. Yep. All right, we are winding it down. So I teased a story. I want to just tell a quick, brief story. I'm still in their time, so we still have their time. But last night, walking the streets of Amsterdam, as we are prone to do after things are over, I'm just kind of that guy, and I have never met a stranger, even though they can't understand my dialect. I'm willing to talk to everyone on the street, get their opinions, ask them the rules on what these bicycles are doing about to kill me. I've asked every Amsterdamian, I don't know if that's a word. I've asked everybody what the rules are about the bikes, And apparently there aren't any rules about the bikes. The bikes can just run over people if you're standing in the wrong place. If they run up on the sidewalk, then it's their fault. But if I accidentally am walking a little bit in the road and I hear a little dee-dee, I'm like, what is a little dee-dee? Oh! And then somebody goes 40 miles an hour beside me and they hit me, that's on me. I don't know, I think we should. Anyway, so I'm walking, talking, doing this thing, and I meet these guys. I'm gonna affectionately call them kids, but they're 19 and 23 years old. So you're gonna step out? Oh, Mike, okay, he's gotta run to the toilet. I don't know if this is a joke or not. But, you can talk to us afterwards about how the meeting, we're just gonna be vague about how we met, all right? It wasn't anything inappropriate. It just was not something I'm gonna share with the internet. But it might have to do with Charlie's answer about how he decided to write Litecoin and the casino and poker. I don't know, it might have to do with that. But I don't know that all these kids were the right age to be there, so that's not the official place that I saw them all. And so I just was deciding that I wanted to see what this game was and walking out, and then this kid said funny things like 23-year-old grown man, he's in the Netherlands military, but I'm calling him a kid because I'm 50 million years old. And he said, oh, you're an American degenerate gambler, what are you doing here? And so, I mean, it was outside. It was on the street, but I was heading in a direction that he could sense that maybe a wager was going to be made at some point. And I was like, oh, I like this kid already. He's great. And so we then started a conversation, just a very loving, fun, back and forth, funny conversation. He said, oh, you're from South Carolina. He knew South Carolina. He said, I lived in Texas for 3 months. And he's like, I know the difference in North Carolina and South Carolina. He said, North Carolina, they date their sister, and South Carolina is good food. And I was like, I like this kid already. This kid is fantastic. And so I'm talking, they're laughing, everybody's playing, or we're just like having a good time. And then they say, what are you doing here? And I said, I'm hosting the Litecoin Summit. And then they whip out on their phone the Dutch blockchain thing, and they were saying they wanted to attend this thing, but it was a little too expensive. And they're telling me all sorts of stuff about cryptocurrency that I didn't know. And I'm, of course, they don't know that I'm the idiot comedian, that I think I'm like hosting this Litecoin Summit, like I might know something, so I'm like, oh, well, yeah, it's like Litecoin. It's like, cool, Charlie Lee like invented it. He's gonna be there. I could probably introduce you to him, but he probably wouldn't want to take a picture with you because he's a little introverted. But I'm just saying, so I didn't guarantee a picture, Charlie. You don't have to interact with these people, but I said I could probably get you in free, but I don't know. I don't know if we can get you in free because there's like a lot of seats available, but maybe they need the revenue to pay me. I don't know. So I gave them the full story, just vomited the whole truth on them. And then they said they wanted to come this morning for the whole thing, and it was awesome, and they were gonna attend the whole day. And I talked to David and Rebecca this morning, had the whole thing waiting for them outside, and then they slept till 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we're in Rotterdam, like an hour and a half away, and had to take a train, and the whole country went on strike today. The train service and everything, the union went on strike today. Not that I have political views about that, but and that's what I'm saying. So then they got here, and they're here. But here's the funniest story. Stein, right? Stein, I'm saying that correctly. Stein says to me, I bought Bitcoin at $5,000 because we got in a conversation about how old he thought I was. How old do I think he looks? And I was like, I hate to tell you this, but in the United States, you look 16 or 17 years old. And he was like, well, that's bad news. And he said, well, he's 19, and he said, I bought Bitcoin at $5,000 on my mother's phone without her knowing it, and I got in trouble and had to immediately sell it the next day or the day after, but you made like $1,000 or something like that is the way I've been telling it, so we'll just go with that. Okay, so he had to sell it the next day, but he took his mom's phone, bought Bitcoin, and he said, how old do you think I was when that happened? And I was like doing the math in my head, I'm like, 12 or 13? Yes, Stein bought Bitcoin on his mom's phone at $5,000 a piece, at $5,000, and then she got upset about this and immediately sold it back, made like 800 or 1,000 pounds or euros, and he showed the transaction in the app on my phone, and I was like, I gotta get y'all in here. So that's my story. I've been waiting all day to tell and share you guys, these guys with y'all. And I even said like they could be the voice of Litecoin as we leave Amsterdam. These kids are gonna grow up here. They're grown people. I hate to keep calling you kids, I'm sorry. It's a very affectionate term from where I'm from to call you a kid. Maybe, I don't know, it might be a kangaroo, I don't know. But I'm just saying, so let's welcome Stein, I can't say his last name, not going to try. And your friend in the military, thank you for your service. And I can't remember your name, but hold on. It's Hamas? Hamza. Not Hamas. Not Hamas. Hamza. Hamza. Stand up. We'll applaud for you. Stand up, guys. Stand up. Yeah. So they did have a girl with them that I said, please bring the girl with you, because there's only like 2 or 3 of those in the building. And she was like, I'm not feeling it. And I was like, I understand. And so she didn't make it. I'm sorry for you guys and everything. But so awesome. I'm very excited that they did show up, because this is a great group of people. They might end up being interns here. And so meet them and share your love, like the whole community. Where is Luxfolio? John, where are you, John? Right here, back here. John, 2 years ago at this same conference in Nashville, had no business association with Litecoin, and now is Luxfolio, is a public traded company, and something really important in the crypto world. I don't pay a lot of attention, but it's something important that he does. And but no, they're like, it's just millions of dollars. And they had a video of this boss. Didn't even show up, and we showed a video of his boss. That's how important he is. So anyway, very excited about that. Now you're going to get to hear from the people that put this whole thing on together, and they're very special to me, each one of them in individual ways. I don't like to show favoritism, but David is my favorite. And mainly because he's the one that makes sure I get paid. And but he's a little behind on that this year. My travel expenses still haven't been reimbursed. Something about Singapore, I don't know. But it's a tax issue. I mean, you might want to look at that transparency-wise. Charlie was up here grilling Alan like, let's see the expense report. And I'm like, yeah, let's see the expense report. So anyway, let's welcome up Jay is going to be the moderator, and he's going to introduce everybody and tell you their credentials. So come on up, guys. Jay. Drew's the moderator. Jay's not the moderator. I'm sorry. I don't need all the hostility. Kyle Eber is the moderator. Yes, he's my sponsor, 84million.com. He sponsored my hat that didn't fit. Alan, Austin, and David Schwartz, and Charlie Lee have at it. Yeah. Also, stick around till the end, because there's free giveaways for people who stay to the end. If you leave and come running back in, we won't give you prizes.
Thank you, Marty. You know, let's give it up for Marty. I mean, Doug. Thank you, Doug. So we're running a little overtime here, so I'm going to have to speed it up, and I don't like doing that, because typically...
Don't worry about it.
You can... We'll go whatever.
Hello?
We'll go whatever.
Yeah, we're gonna move. But I typically like longer form with the podcast, and I'm just grateful to be here today. Can we just give it up for the whole event? Litecoin Summit 2026, Amsterdam. We're all here. You're here in what was described as a very mellow market earlier, and you're still here. So I'm honored to be here with these gentlemen. I am not a part of the foundation. I do want to give them each an introduction. We'll, of course, start maybe at the end. We've got Jay Mila. He's the Director of Global Marketing for the foundation. We've got Alan Austin, the Managing Director. We've got David Schwartz, the Strategic Partnerships. And, of course, the gentleman next to me, who really needs no introduction, but I will give him one anyway. This is the greatest of all time, the GOAT, Charlie Lee, Satoshi Light, creator of Litecoin, and the director of the foundation. And I will also mention that Robbie Coleman is not with us. He's the APAC director. He's been very busy in Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. So anyway, let's dive into this. This is the first non-North American summit that's just Litecoin. I understand you've done collabs in the past with proof of work summits and things like this, but this is the first Litecoin summit in Amsterdam. Alan or David first. As we wrap up here, what's your big takeaway? What's the most inspiring moment, panels, personal discussions that you found over these last 2 days?
I was going to keep it up, so he had to answer.
Go ahead.
So I missed the question because I did that.
We're all tired here, folks. You know, it's our turn to get all the jet lag, and these gentlemen have been incredibly busy the past 2 days. So
what's the biggest difference between them?
What's the biggest takeaway? What's the inspiration you're seeing here in these conversations outside the United States?
Well, so after we had the last one in Vegas, which was obviously a very good one, like all the others were,
we started hunting around for the next one. And as we were going through, there's some things about Vegas that we all like probably, and there's things we don't like. And we had done 3 out of the 5 in the past there. And so I started talking with Alan about, what would it look like if we actually did it somewhere else? And so started looking at a few different places to do it. We went from like Austin to Miami, Vancouver, where Luxfolio is out of. We even looked at, I think it was Mexico City or Cabo, Puerto Rico, and there didn't seem to necessarily be, from a price standpoint, any difference from Vegas necessarily. All those places would have been probably great to do it in too. But then we started talking about areas where we have a presence in terms of people that use or care about Litecoin, but the US was like a large chunk of that. And so what was like second and third on that list as places that would be really nice to sort of build up more of a momentum in those areas? And it came down to basically the APAC and the EU. And so then we started talking about, well, where in the EU would be really beneficial. And Alan said he really wanted to go to Amsterdam. And so we started looking at that. I thought it was a good idea. My reasons were probably different than his, but but it actually fit really well. And so it started getting more and more serious. And then one day I was looking on LinkedIn, and there was some gentlemen that were tied to the Dutch Blockchain Week. And that made sense. So we reached out, and they were more than happy to try and figure out if that would work. And then we kind of struck a deal, and we're a part of their week, and it's been great. We're going to go visit them tomorrow and support them just like they've come and supported us. And that's really the long story for a short reason. Yeah.
Let me just add, by the way, David, I don't think that was actually the question, but I'll go.
But it was a great answer. Water, so
but it's important. No, just to add, I mean, Litecoin being global, it's important that we have global presence. One of the greatest things is that no matter where you go, there's passion, there's development, there's people that are building in the space, and it's awesome to see around the world how what's happening and how important that is for global adoption. And it's been great meeting so many people doing so many different projects. So I think that's the great part of it, no matter where you go.
Yeah, and they do have a KFC here, so that was a plus too.
Very good. Yeah. I want to move on to Charlie and address something that I think's very widespread, and I think we all feel it in different ways. But the market cycles, you've lived through every single one of them being, in terms of crypto, you're the elder statesman, you've been around longer than anybody else in the room, and much of the entire space, to be fair. So you've seen it all, the ups and downs, the booms, the busts, the cycles. What encouragement can you offer in times like these to either those that want to build on Litecoin or those interested in holding Litecoin or, of course, using Litecoin?
Yeah, I've been in the space since 2011, so I've seen pretty much all of it. But the surprising thing is when I got in, it was at all-time high at that time. It was at $30 for Bitcoin. It was the all-time high because like a few months before I got in, it was less than $1. So it felt like I missed the boat. But then it crashed back down to like $2 from like $30. So that was a pretty crazy crash, right? That's even more than 90%. So I've seen a lot of these ups and downs, and I think the most important thing is people are always focused about price, and which is fair. But the most important thing is if you don't build anything that is actually useful, then then it won't survive, right? So the important thing is that people actually use Litecoin, and it's actually useful for people in their daily lives. And the price will do what it does in the short term, but in long term, I really believe it will do well because we're actually doing something that is meaningful and useful, and it will stick around, and the price will do what it does, but it will recover.
Very good. We appreciate that coming from Charlie. Alan, in terms of MWeb, it's been 4 years as of, in terms of activation last month in May. So we've seen a lot of growth there. Litecoin didn't always have optional privacy, and of course we have to thank Charlie and David and some others who pushed for that, and now we have it.
Yep.
But what sort of trends have you seen in terms of the need or the desire for privacy in this space or for Litecoin over the years and since MWeb has been available?
Yeah, so we're seeing it's a slow, gradual adoption, but I think that's typical because that's in the crypto space. Just payments in general are still young and early, and using privacy on top of that is even a newer sort of behavior. MWeb, for most of you that maybe know by now, is an optional privacy layer that hides that allows user confidentiality when sending funds. And one of the things that's different, that differentiates it, I think that's valuable, is that unlike full privacy coins, it avoids forcing like a user into a full privacy model from the beginning. And I think that's important for a few reasons. One is better exchange compatibility. Another is from a regulatory standpoint. I think if we ever face these issues, there's quite a bit more clarity there. And I think the last one, probably the most important, is it allows for more of a gradual adoption, maybe a more natural path to privacy. For example, if you're new to crypto or even in it, you can start playing with Litecoin and using it on the main chain. And once you become comfortable with that and you start valuing privacy, then you can experiment with MWeb. And I think that's a lot easier for most people than just expecting someone to be thrown right into a full privacy model.
Very good. Anybody else on privacy in terms of Litecoin? General comments, anything? No. We've seen a lot of builders here at the summit with wallets and things, and we look forward to that expanding. Very good. So LitVM, we have Aztec with us. He actually spoke earlier today. This is a big, it's a big thing for Litecoin, kind of moving from sound money, which it will be and always will be, or it is and always will be, but we also are now seeing secondary uses of Litecoin Web3. So they launched their Liteforge. It's doing very well. Lots of excitement there. I want to say I saw, 5 million unique addresses and over 84 million transactions and more than 50 decentralized applications already. So as Litecoin moves from being just money, sound money, private money, into Web3, what impact do you see this having, David?
Yeah, I think just the fact that the testnet has been that strong and such a strong response to having it open like this, I think you're going to see some of the things that we've probably wanted to see happen on top of Litecoin actually happen by the end of this year, right? So me personally, I know I've had a lot of conversations with Aztec and his team, and I'm really in love with what they're doing. And I think the fact that you could end up having smart contracts, RWAs, stable coins, any of those things that people have been asking, when is Litecoin going to participate in this? DeFi, DEX is built where Litecoin is the primary, stuff like that is all going to actually happen. And I think that's a good thing. Why not have the narratives and the stories and the infrastructure focus on Litecoin instead of us being some sort of peripheral participant in something that we normally naturally wouldn't see Litecoin be in at all?
And I know, Charlie, you've met with LitVM, you've provided much advice to them. What do you see LitVM bringing to Litecoin?
Obviously, the integration with the dApps ecosystem, right? Ethereum and others would be great, right? Getting Litecoin involved in that space. I think it would just bring more people into the Litecoin ecosystem, right? More people who are playing around with decentralized application and everything around that to build on top of Litecoin. So I think it will expand the reach of Litecoin, and which can't be bad, obviously. So I'm very excited about that.
Very good. I do want to bring up something just for clarity, because I think sometimes when we're online, we can have official releases and no one ever reads them, or someone takes a piece out of it and publishes it with a different flavor. So obviously there was an issue earlier this year. David, pardon me if he addressed this in his first talk. I did not make it to that session. But the 13-block reorg, right? What happened, what didn't happen, and what was learned through that?
Yeah, so for those of you that didn't know, the thing about MWeb is it's a risky upgrade, because the trade-offs with privacy is if you make something private, it makes it possible. There's always a potential for someone to print money out of thin air. So that's the risk because, like, for example, with Bitcoin and previously like Litecoin, the main chain, everything's in open. So, and everything uses basic, easy math. So you can add up all the coins to 21 million for Bitcoin, 84 million for Litecoin, and you can see that nothing shady is going on. Like there's always a fixed amount, right? But once you make something private where not everyone can see the actual amount, if some coins get created and nobody notices, then it's a hidden inflation, right? And that's a risk with Monero, with Zcash, with all these other coins, all these other privacy coins. The reason is because in order to ensure everything adds up, we use cryptography, right? So, for example, with MWeb, when I send a transaction, only me and the recipient knows how many Litecoins I sent, right? Everyone else uses cryptography to calculate that what I sent is what they received, and then there's potential of like potentially sending negative amounts, and you have to like make sure that doesn't happen, right? So what happened with MWeb was there was actually a bug that has been in the system for years, and we went through a lot of security audits, everything, and it wasn't found. It's a very kind of hard issue and AI has gotten so good that one of our developers used AI and asked AI, it's a funny story, he asked AI, like, find me a hidden inflation bug in MWeb, here's the code base. And then AI came back and said, well, I found one. And then Loshan was the person who did that, and Loshan was like, this doesn't look right, it's kind of silly. And then he showed it to, he thought the AI was just hallucinating something up, which happens, right? He showed it to David, and David's like, let me take a look deep into this. And then it took a while to kind of figure out it was actually a real issue. And then we went back and noticed, we went back in history to find if it was actually exploited. And it turns out someone exploited the system like a day earlier. So the AI gotten so good, like all of a sudden the latest like cloud AI was able to detect that. So the attacker used like 99.999% chance to use AI to find the same bug and exploited it. But they didn't, so they exploited the bug, but they didn't really spend the money. So it was sitting there. So with the help of pools, we were able to kind of lock the funds down, and we negotiated with the hacker to return the funds, and we gave him a bounty. So that happened a few months ago. So everything was good. We recovered it, but unfortunately, we patched the system. But there was also another bug that led to a DOS attack on the miners. So the exploit happened again, but it was on a kind of a side chain. It's on a different chain that eventually got overtook. So that was a 13-block reorg. But during the 13-block reorg, someone was effectively able to double spend and steal from decentralized exchanges that effectively just gave money away without enough safeguards, right? So that happened, but everything is fine now. But there was an exploit for sure, yeah. So that's like kind of the detail of it.
But we did maintain 100% uptime. I think some folks said you were down. People were still able to transact, and ultimately nothing was stolen, and there is no inflation.
Yeah, if you're using Litecoin during that time, you wouldn't really feel anything. Like your transactions still confirmed, anything like that. So yeah, effectively there's no downtime, but there was, I would call it a hiccup.
And it's not unique to Litecoin.
It's not unique. Like it's kind of built in the system where reorgs can happen. A 13-block reorg is a pretty long reorg for sure, and we've seen like long reorgs before. So, yeah.
I'm grateful for the team, and I think some pools and all of the collaboration that basically resolved it quickly. could have been much worse. I appreciate your response on that. I know it's there's a moratorium published on the website. You guys were quick to communicate about this, but I just know it was in the air. So appreciate the response on that. Regarding AI, I came into Litecoin. This is sound money. It's for payments. It's digital silver. But now we're talking about machine economies. Some other panels alluded to that. So I know Litecoin is for humans, but is it also for AI? If so, what attributes make it more appropriate for that AI environment? Anyone on the panel for this?
Well, I think it's whatever the market really wants to do with it. So adjacent payments are coming up, and we would all probably agree that Litecoin would be a perfect fit for those kind of AI payments. You need super low feed, quick, and always up are the mandatory things that you would need for that, because AI wants to transact when it wants to transact. It needs to process as many transactions as it wants, and it can't be too expensive for the end client. And if that's what the market wants to do with Litecoin, whether it's forward-facing or completely in the background, I think it makes perfect fit.
Very good, Jay. When you were creating Litecoin, was anything like robots or AI or algorithms using your coin in the cards, Charlie?
Not at that time, but I've always realized that cryptocurrency in general, like I talked about in the previous Q&A with Alan, cryptocurrency in general was something that made AI more powerful, because it made it possible for AI to have its own bank account, make money, and spend it, right? Just imagine AI can trade coins, make money, and spend Litecoin to buy more hardware or buy more RAM, buy whatever, increase its storage space, and make itself more powerful, right? So it makes AI more dangerous. Before cryptocurrency, it wasn't possible, right? AI cannot really make money. It can't really create a bank account with Wells Fargo or other bank accounts because it doesn't have a real identity. So, but now they can. So it's a really powerful thing for AI and cryptocurrency to work together.
There you go. We live in wild times. Let's talk about institutions. I know there's some of them have been present here and sponsoring and things like this. Some of them couldn't make it, but I would say David with partnership. Of course, Charlie, you were doing like a road show last year, doing meetings on meetings on meetings. What's exciting you about these institutions coming in? Feel free to name them specifically. I just want to explore that topic.
Yeah, so Light Strategy is the company I'm on the board of, been working very closely with, where they got initial $100 million investment that they put into Litecoin and using Litecoin as a corporate treasury. It's very exciting to see institutions come into this space and basically seeing Litecoin as a new asset class. And it exposes Litecoin to a ton of people, right? Before ETFs and Light Strategy, it wasn't possible for someone to easily get access to Litecoin, right? You had to open a Coinbase account, buy it from exchange. But right now, you can just any brokerage, you can go and buy Lits or Litecoin ETF and get exposure to Litecoin, right? And it's kind of a stepping stone for them to get into this space. First, get exposure to the asset class, and then they would learn more about Litecoin and potentially buy a Litecoin themselves and use it. So I think it opens up the door to a lot more people.
Very good. This is sort of an abstract question. It's sort of future-looking. I know when I had David Burkett on my podcast, he talked about a future where he saw that no one really knew what chain they were using. They were just operating in an environment and it was sending value. So I guess for the foundation, we're here for Litecoin specifically. However, this is where we're going. It might become an invisible technology. So what's the role between advocating Litecoin specifically versus seeing it used perhaps in an environment where it's just part of the rails and no one knows what Litecoin is? where are we now, where are we going, and how does that advocacy change?
I'll just take this. I mean, I think it's going to happen in a variety of different applications. I don't know as far as timing, but there could be things sooner than later where the idea is that you create something as user-friendly as possible. And that sometimes means you don't really, the user doesn't care, they just want to know, make sure it's working. So if they need to send remittance or something, say, across the border, and in order for that to happen, this behind the scenes X, Y, and Z have to happen. The user probably in many cases won't care, right? They just want to make sure. And Litecoin, I think, is a powerful tool because of its liquidity, low fees, security, and amongst other things for those types of back-end applications or programs to happen. So I expect we'll see a lot of that in the future.
Very good. In terms of what the foundation is doing for Litecoin now in our present age, when we're advocating for Litecoin, we're using Litecoin. It's a more visible technology, a choice. You know, you use Bitcoin, you use Litecoin. There's different use cases for either one. What are we doing at the foundation level? Obviously, we're here today. We look forward to future summits. But what's the priority maybe between today when we leave here and go out until we meet again? What are the priorities for the Litecoin Foundation over the next, say, year?
I think, I mean, just to touch upon this, I don't know if it's a priority necessarily, but right as we walk out the door, there's a deadline in Europe, and it's July 1st, and that is for major exchanges, small exchanges, anyone operating within the boundaries of the EU to become MiCA compliant. And I think it's a huge testimony to the way Litecoin is positioned and the way that we've helped position it, that Litecoin is already MiCA compliant. So there's exchanges that start with the letter B that might not be able to do business in Europe as of July 1st. And there are a plethora of banks and other players in this space that need to be compliant in order to do business in cryptocurrency, and they're going to look to the ones that are MiCA compliant and have them as their offerings or their solutions or support them.
And in this setting, possibly you could offer some insight and advice to help navigate these regulations. Obviously, we don't have it all today, but
yeah, I can't help them at all to navigate the regulations, but we do have a MiCA compliant white paper that is on Litecoin. It's available on our website. So if they need that, and I believe the next step is for them to get approval that they have that within hand. There are banks in Europe that are very big names that wanted to offer cryptocurrency, and they have Litecoin as an offering because they know that they have that in hand and they can comply with what is necessary.
Very good.
Let me add one more thing. I think in terms of obviously adoption, usage across the globe is important. As we continue to see that, we want to continue to grow that. But I think one of the things, and I think I could speak for a lot of people, that I think has been kind of a second challenge to this is that Litecoin has the majority, if not all, of the attributes that people say they want in money and a coin. But I think it's often overlooked. I think in a world full of these high-driven narratives, this fast-moving space, and I think that's kind of a challenge. It's not that people don't trust Litecoin; they just don't think about it. And I think we need to kind of push harder to maybe bridge that gap more directly. And I think there's ways we could do that. And I think we'll talk more about it. But I think stronger storytelling, maybe sharper narrative focus, things of that nature that can really help push beyond it. The foundation has been pretty conservative by design because credibility is in this space is important. But I think you can also get to a point where, like invisibility, conservatism becomes invisible or means invisibility, and I think we're aware that we need to maybe push a little bit harder to stand out, and I think there's some things that we could do to help push that. We're not trying to change Litecoin. I think it's just important to make sure that Litecoin's strengths become impossible to ignore.
And where can the community, whether you're maybe here in Amsterdam or North America, we're broadcasting this to the world, how can the community support the efforts of the foundation?
Well, obviously donations are a huge part of it because everything we do is driven by donations, as we kind of talked about earlier. But we see a lot of different participants and third-party support in different ways. So any kind of developments that can help benefit and add usage or add value to the blockchain is great. And we support a lot of those developments through our own platform as well, through fundraising and stuff. So but you don't have, it doesn't even have to be development. It could be spreading the word, marketing, you know, teaching people. We had John and other people used to go around and just to merchants and show them how to use it. You show one person, that person shows somebody else, and you know, word spreads. So the community is the most powerful thing we have in it, like a decentralized product, you know. So.
Sure. Yeah, if I can add something to that real quick. So on the community note, just in the last, I guess, year and a half or so, the community actually has created a few Discord, you know, chats and other places where they actually get together, basically benign from us as the foundation, and they coordinate together on some marketing efforts, and then they work with us on putting, you know, some stuff out on some of the handles that we have control over that most people are viewing, that, you know, for Litecoin. And they do everything from, like, there's you know, a guy named Master. He's put a book out now about Litecoin in general. There's people that are doing things individually in a decentralized, spirited type of a way that has nothing to do with us on a foundation level, which I think is just absolutely wonderful. But then they also turn around and do things to support the foundation as well. So there's no singular like, well, you know, you guys have to be the focal point, or we have to be the focal point, or any of that. It's like, this is a community effort, and the community is trying to take the strengths and the talents and other things that they have at their fingertips, and are actually making a difference. Whereas I think there was a time prior where it was like, well, what is the foundation doing about this? What is the foundation doing about that? And our answer would normally be, well, we're doing what we can, but you're more than welcome to start something yourself and do whatever. And if you want support, we could be there for you, maybe find some ways to help, you know, either raise some awareness or money for you or whatever. But, you know, no one at the foundation is saying nobody else can do anything, because if it was only up to the foundation, then I think we would actually be in a world of hurt, because that's not what the coin is even about to begin with. So, you know, why would you expect, you know, an entity that is there to help it? Why would you expect that entity to be one that controls the narrative, the development, you know, the push for normal people to be able to use the individuals, which some of them, I'm not going to point you out, but you're literally here in the audience, or you're watching right now live, and I just want to tell you, thank you for all of your efforts. And the idea that you know that you can actually make a difference for someone who's sitting in Australia wondering, you know, all this stuff that's coming down in the EU is probably going to come down in Australia if it's not already there. What are they going to do about it? And they're seeing other people be able to lead the charge in whatever it is that they think might be the best way to, you know, help Litecoin be a focal point for someone who may not have known about it earlier.
Did you want to add something, Jay?
Reach out to us. Let us know what your idea is. You know, everybody has different skills. So if you're more of a builder or a coder, and you have something that you think is something that should be built on Litecoin, or it can cross over EVM to LitVM, or you know, maybe you're better at writing, like somebody wrote a book. Maybe you're better at getting the word out, or design, or whatever your attribute is. This community is vast, and there's all kinds of different voices all over the world. And once you dip a toe in, you become part of it. It's kind of strange, like. And I do have to say, you know, I've met a lot of different communities and a lot of different industries all the time, and the Litecoin community are very opinionated, but they're some of the nicest people I've really met. So I encourage you to keep it going. Reach out to us, reach out to each other. As David said, there's many different like groups and communities and ways to connect. So give it a try.
And I believe we still have the Litecoin projects where things can be submitted.
Yep.
I believe, Charlie, in Nashville, you mentioned a 5-year commitment, unless I'm misspeaking, where you're matching development. This is all ongoing.
Yes, we've been doing it every year.
Yeah, there's a matching on the bounty program. If there's projects that somebody wants to try and get funded from the community, we put it in there, make some awareness for it, and then people can contribute or donate to those specific. Basic Swap Dex is a perfect example. Everything that had to do with their swapping came off of that bounty program, and so that's a really good thing to do. And there's plenty of companies and enterprises and others who have always asked from a partnership perspective, like, what can we do to earn the trust of the Litecoin community? And I'm like, participate in the things that they care about. As Jay said, they're very opinionated, but honestly, Litecoiners are some of the smartest people in this space. They're very skeptical, right? But they're skeptical because they've been through at least a few of these cycles, and they've seen enough of the bullshit that happens to know that that's what that is, right? And so if you want to bullshit the community, you're not going to get anything back from them. If you want to be there and be transparent and support the community, they'll be all for you. And every single one of them that's heeded that has seen that. So I would say, definitely look out for the bounty program. If you go to the litecoin.com website and check that out, you'll see there's plenty of projects out there that are looking for funding. And Charlie matches it 1-for-1, so up to a certain amount, and then you can go ahead and contribute to the society that way too.
Very good. I do want to consider our clock here. I have one more for Charlie and a general one for the panel. This is very basic, Charlie, but I think it's fundamental, foundational, and we're almost 15 years in. A lot has changed in crypto. Sometimes we forget these first principles. Why are we even here? But we're coming up to another halving event, which is an economic event within the system. We're going to go from 6.25 to 3.125 Litecoin per block. So, and we just had a panel before us talking about, a monetary event, and inflation, and all these things. Why 84 million as a cap? Why was that a priority to you, to limit the max supply of Litecoin when you created it?
Yeah, so the 84 million cap, the actual number doesn't really matter, right? What matters is that there is a fixed cap, right, where everyone knows what that is, and you can't exceed it, and there's a fixed kind of inflation until the cap is reached, right? Every 4 years, the block reward gets halved, and then asymptotically, it reaches 84 million. And this is what Satoshi designed, right? The reason why this works is there's no hidden inflation. There's no one person, company, or government that can decide to create more money out of thin air and give it to themselves, right? And that's the flaw with fiat currency, is that there is an infinite amount of inflation that can be created. And as we see in the past few years after COVID, the US dollar, the money supply has more than doubled, right? And that's crazy. It just means everyone's money, if you didn't do anything with it, it got cut in half, right? Your purchasing power got cut in half just because the US government is just spending money for wars or whatever reasons that you may or may not agree with. So that's the thing with Bitcoin and Litecoin and other cryptocurrencies with a fixed supply, is that can't happen. And that's important, and that's it retains your purchasing power, which is very important for money, right? If you make money, you don't want it to get inflated away over time and force you to have to spend it or invest in risky things. And that's what happens with fiat currencies, and that's not good money. So that's where Litecoin differentiates itself from fiat currencies.
Very good. I'm going to land with this one. As we close our event here in Amsterdam, whether we're going to our homes, whether we're going out into a Dutch Blockchain Week, for all of you, what's the most important thing you want anyone watching or who's here today, what's the most important thing you want them to take home from this event now that we're closing out? Maybe start with Jay and go down the line.
Most important thing, let's see. Well, that you're part of something, that there is a larger group of people here that care about the topics that we covered here, and you want to go back and look through some of these the videos that we took today, privacy and sound money and the idea that the values of free and fair markets for our economic future are there, come join us. We're here.
I would say in this industry, like survival is underrated, and it's been almost 15 years, and Litecoin is still here. And it's more than still here, it's growing. From an adoption standpoint, from a usage standpoint, it continues to grow, and that, I think, speaks louder than anything, and it's not going anywhere. So all we could do is move forward and build, and everybody can do their part, and yeah. I think there's a lot of exciting times to come, and I'm hopeful that Litecoin also becomes looked at as a much more exciting thing as we move forward and continue to build.
Thank you.
I'd probably say for the majority of people, maybe the reasons for getting into crypto now has changed versus maybe when Charlie was first getting in. Right, although Charlie's reason was because he's got a gambling habit, but no, because of the reason for why he chose to use Bitcoin, right? It wasn't because number go up or anything like that. And I'm not saying that's not important, but I think if you were to try and find one that has those same attributes and is still emanating those core reasons as to why it exists and is thriving, I would say check out Litecoin, because that's what's to me personifying not just the cypherpunk movement, but it's also personifying the average person's reason for wanting to be in it in the first place.
Very good. Thank you, David.
For me, the most important thing about Litecoin, I think, is the community. I think it's all you guys. Litecoin, I feel like, has the best community in terms of just the most friendly and welcoming community out of all the other cryptocurrencies. Just a lot less hate, a lot more like welcoming to people. I don't know why, for whatever reasons, Litecoin community is just more welcoming to others. And it's not about putting other people down. It's more about just supporting Litecoin. And I'm really proud of that. I'm really proud of what you guys are doing to support Litecoin. So I think that's the best thing about Litecoin.
Thank you, Charlie. It's a terrific panel. We're legitimately over time, but this is it. So do we have the ability to take 3 questions from the audience?
We can take questions.
3 questions. Yeah. You've got an opportunity here, folks. In the front?
So the question is, how do we contact the attacker of the MWeb bug? We actually contacted him through the address that he sent the coins to, using just transactions, encoding messages into your transactions. And it's funny because the first message to him is I want him to kind of contact us on Telegram or some other chat so we can do real-time chat. And he refused. He wanted to stay real anonymous. He didn't even want to use Telegram or any anonymous chat programs to chat. So unfortunately we had to do it over transactions. So it took multiple days of just me sending a message and then him sending a message back and forth. And we that's how we negotiated him returning the funds for a small bounty.
Any other questions?
One in the back over there.
to live forever.
That was a mouthful. It was, what's the end game, basically, right?
Yeah, the vision.
Yeah. That was a good question, but yeah.
What's the end game?
What's the end game for Litecoin?
All of the above.
Yeah.
So the end game is to continue to exist. Like survival is one element to that. The idea that we're growing in many different areas, where it's smart contracts or payments, or the idea of remittances, or all of the words that we said over these last 2 days, and I think the mission is ongoing. I mean, how many 14 to 15-year-old cryptocurrencies do you know that are out there that are still on the top of the table, still prevalent, still having events that grow every year, and doing the kind of number of transactions, both on layer 1 and layer 2, that Litecoin is. So.
Next, yes, sir.
So if anyone of the panel has the opportunity, I'd like to thank the intern of the X account of Litecoin for the funny stuff that they brought to the community. So that was actually quite fun.
The intern is actually on the stage today.
What?
I can announce the intern is on the stage today.
Say you?
I'm not gonna pinpoint who, but it's one of the person on the stage today.
Kyle's being really quiet.
Yeah.
Give it up for intern. Diego.
Does Litecoin have plans to continue down the innovation path? Because Bitcoin takes 10 years to do anything, and Litecoin has kind of this humble element to it. You guys have never positioned yourself as greater than Bitcoin or whatever, and that humility has actually helped you guys do innovations like MWeb. Is there room for more of that kind of stuff going forward?
Is there room for more innovation? For sure. So MWeb is still ongoing, right? It's still something that we're still working on making it better. So we're not done there yet, right? And MWeb is one of the things that basically one of the main things that we're differentiating ourselves from Bitcoin, right? And because we're a smaller team, we can move faster and do more things, right? So you'll see us doing that moving forward. For example, I can imagine if and when quantum computing happens, Litecoin would be able to react faster, right? To try different things to combat that. So I do expect us to innovate more in the future, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go, thank you. Any more questions? No more, yes or no?
I have one announcement to make. Is well, first of all, thank you for everybody coming out here to Amsterdam and support us for this Litecoin Summit. One of the things we've been looking to try and do is also expand possibly beyond even that, and have an audience that maybe normally wouldn't be coming to Litecoin Summit, either because they just don't know about Litecoin or they have other things going on. So one of the things we're also doing is we're teaming up with AIBC, who was just up here on the stage prior. In Rome, at the beginning of November, from the 3rd through the 5th, they're part of a larger conference called AIBC.World. They're going to have 8 halls, each having a different type of thing within those halls. So like crypto is in hall number 7, payments is in hall number 8, gaming is in hall number 3 or something. And we're actually going to have day 2 of all of their talks at this AIBC.World, where Litecoin is the main producer of those talks, right? So 5 hours of talks on day 2 in hall 7, focused on crypto, is going to be ran by Litecoin, okay? And so we'll have mostly focus on payments and privacy. So we're going to keep pushing this within especially the EU for this year. So if anybody's going to be around or wants to go to Rome in the beginning of November, we invite you to come out and be a part of the AIBC.World conference. They're expecting tens of thousands of people to show up, so hopefully when we're there and we're speaking to these people, they're already paid customers. They're going to be sitting down and getting to hear the gospel of Litecoin and everything else having to do with payments and privacy. So be on the lookout for that.
Sounds amazing. So as far as I know, we're done taking questions. So go ahead.
I was going to say, and stick around because we have a few things to give out. Since so many of you have stayed throughout and you're still here and the place is still packed.
Goodies.
We'll have to get a little creative on how we want to hand some of these things out, but I don't know, should we do that?
Yeah, it's true. We always tend to reward the people that stay till the end, so this is no
How do you know they didn't just show up like 20 minutes?
All right, show up the last hour of the conference or whatever. I hear there's goodies.
But before we transition, let's just give these gentlemen our applause. They put all this together. They're maintaining the foundation, funding development, bringing us together after all these years, so we deeply thank you, and thank you for letting me be a part of the panel. Okay, now we can give stuff away.
Oh yeah, one more thing. Marty is, I don't know where we're going next year. We'll be back in the States, but Marty's actually going to be the MC again. And this time, just like he was bragging out about how he got his deposit in Litecoin, he was down 76%. We're going to help him dollar cost average and give him another deposit in Litecoin at this current price, which then will bring him to some average that's much lower than what he was probably expecting.
Oh. Wait, I thought we're gonna give him a.
No, wait.
We're gonna give him a card, and I'm gonna sign it twice, so it's twice as valuable.
Yeah, there you go.
We established the current market value of this autograph card by Charlie is my deficit, so he's going to sign one twice to double that. There we go.
I think we'll dismiss and go on to the next. Thank you, Marty.
We're gonna give away stuff. So Jay, I'm gonna let you, or David and Jay.
Yeah, it'd be Jay and I.
Thank you.
All right, you guys.
Give it up for Rebecca, everybody. I don't know that Rebecca's gotten a shout out. I want to tell y'all who Rebecca is to me. Is every time someone runs up to me and says, "We got to put this person in, or we got to change this," I'm like, "Rebecca's in charge." And everybody's like, "Rebecca's in charge." I'm like, "Yeah, no, for real. Go see Rebecca. She's in charge." So everything that goes well is Rebecca's fault. Everything that doesn't quite go right is Loshan's fault. So that's all right. It's okay. So now they're getting the swag stuff together. And the very, very, very last thing we give is going to be a big secret prize that's the most valuable thing. I just made that up just to see how effective my persuasive skills would be. But anyway, also something that never happens for me is at events like this, I never get introduced with my name. So Jay, I need your help with this real quick, if you get a microphone. And so we're going to simulate like it's 9 in the morning, but be off stage and do a God mic for me. Like I want you just to say let's welcome your host of the 2026 Amsterdam Litecoin Summit, Marty Simpson. And then you guys are going to cheer wildly for me as I videotape myself running on the stage just for like 7 seconds of my promo, because it never gets to happen, because I walk out at the beginning at 9 in the morning when y'all are all dead-faced. And if I videoed that, it'd be horrible. I would never get booked to do anything. So Jay, do that for me real quick.
Please welcome the host of the Litecoin Summit 2026, Marty Simpson.
Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah! This is awesome! Yeah! All right, that's good enough. It was a little too much, but that's fine. I can tone it down, put music over it, make it work. It'll be fine. It's a little inauthentic, but I feel you.
So we need you to stay up here, Marty.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're gonna take care of Marty first before we take care of anybody else.
Oh wow.
We're gonna give everybody in the room that we can an extra tote bag with all the goodies in it.
Okay. Got the double.
We have
the double bag of useless stuff. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Kidding.
We have a number of gifts.
There's good stuff in the bag. Make sure you get your NIM card on the seat, I saw the NIM guy trying so hard to get everybody a card, and then he put them all on the seat. So you have real value in that NIM card QR code. So make sure you take one of those with you, and then you'll realize on the plane on the way home.
Don't open it.
Okay.
Hold this box.
Oh, wow.
So when you worked for a long time at a company,
oh, wow,
and that company thinks you did such a great job, 25 years of work with that company, they usually give you something special. Now, you've been hosting for, what is it, 3 years?
3 years.
3 years.
But in Litecoin,
So
in crypto years, 10,
long years.
12, 13
That's
years. Okay.
25 years in crypto years
Yeah,
in this
okay.
in this story. It is customary to give the old, retired, tired guy that needs to go home because you're going home tomorrow, right?
I am going home tomorrow, yes.
Now you can open the box.
Okay.
It's customary to give him a watch.
Wow.
And this
is a real watch.
It's not any kind of watch.
I'm so glad I didn't say anything smart alecky on the way up
Not
to
just
this.
any watch, sir.
It's not just any watch.
This is a Coin Vigilante Litecoin watch.
Okay, awesome. I don't know what any of that means.
So going back to community-led stuff, there's an individual who was part of the Litecoin community a few years ago. He started his own watch brand called Coin Vigilante.
Okay.
These watches go for normally anywhere between $250 to $450.
So you can get a deal on this watch right after.
And so, yeah, we thought,
it's awesome.
what better way to honor you on your way to your deathbed than to give you this watch.
What's really funny is I was trying so hard to not interject to make fun of the prize when you were like, when you've worked so hard, I was like, they give him a watch. And I didn't really think you were going to give me a watch. I thought you were going to give me like a prank. Look at this. This is cool.
Yeah.
It is a
We just didn't want
vigilante.
you to wind it up because then time's already running away from you. We didn't want you to be able to see how fast that was going. But
Who thinks that I'm older than David? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you honestly think I'm older than David. See, but who now is not raising their hand because they sense that I'm not older than David in the frame of the question? Okay, those don't count. Who really? Okay, yeah, I'm way younger than David, for what it's worth. David has up here what I have here. Same roundness and curviness, just in different. Okay, look at that. I love a watch too. This is a meaningful gift because a comedian holds a watch gift. Oh, wow, there's more.
Well, not for you.
Oh,
for
okay.
them.
All right.
So, Cake, shout out to Cake Wallet. They
I'll hold it for you like Vanna White.
they helped sponsor our live stream, and they actually gave these out last year, I think it was.
Yeah, so last year or 2 years, was it last year or 2 years? Maybe it was last.
But it
2 years
raised
ago?
so much here. That
Yeah, so the
probably
Cake Wallet's
need
been
to
a devoted sponsor for the last few years. They've been doing the pool party sponsorship, and then this year they did the live stream until YouTube decided we were illegal or something.
Was that a legendary pool party that one person swam in the pool? Only one person?
One person swam in the pool, and 300 people watched them. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
So who here has Cake Wallet? On
Cake
their
Wallet.
phones. So you got to pick somebody.
Oh, I get to pick somebody.
Maybe somebody you don't even know.
Who has not interacted with me or introduced themselves to me
Keep
or
your hands
anything
raised
yet?
if you have Cake Wallet.
I'll make
You
it
can cheat.
easier. Which one of you actually didn't heckle him?
No, that's not good. This person raised their hand in the back. You gave like the third to the last thing, right? Like today, you were on stage. Yes, let's go. Let's
All
go.
right,
I think I
here we
messed
go.
your name up, so you get a Cake Wallet jacket. Yes. Ivan, right? Ivan. Yes. Yeah, Coinsbee. Yeah, this is great. Good job. Awesome. All right, everybody else has got to hustle quicker than that. It'll take forever if you do that. There's no pictures and stuff. Oh, cards.
Yep. All right. So last couple of years, we've been doing these really cool cards as well. These Litecoin cards. They've been authenticated by Tag. If any of you know who Tag is for a grading company, they're one of the highest quality grading companies and authenticators in the world for cards and for sports memorabilia and for other things. And they've partnered with us to do these cards the last few years. And so we have these extra ones that we'd like to give out to people who are interested in them. They're holo cards. I think this one's from last year, Las Vegas. And we did it in a sports card type of way, so it has seasons for the years of stats for Litecoin for every year on the back. And these cool designs on the front, courtesy of Robbie Coleman, one of our guys that does a lot of creative stuff. So
You had an idea.
Walking through the red light district, you can ninja star people with these if you need to. Keep them in the back pocket.
You had an idea to ask a question?
yeah, so we were going to ask questions, either how you got into Litecoin, when did you have your first transaction, maybe some history on something related to crypto, and as you answer them, I suppose even if they're wrong, we'll probably give them something.
I'm just going to walk over here and give one to my kid that I had come to the thing. Is that fair?
Here's another one. Give one to the other.
Stein. Oh, yeah.
The other young gentleman.
And Hamza. I said it correctly that time.
Should we go first then?
I was going to ask a question from the back of this card, but then I realized it's so bright up here. I can't.
It is.
It's shiny, and I can't read.
I can read.
Well, you can't read it either.
Since 2011, Litecoin's been league's top scorer, 300 million transactions,
You're giving
zero
them all
downtime.
the answers.
Oh, I thought we
You're
were.
supposed to ask them a question based on.
I didn't pay any attention, Jay. I didn't pay. I'm done. Y'all paid me till 4:30. I got poker on my mind.
Okay, I got a question. Litecoin just hit a number of transactions. Does anybody know how many transactions just hit?
Oh, but this is as of 225. Don't say my noise.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
You know, that's kind of cheating in a way.
Is he the one that has the software that has the company that counts them?
Eight.
Oh, that's not
He's
that's
the one
lame.
who helped track it with us.
Oh, that's really funny.
Yeah, I saw two other hands go up, though. It was Adstack and the guy in the back. I'm going to give them one, too. just
Okay.
'cause I know they know the answer.
I think that the first way we should give away the card is who genuinely wants one.
There you go, bud.
Calmly walk to the front and act kindly to us.
Yeah,
and then we'll probably just hand you that one. That's what. But you can only do that once. You can't like walk to the front. And the bigger prizes are later, so you gotta. I like to encourage any gambling whenever there's. I don't believe in gambling either, Charlie. I think a game of skill, poker. I agree.
So
This is
shout
a
out to
cool
Cool
wallet. Cool wallet
We
that
have
makes the.
two cool wallets.
Is this the same guy that
You
makes
haven't
these
seen
watches?
What a cool wallet is? This one is actually was displayed. So it's a credit card sized wallet with a little digital display on it. And we have two of those. You got a question, David?
Does anybody want the cool wallet?
A question to win the cool wallet.
But you're not convincing unless you walk calmly forward. Okay, these two were up. John, I'm sorry, they clearly stood up before you did. Thank you very much. Yes, and the gratitude. See, this is the example here. You're from here, right? Yeah. I can tell, like very mannerly and nice. American would have been like, I'm getting it! Right. All right.
And I think we've got a whole bunch of T-shirts and one Litecoin backpack.
Empty
Anybody
backpack.
like a Litecoin backpack? Okay, good. I'll bring it to you. I will bring it to you.
Size? A certain size or?
You need a medium, John Kemp? Need
This one says, oh, it's small.
If anybody needs a white extra large, I've got my undershirt on. You just have my sweat all over it after the day. But if y'all want to, I will literally give you the shirt off my back.
We've got a really nice watch.
Oh, wow.
To give away.
An Invictus.
Because he doesn't need it anymore.
I'm going to go both wrists. We'll do this.
Going on? Well, what size? Well, I didn't ask anybody else. So I
I can't even put my watch on my right hand.
Yeah. Medium? L? Yep. There's large, medium. Wait.
An Invictus? Yes. You want to trade?
Medium.
I don't know.
This thing is my workout.
I know, like I love the Invictus.
You know, I'm right-handed, so this
I only wear it on stage because it takes so much energy to wear it. Yeah.
Thank you, bro.
Cool story. A guy at a show gave me this, and I'm not just saying that so you'd give me a watch. They already gave me one. But a guy liked my other watch. Well,
Small.
but he realized
What's
it was
small?
not keeping time.
Anybody want a
So
small?
he gave me his.
Small? There you go.
So here's the thing. Next year, if you'd like to sponsor the giveaway,
they're small.
So it'd be scripted and have real prizes that aren't just leftover things laying around at the end of the conference.
I'm just going to say.
And we could have a game and a trivia game and teams, and you could have that section be large. Then you get it with us during the year, and we'll get that planned. The live stream ended like 30 minutes ago. For anybody still watching the live stream, this doesn't count as part of the live stream.
I got some other things besides shirts here still, by the way. Small.
Like what?
Medium and small, that's what I got. No, sorry.
A vigilante is a cool name for a watch. Like
I'm
a
just gonna throw 'em
vigilante.
now.
What was the other stuff?
What was the what?
One small. All right, we got a couple things in here still. Yeah. So who's ever heard of Ballet Wallet?
Ballet Wallet. Who's heard of Ballet Wallet?
Or Open Dime?
Open Dime.
Oh, I got some.
Ooh, ah.
She wanted to keep the open dimes.
All right, here's some. You can give out. A couple
People were
of
like,
those
let's
if you
keep
want.
those.
We're handing those out to every single person.
Give some of
These
those.
are like,
Every single
oh
person will
wow.
get
I'm not throwing these though, because that could actually hurt somebody.
These are like
so
the
if
things,
you want one, you got
the
to
ones
come up
that'll
and get
survive
it.
the fire or something.
There you go.
Oh, look at these guys. Oh, y'all are trainable, coachable. Or y'all wanted the open dime or what? I don't know which one this is that you're coming forward for.
Thank you.
This is like the heavy duty thing.
There's an Open Dime.
Is this what y'all wanted or not? No, you already got one? Okay.
Here, take one of these. Learn about those.
Oh, chips? What are they? For my phone? What are they? This looks really sketchy, I'm not gonna lie. What is this? This is like surveillance
no,
equipment.
The ones that we gave out yeah. These are Open Dimes.
No. Really? If there's a virus on it. All I know is when we said open dime, everybody's like, ooh. Oh, right. Hey, don't leave yet. If you're on staff or you're a volunteer, we're going to clear this table out and we're going to take advantage and have a full staff photo in front of Lester over against the wall. So if you are a volunteer and you're going to be in that picture, you can help move that table out of the way now, and that would be fantastic. You want to open dime? I don't know what it is. I was making that up.
It's basically kind of like a wallet where you can put coins in, but if you want to take the coins out, you
So this is the official goodbye for everybody. Thank you. If you're interested in following me and seeing more of my comedy, you can do that at Marty Simpson. I promise you it will be a letdown after spending 2 days with me in person, but you can do that, and I would be very proud to have you as a follower. See you next year in Nashville, Tennessee, where more people will be able to understand my original accent. Thank y'all for being here. Amsterdam Litecoin Summit 2026.